Knowledge of language. Knowledge of language, its nature, origin, and use. Noam Chomsky Convergence, a series founded, planned, and edited by Ruth Nanda Anshan. Library of Congress Cataloging and Publication Data. Chomsky, Noam. Knowledge of language. Convergence. Bibliography, p. Includes index. I language and languages. I title. 2. Series, Convergence, Praja Publishers. PLO 6.C 518 1986 410 85 12234. ISBN 0275 90025 8. Alf. Paper. ISBN 0275 91761 4. PBK. Alf. Paper. Copyright 1986 by Noam Chomsky. Convergence, and the Mobius Strip. Copyright 1981 and 1982 by Ruth Nanda Anshan. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced, by any process or technique, without the express written consent of the publisher. Library of Congress Catalog Guard Number 85 12234. ISBN 0275 90025 80275 91761 4. PBK. First published in 198 6. Praja Publishers, 88 Post Road West, Westport, Connecticut 06881. An imprint of Greenwood Publishing Group, Incorporated. Printed in the United States of America. Section. The paper used in this book complies with the permanent paper standard issued by the National Information Standards Organization, Z39.48 1984. 10987. Convergence. A series founded, planned, and edited by Ruth Nanda Anshan. Board of Editors. Sir Fred Hoyle, Sir Bernard Lovell, Adolph Lowe, Joseph Needham, I. Rabi, William Richardson, Jonas Saul Clues Thomas, C. N. Young. Boax in the Convergence series. The Double-Edged Helix, Genetic Engineering in the Real World. Libby F. Cavalieri. Knowledge of language, its nature, origin, and use. Noam Chomsky. Progress or Catastrophe, the Nature of Biological Science and its Impact on Human Society. Bentley Glass. Emerging Cosmology. Bernard Lovell. Creation and Evolution, Myth or Reality. Norman D. Newell. Anatomy of Reality, Merging of Intuition and Reason. Jonas Salk. Science and Moral Priority, Merging Mind, Brain, and Human Values. Roger Sperry. Contents. CONVARGENCE. Ruth Nanda Anshan. X1. THE Mobius Strip. RNA. 23. Preface 25. I Knowledge of Language as a Focus of Inquiry L. 2. Concepts OF Language 15. 3. Facing Plato's Problem 51. 4. Questions about Rules 221. 5. Notes on Orwell LS Problem 276. References 288. Index 297. About the author 309. About the founder of this series 31 liters. Ruth Nanda Anshan. Convergence. There is no use trying, said Alice. One can't believe impossible things. I dare say you haven't had much practice, said the Queen. When I was your age, I always did it for half an hour a day. Why, sometimes I've believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast tea. This commitment is an inherent part of human nature and an aspect of our creativity. Each advance of science brings increased comprehension and appreciation of the nature, meaning, and wonder of the creative forces that move the cosmos and created man. Such openness and confidence lead to faith in the reality of possibility and eventually to the following truth: the mystery of the universe is its comprehensibility. When Einstein uttered that challenging statement, he could have been speaking of a relationship with the universe. The old division of the earth and the cosmos into objective processes in space and time and mind in which they are mirrored is no longer a suitable starting point for understanding the universe, science, or ourselves. Science now begins to focus on the convergence of man and nature, on the framework which makes us, as living beings, dependent parts of nature and simultaneously makes nature the object of our thoughts and actions. Scientists can no longer confront the universe as objective observers. Science recognizes the participation of man with the universe. Speaking quantitatively, the universe is largely indifferent to what happens in man. Speaking qualitatively, nothing happens in man that does not have a bearing on there. 11. 12. Knowledge of a language. Elements which constitute the universe. This gives cosmic significance to the person. Nevertheless, all facts are not born free and equal. There exists a hierarchy of facts in relation to a hierarchy of values. To arrange the facts rightly, to differentiate the important from the trivial, to see their bearing in relation to each other and to evaluational criteria, requires a judgment which is intuitive as well as empirical. We need meaning in addition to information. Accuracy is not the same as truth. Our hope is to overcome the cultural hubris in which we have been living. The scientific method, the technique of analyzing, explaining, and classifying, has demonstrated its inherent limitations. They arise because, by its intervention, science presumes to alter and fashion the object of its investigation. In reality, method and object can no longer be separated. The torn Cartesian, scientific worldview has ceased to be scientific in the most profound sense of the word, for a common bond links us all, man, animal, plant, and galaxy in the unitary principle of all reality. For the self without the universe is empty. This universe of which we human beings are particles may be defined as a LVNG, dynamic process of unfolding. It is a breathing universe, its respiration being only one of the many rhythms of its life. It is evolution itself. Although what we observe may seem to be a community of separate, independent units, in actuality these units are made up of subunits, each with a life of its own, and the subunits constitute smaller living entities. At no level in the hierarchy of nature is independence a reality. For that which lives and constitutes matter, whether organic or inorganic, is dependent on discrete entities that, gathered together, form aggregates of new units which interact in support of one another and become an unfolding event in constant motion, with ever-increasing complexity and intricacy of their organization. Are the goals in evolution? Or are there only discernible patterns? Certainly there is a law of evolution by which we can explain the emergence of forms capable of activities which are indeed novel. Examples may be said to be the origin of life, the emergence of individual consciousness, and the appearance of language. Convergence I-13. The hope of the concerned authors in Convergence is that they will show that evolution and development are interchangeable and that the entire system of the interweaving of man, nature, and the universe constitutes a living totality. Man is searching for his legitimate place in this unity, this cosmic scheme of things. The meaning of this cosmic scheme, if indeed we can impose meaning on the mystery and majesty of nature and the extent to which we can assume responsibility in it as uniquely intelligent beings, are supreme questions for which this series seeks an answer. Inevitably, toward the end of a historical period, when thought and custom have petrified into rigidity, and when the elaborate machinery of civilization opposes and represses our more noble qualities, life stirs again beneath the hard surface. Nevertheless, this attempt to define the purpose of convergence is set forth with profound trepidation. We are living in a period of extreme darkness. There is moral atrophy, destructive radiation within us, as we watch the collapse of values hitherto cherished but now betrayed. We seem to be face to face with an apocalyptic destiny. The enemy, the chaos, surrounding us produces an almost lethal disintegration of the person, as well as ecological and demographic disaster. Our situation is desperate, and there is no glossing over the deep and unresolved tragedy that fills our lives. Science now begins to question its premises and tells us not only what is, but what ought to be, prescribing in addition to describing the realities of life, reconciling order and hierarchy. My introduction to convergence is not to be construed as a prefatory essay to each individual volume. These few pages attempt to set forth the general aim and purpose of this series. It is my hope that this statement will provide the reader with a new orientation in his thinking, one more specifically defined by these scholars who have been invited to participate in this intellectual, spiritual, and moral endeavor so desperately needed in our time. These scholars recognize the relevance of the non-discursive experience of life which the discursive, analytical method alone is unable to convey. The authors invited to Convergence series acknowledge a structural kinship between subject and object, between living and non-living matter, the immanence of the past energizing 14.9 knowledge of language, the present, and thus bestowing a promise for the future. This kinship has long been sensed and experienced by mystics. Saint Francis of Assisi described with extraordinary beauty the truth that the more we know about nature, its unity with all life, the more we realize that we are one family, summoned to acknowledge the intimacy of our familial ties with the universe. At one time we were so anthropomorphic as to exclude as inferior such other aspects of our relatives as animals, plants, galaxies, or other species even in organic matter. This only exposed our provincialism. Then we believed there were borders beyond which we could not, must not, trespass. These frontiers have never existed. Now we are beginning to recognize, even take pride in, our neighbors in the cosmos. Human thought has been formed through centuries of man's consciousness, by perceptions and meanings that relate us to nature. The smallest living entity, be it a molecule or a particle, is at the same time present in the structure of the earth and all its inhabitants, whether human or manifesting themselves in the multiplicity of other forms of life. Today we are beginning to open ourselves to this evolved experience of consciousness. We keenly realize that man has intervened in the evolutionary process. The future is contingent, not completely prescribed, except for the immediate necessity to evaluate in order to live a life of integrity. The specific gravity of the burden of change has moved from genetic to cultural evolution. Genetic evolution itself has taken millions of years. Cultural evolution is a child of no more than 20 or 30,000 years. What will be the future of our evolutionary course? Will it be cyclical in the classical sense? Will it be linear in the modern sense? Yet we know that the laws of nature are not linear. Certainly, life is more than mere endless repetition. We must restore the importance of each moment, each deed. This is impossible if the future is nothing but a mechanical extrapolation of the past. Dignity becomes possible only with choice. The choice is ours. In this light, evolution shows man arisen by a creative power inherent in the universe. The immense ancestral effort that has born man invests him with a cosmic responsibility. Michelangelo's image of Adam created at God's command becomes a more intelligent symbol of man's position in the Convergence I-15 world than does a description of man as a chance aggregate of atoms or cells. Each successive stage of emergence is more comprehensive, more meaningful, more fulfilling, and more converging than the last. Yet a higher faculty must always operate through the levels that are below it. The higher faculty must enlist the laws controlling the lower levels in the service of higher principles, and the lower level which enables the higher one to operate through it will always limit the scope of these operations, even menacing them with possible failure. All our higher endeavors must work through our lower forms and unnecessarily exposed thereby to corruption. We may thus recognize the cosmic roots of tragedy and our fallible human condition. Language itself, as the power of universals, is the basic expression of man's ability to transcend his environment and to transmute tragedy into a moral and spiritual triumph. This relationship, this convergence, of the higher with the lower applies again when an upper level, such as consciousness or freedom, endeavors to reach beyond itself. If no higher level can be accounted for by the operation of a lower level, then no effort of ours can be truly creative in the sense of establishing a higher principle not intrinsic to our initial condition. And establishing such a principle is what all great art, great thought, and great action must aim at. This is indeed how these efforts have built up the heritage in which our lives continue to grow. Has man's intelligence broken through the limits of his own powers? Yes and no. Inventive efforts can never fully account for their success, but the story of man's evolution testifies to a creative power that goes beyond that which we can account for in ourselves. This power can make us surpass ourselves. We exercise some of it in the simple act of acquiring knowledge and holding it to be true. For, in doing so, we strive for intellectual control over things outside ourselves, in spite of our manifest incapacity to justify this hope. The greatest efforts of the human mind amount to no more than this. All such acts impose an obligation to strive for the ostensibly impossible, representing man's search for the fulfillment of those ideals which, for the moment, seem to be beyond his reach. For the good of a moral act is inherent in the act itself and has the power to ennoble the person who performs it. Without this moral ingredient there is corruption. 16 IK knowledge of language. The origins of one person can be envisaged by tracing that person's family tree all the way back to the primeval specks of protoplasm in which his first origins lie. The history of the family tree converges with everything that has contributed to the making of a human being. This segment of evolution is on a par with the history of a fertilized egg developing into a mature person, or the history of a plant growing from a seed. It includes everything that caused that person, or that plant, or that animal, or even that star in a galaxy, to come into existence. Natural selection plays no part in the evolution of a single human being. We do not include in the mechanism of growth the possible adversities which did not befall it and hence did not prevent it. The same principle of development holds for the evolution of a single human being. Nothing is gained in understanding this evolution by considering the adverse chances which might have prevented it. In our search for a reasonable cosmic view, we turn in the first place to common understanding. Science largely relies for its subject matter on the common knowledge of things. Concepts of life and death, plant and animal, health and sickness, youth and age, mind and body, machine and technical processes, and other innumerable and equally important things are commonly known. All these concepts apply to complex entities, whose reality is called into question by a theory of knowledge which claims that the entire universe should ultimately be represented in all its aspects by the physical laws governing the inanimate substrate of nature. Technological inevitability has alienated a relationship with nature, with work, with other human beings, with ourselves. Judgment, decision, and freedom of choice, in other words, knowledge which contains a moral imperative, cannot be ordered in the form that some technological scientists believe. For there is no mechanical ordering, no exhaustive set of permutations or combinations that can perform the task. The power which man has achieved through technology had been transformed into spiritual and moral impotence. Without the insight into the nature of being, More important than doing, the soul of man is imperiled. And those self-transcendent ends that ultimately confer dignity, meaning and identity on man and his life constitute the only final values worth pursuing. The pollution of the consciousness is the result of convergence. 17. Mere technological efficiency. In addition, the authors in this series recognize that the computer in itself can process information, not meaning. Thus we see on the stage of life no moral actors, only anonymous events. Our new theory of knowledge, as the authors in this series try to demonstrate, rejects this claim and restores our respect for the immense range of common knowledge acquired by our experience of convergence. Starting from here, we sketch out our cosmic perspective by exploring the wider implications of the fact that all knowledge is acquired and possessed by relationship, coalescence, convergence. We identify a person's physiognomy by depending on our awareness of features that we are unable to specify, and this amounts to a convergence in the features of a person for the purpose of comprehending their joint meaning. We are also able to read in the features and behavior of a person the presence of moods, the gleam of intelligence, the response to animals or sunset or a fugue by bark, the signs of sanity, human responsibility, and experience. At a lower level, we comprehend by a similar mechanism the body of a person and understand the functions of the physiological mechanism. We know that even physical theories constitute in this way the processes of an innate nature. Such are the various levels of knowledge acquired and possessed by the experience of convergence. The authors in this series grasp the truth that these levels form the hierarchy of comprehensive entities. Inorganic matter is comprehended as physical laws. The mechanism of physiology is built on these laws and enlists them in its service. Then, the intelligent behavior of a person relies on the healthy functions of the body and, finally, moral responsibility relies on the faculties of intelligence directing moral acts. We realize how the operations of machines, and of mechanisms in general, rely on the laws of physics but cannot be explained, or accounted for, by these laws. In a hierarchic sequence of comprehensive levels, each higher level is related to the levels below it in the same way as the operations of a machine are related to the particulars, obeying the laws of physics. We cannot explain the operations of an upper level in terms of the particulars on which its operations rely. Each higher level of integration represents, in this sense, a higher 89 knowledge of language level of existence, not completely accountable by the levels below it yet including these lower levels implicitly. In a hierarchic sequence of comprehensive levels, each higher level is known to us by relying on our awareness of the particulars on the level below it. We are conscious of each level by internalizing its particulars and mentally performing the integration that constitutes it. This is how all experience, as well as all knowledge, is based on convergence, and this is how the consecutive stages of convergence form a continuous transition from the understanding of the inorganic, the inanimate, to the comprehension of man's moral responsibility and participation in the totality, the organismic whole, of all reality. The sciences of the subject-object relationship thus pass imperceptibly into the meta-science of the convergence of the subject and object interrelationship, mutually altering each other. From the minimum of convergence, exercised in a physical observation, we move without a break to the maximum of convergence, which is a total commitment. The last of life, for which the first was made, is yet to come. Thus, convergence has summoned the world's most concerned thinkers to rediscover the experience of feeling, as well as of thought. The convergence of all forms of reality presides over the possible fulfillment of self-awareness, not the isolated, alienated self, but rather the participation in the life process with other lives and other forms of life. Convergence is a cosmic force and may possess liberating powers, allowing man to become what he is, capable of freedom, justice, love. Thus man experiences the meaning of grace. A further aim of this series is not, nor could it be, to disparage science. The authors themselves are adequate witness to this fact. Actually, in viewing the role of science, one arrives at a much more modest judgment of its function in our whole body of knowledge. Original knowledge was probably not acquired by us in the active sense. Most of it must have been given to us in the same mysterious way we received our consciousness. As to content and usefulness, scientific knowledge has an infinitesimal fraction of natural knowledge. Nevertheless, it is knowledge whose structure is endowed with beauty because its abstractions satisfy our urge for specific knowledge much more fully than does natural knowledge, and we are justly. See Onvagency 19. Proud of scientific knowledge because we can call it our own creation. It teaches us clear thinking, and the extent to which clear thinking helps us to order our sensations is a marvel which fills the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and awe. Science now begins to include the realm of human values, lest even the memory of what it means to be human be forgotten. In fact, it may well be that science has reached the limits of the knowable and may now be required to recognize its inability to penetrate into the caprice and the mystery of the soul of the atom. Organization and energy are always with us, wherever we look, on all levels. At the level of the atom, organization becomes indistinguishable from form, from order, from whatever the forces are that held the spinning groups of ultimate particles together in their apparent solidity. And now that we are at the atomic level, we find that modern physics has recognized that these ultimate particles are primarily electrical charges, and that mass is therefore a manifestation of energy. This has often been misinterpreted by idealists as meaning that matter has somehow been magicked away as if by a conjurer's wand. But nothing could be more untrue. It is impossible to transform matter into spirit just by making it thin. Bishop Berkeley's views admit of no refutation but carry no conviction nevertheless. However, something has happened to matter. It was only separated from form because it seemed too simple. Now we realize that, and this is a revelationary change, we cannot separate them. We are now summoned to cease speaking of the form and matter and begin to consider the convergence of organization and energy. For the largest molecule we know and the smallest living particles we know overlap. Such a cooperation, even though far down at the molecular level, cannot but remind us of the voluntary cooperation of individual human beings in maintaining patterns of society at levels of organization far higher. The tasks of energy and organization in the making of the universe and ourselves are far from ended. No individual destiny can be separated from the destiny of the universe. Alfred North Whitehead has stated that every event, every step or process in the universe, involves both effects from past situations and the anticipation of future potentialities. Basic for this doctrine is the assumption that the course of the 20I knowledge of language universe results from a multiple and never-ending complex of steps developing out of one another. Thus, in spite of all evidence to the contrary, we conclude that there is a continuing and permanent energy of that which is not only man but all life. For not an atom stirs in matter, organic and inorganic, that does not have its cunning duplicate in mind. And faith in the convergence of life with all its multiple manifestations creates its own verification. We are concerned in this series with the unitary structure of all nature. At the beginning, as we see in Hesiod's Theogony and in the book of Genesis, there was a primal unity, a state of fusion in which, later, all elements become separated but then merge again. However, out of this unity there emerge, through separation, parts of opposite elements. These opposites intersect or reunite, in meteoric phenomena or in individual living things. Yet, in spite of the immense diversity of creation, a profound underlying convergence exists in all nature. And the principle of the conservation of energy simply signifies that there is a summit H-ing that remains constant whatever fresh notions of the world may be given us by future experiments. We are certain beforehand that something remains unchanged, which we may call energy. We now do not say that the law of nature springs from the invariability of God, but with that curious mixture of arrogance and humility which scientists have learned to put in place of theological terminology, we say instead that the law of conservation is the physical expression of the elements by which nature makes itself understood by us. The universe is our home. There is no other universe than the universe of all life, including the mind of man, the merging of life with life. Our consciousness is evolving, the primordial principle of the unfolding of that which is implied or contained in all matter and spirit. We ask, will the central mystery of the cosmos, as well as man's awareness of and participation in it, be unveiled, although forever receding, asymptotically? Shall we perhaps be able to see all things, great and small, glittering with new light and reborn meaning, ancient but now again relevant in an iconic image which is related to our own time and experience? The cosmic significance of his panorama is revealed when we consider it as the stages of an evolution that has achieved the convergence IXX1. Rise of man and his consciousness. This is the new plateau on which we now stand. It may seem obvious that the succession of changes, sustained through 1,000 million years, which have transformed microscopic specks of protoplasm into the human race, has brought forth, in so doing, a higher and altogether novel kind of being capable of compassion, wonder, beauty and truth, although each form is as precious, as sacred, as the other. The interdependence of everything with everything else in the totality of being includes a participation of nature in history and demands a participation of the universe. The future brings us nothing, gives us nothing. It is we who in order to build it have to give it everything, our very life. But to be able to give, one has to possess, and we possess no other life, no living sap, than the treasures stored up from the past and digested, assimilated, and created afresh by us. Like all human activities, the law of growth, of evolution, of convergence draws its vigor from a tradition which does not die. At this point, however, we must remember that the law of growth, of evolution, has both a creative and a tragic nature. This we recognize as a degenerative process, as devolution. Whether it is the growth of a human soul or the growth of a living cell or of the universe, we are confronted not only with fulfillment but with sacrifice, with increase and decrease, with enrichment and diminution. Choice and decision are necessary for growth, and each choice, each decision, excludes certain potentialities, certain potential realities. But since these unactualized realities are part of us, they possess a right and command of their own. They must avenge themselves for their exclusion from existence. They may perish, and with them all the potential powers of their existence, their creativity. Or they may not perish but remain unquickened within us, repressed, lurking, ominous, swift to invade in some disguised form our life process, not as a dynamic, creative, converging power, but as a necrotic, pathological force. If the diminishing and the predatory processes commingle, atrophy and even death in every category of life ensue. But if we possess the maturity and the wisdom to accept the necessity of choice, of decision, or order and hierarchy, the inalienable right of freedom and autonomy, then, in spite of its tragedy, its exclusiveness, the law of growth endows us with greatness and a new moral dimension. 22. Our knowledge of language. Convergence is committed to the search for the deeper meanings of science, philosophy, law, morality, history, technology, in fact all the disciplines in a transdisciplinary frame of reference. This series aims to expose the error in that form of science which creates an irreconcilable dichotomy between the observer and the participant, thereby destroying the uniqueness of each discipline by neutralizing it. For in the end he would know everything but understand nothing, not being motivated by concern for any question. This series further aims to examine relentlessly the ultimate premises on which work in the respective fields of knowledge rests, and to break through from these into the universal principles which are the very basis of all specialist information. More concretely, there are issues which wait to be examined in relation to, for example, the philosophical and moral meanings of the models of modern physics, the question of the purely physico-chemical processes versus the postulate of the irreducibility of life in biology. For there is a basic correlation of elements in nature, of which man is a part, which cannot be separated, which compose each other, which converge, and alter each other mutually. Certain mysteries are now known to us. The mystery, in part, of the universe and the mystery of the mind have been in a sense revealed out of the heart of darkness. Mind and matter, mind and brain, have converged. Space, time, and motion are reconciled. Man, consciousness, and the universe are reunited, since the atom in a star is the same as the atom in man. We are homeward bound because we have accepted our convergence with the cosmos. We have reconciled observer and participant, for at last we know that time and space are modes by which we think, but not conditions in which we live and have our being. Religion and science meld, reason and feeling merge in mutual respect for each other, nourishing each other, deepening, quickening, and enriching our experiences of the life process. We have heeded the haunting voice in the whirlwind. The Mobius strip. The symbol for ND on the cover of each volume. IN convergence is the visual image of convergence, the subject of this series. It is a mathematical mystery deriving its name from Augustus Mobius, a German mathematician who lived from 1790 to 1868. The topological problem still remains unsolved mathematically. The Mobius strip has only one continuous surface, in contrast to a cylindrical strip, which has two surfaces, the inside and the outside. An examination will reveal that the strip, Harvey NG one continuous edge, produces one ring, twice the circumference of the original S-strip, with one half of a twist in IT, which eventually converges W at H itself. Since the middle of the last century, mathematicians have increasingly refused to accept a solution to a mathematical problem as obviously true, for the solution often then becomes the problem. For example, it is certainly obvious that every piece of paper has two sides, in the sense that an insect crawling on one side could not reach the other side without passing around an edge or boring a hole through the paper. Obvious but false exclamation mark. The Mobius strip, in fact, presents only one monodimensional, continuous ring Harvey NG, no inside, no outside, no beginning, no end. Converging with itself, it symbolizes the structural kinship, the intimate relationship between subject and object, matter and energy, demonstrati ng, the error of any attempt to bifurcate the observer and participant, the universe and man, into two or more systems of reality. All is unity. I am indebted to Faye Zetlin, artist and resident at Old Dominion University in Virginia, who sensed the principle of convergence, of emergent transcendence, and the analog of the Mobius strip. This symbol may be said to crystallize my own XXLLL XX1VI knowledge of their language. Continuing and expanding explorations into the unitary structure of all reality. Faye Zetlin's drawing of the Mobius strip constitutes the visual image of this effort to emphasize the experience of convergence. RNA. Preface. For many years, I have been intrigued by low problems concerning human knowledge. The first is the problem of explaining how we can know so much given we have such limited evidence. The second is the problem of explaining how we can know so little, given we have so much evidence. The first problem we might call Blalo's problem, the second, Orwell's problem, an analog in the domain of social and political life of the might be called Freud's problem. The essence of Blalo's problem was well expressed by Bertrand Russell in his Lalo book when he raised the question, how comes ill human beings, whose conflicts with the world are brief and personal and limited, and nevertheless able to know as much as we do know. In certain domains of lawful and understanding, our knowledge is vast in scope, highly specific and richly anecdotal in character, and in large measure shared with others who have similar backgrounds and experience. The same is true of systems of belief and expectation, modes of intellectual and integralian of experience, and more generally we may call cognitive systems, only parts of which qualify as actual knowledge. The problem arises when we consider manner will care is one of middle stimulus. Our cognitive systems surely reflect our experience in some manner, a careful specification of the properties of the systems on one hand, and of the experience somehow led low their 4 million on Lola, shows the two are separated by a considerable gap, in fact, a chasm. The problem is low account for specificity and richness of the cognitive systems that arise in an individual on the basis of the mild in 4 million available. Cognitive systems receive from linearity of experience and organisms method of constructing and dealing will heal, including analytic mechanisms and the intrinsic determinants of material and cognitive growl. The problem, then, is to determine the nail. 25. 26 IKNO Ledge of language. Endowment that serves to bridge the gap between experience and knowledge attained or cognitive systems attained, abstracting from the truth requirement for knowledge and generalizing to other systems that involve belief, understanding, interpretation, and perhaps more. The study of human language is particularly interesting in this regard. In the first place, it is a true species property and one central to human thought and understanding. Furthermore, in the case of language we can proceed rather far toward characterizing the system of knowledge attained knowledge of English, of Japanese, etc. and determining the evidence that was available to the child who gained this knowledge. We also have a wide range of evidence available about the variety of attainable systems. We are thus in a good position to ascertain the nature of the biological endowment that constitutes the human language faculty, the innate component of the mind, brain that yields knowledge of language when presented with linguistic experience, that converts experience to a system of knowledge. Much of the interest of the study of language, in my opinion, lies in the fact that it offers an approach to Plato's problem in a domain that is relatively well circumscribed and open to inspection and inquiry, and at the same time deeply integrated in human life and thought. If we can discover something about the principles that enter into the construction of this particular cognitive system, the principles of the language faculty, we can progress toward a solution for at least one special and quite important case of Plato's problem. We can then ask whether these principles generalize to other cases, or if not, whether an approach that meets with a degree of explanatory success in the case of human language can at least serve as a suggestive model for similar inquiries in other cognitive domains. My own belief is that the principles do not generalize, that they are in crucial respects specific to the language faculty, but that the approach may indeed be suggestive elsewhere, both in its achievements and their apparent boundaries. The following chapters are primarily concerned with the question of what we may be able to learn about Plato's problem from the study of human language and how this study finds its place in the more general inquiry into cognitive systems, their character, and development. Chapters L2 and 4 are concerned primarily with general and conceptual issues. Chapter 3, which is considerably more tech. Prefusix Nickel, particularly sections 3.4.3, 3.4.4, and 3.5.21, introduces and develops some ideas that figure prominently in current research, which has taken a rather new turn in the past few years. Plato's problem, then, is to explain how we know so much, given that the evidence available to us is so sparse. Orwell's problem is to explain why we know and understand so little, even though the evidence available to us is so rich. Like many other 20th century intellectuals, Orwell was impressed with the ability of totalitarian systems to instill beliefs that are firmly held and widely accepted, although they are completely without foundation and often plainly at variance with obvious facts about the world around us. The problem is far broader, as the history of religious dogma suffices to show. To solve Orwell's problem, we must discover the institutional and other factors that block insight and understanding in crucial areas of our lives and ask why they are effective. In the modern era, the cult of state worship has frequently taken on the character of earlier forms of religious faith, not only in totalitarian states. In the latter, the mechanisms used to induce passivity and conformism are relatively transparent. Ultimately, some form of violence employed or threatened under highly visible centralized control. But I think it has been amply demonstrated that in democratic societies where violence is rarely used to ensure obedience, Orwell's problem nevertheless arises. Thousands of pages of detailed documentation have demonstrated beyond any reasonable doubt that in these societies too, the doctrines of the state religion are firmly implanted and widely believed, in utter defiance of plain fact, particularly by the intelligentsia who construct and propagate these doctrines, those who take on the task of manufacture of consent, Walter Lippmann, or engineering of consent, Edward Bernays, a task that many have regarded as essential in societies that can no longer impose conformity and obedience by violence. Such demonstrations, whatever their force, have essentially zero effect in the mainstream of respectable intellectual life, because the state religion naturally excludes investigation or understanding of the actual functioning of dominant institutions on the Orwellian principle that ignorance is strength. This case of Orwell's problem is considerably more challenging than the one that is usually considered by Orwell himself, in particular because the mechanisms are more 28 I knots knowledge of LA and Quaj. Subtle and complex. For obvious reasons, it is also a far more important case for citizens of the democratic societies, and we can therefore predict from the principles of the state religion that it will rarely be investigated and that the occasional violation of the rules will not be welcomed with great enthusiasm. I had originally intended to include here a detailed investigation of Orwell's problem, concentrating on the more interesting and more important case of the democratic societies, but decided against it for several reasons, one being that the character of inquiry into these two problems is so different. In the case of Plato's problem, the questions ultimately belong to the sciences, although many conceptual questions arise, including some that have long been troublesome in one or another form. The problem is to discover explanatory principles, often hidden and abstract, to make some sense of phenomena that seem on the surface chaotic, discordant, lacking any meaningful pattern. The study of Orwell's problem is key different. The patterns that lie behind the most important phenomena of political, economic, and social life are not very difficult to discern, although much effort is devoted toward obscuring the fact, and the explanation for what will be observed by those who can free themselves from the doctrines of the faith is hardly profound or difficult to discover or comprehend. The study of Orwell's problem, then, is primarily a matter of accumulating evidence and examples to illustrate what should be fairly obvious to a rational observer even on superficial inspection, to establish the conclusion that power and privilege function much as any rational mind would expect, and to exhibit the mechanisms that operate to yield the results that we observe. Furthermore, the evidence and examples accumulated and the principles under which they fall will, virtually by definition, be unintelligible, misconstrued, distorted, dismissed, or otherwise rendered irrelevant, however powerful the case that is made with regard to the highly systematic behavior of the state and other dominant institutions, including the ideological institutions. The correctness of the, not particularly profound, thesis IT attempts to verify and establish virtually guarantees the pointlessness of the effort, in this case. I have discussed these matters elsewhere, too, and expect to do so again. But the context of an inquiry into the nature of language is perhaps not the appropriate place, despite their preface IXXLX. Widespread belief, which I personally share only in part, that misuse or control of language is a central feature of the problem. I have, however, included a brief appendix touching on the question, a revised version of an article that appeared in Cambia, Spain, 3, which I expect to publish in an extended and documented version elsewhere. Plato's problem is deep and intellectually exciting. Orwell's problem, in contrast, seems to me much less so. But unless we can come to understand Orwell's problem and to recognize its significance in our own social and cultural life, and to overcome it, the chances are slim that the human species will survive long enough to discover the answer to Plato's problem or others that challenge the intellect and the imagination. Notes. For comment on an earlier draft of this material, I am indebted to Joseph Fown and Kenneth Saphir, among others. 2. For example, in The Political Economy of Human Rights, Boston, South End, 1979, with Edward S. Herman, Towards a New Cold War, New York, Pantheon, 1982, The Fateful Triangle, South End, Boston, 1983, and several earlier books beginning with American Power and the New Mandarins, New York, Pantheon, 1969. See also Edward S. Herman, The Real Terror Network, Boston, South End, 1982. 316 23rd of April, 1984. See also Thorough Quarterly, Fall 1984, containing the transcript of a talk of mine that is very close in content to the Cambia article and of the ensuing discussion at a conference of USJ analysts. Knowledge of language. Knowledge of language as a focus of inquiry. The study of language has a long and rich history, extending over thousands of years. This study has frequently been understood as an inquiry into the nature of mind and thought on the assumption that languages are the mirror of the human mind. A common conception was that with respect to its substance, grammar is one and the same in all languages, though it does vary accidentally. Roger Bacon. The invariant substance was often taken to be the mind and its acts. Particular languages use various mechanisms, some rooted in human reason, others arbitrary and adventitious for the exposition of thought, which is a constant across languages. One leading 18th-century rational grammarian defined general grammar as a deductive science concerned with the immutable and general principles of spoken or written language and their consequences. It is prior to all languages, because its principles are the same as those that direct human reason in its intellectual operations. Busey, Thursday S. The science of language does not differ at all from the science of thought. Particular grammar is not a true science in the sense of this rationalist tradition because it is not based solely on universal necessary laws. It is an art or technique that shows how given languages realize the general principles of human reason. As John Stuart Mill later expressed the same leading idea, the principles and rules of grammar are the means by which the forms of language are made to correspond with the universal forms of thought. The structure of every sentence is a lesson in logic. Others, particularly during their knowledge of language Romantic period, argued that the nature and content of thought are determined in part by the devices made available for its expression in particular languages. These devices may include contributions of individual genius that affect the character of a language, enriching its means of expression and the thoughts expressed without affecting its form, its sound system and rules of word and sentence formation. Humboldt. With regard to the acquisition of knowledge, It was widely held that the mind is not so much to be filled therewith from without, like a vessel, as to be kindled and awaked. Ralph Cudworth, The Growth of Knowledge. Rather it emies. The growth of fruit, however external causes may in some degree cooperate, it is the internal vigour and virtue of the tree that must ripen the juices to their just maturity. James Harris. When applied to language, this essentially Platonistic conception would suggest that knowledge of a particular language grows and matures along a course that is in part intrinsically determined, with modifications reflecting observed usage, rather in the manner of the visual system or of the bodily organs that develop along a course determined by genetic instructions under the triggering and shaping effects of environmental factors. With the exception of the relativism of the Romantics, such ideas were generally regarded with much disapproval in the mainstream of linguistic research by the late 19th century and on through the 1950s. In part, this attitude developed under the impact of a rather narrowly construed empiricism and later behaviorist and operationalist doctrine. In part, it resulted from the quite real and impressive successes of historical and descriptive studies conducted within a narrower compass, specifically, the discovery of sound laws that provided much understanding of the history of languages and their relationships. In part, it was a natural consequence of the investigation of a much richer variety of languages than were known to earlier scholars, languages that appear to violate many of the alleged a priori conceptions of the earlier rationalist tradition. 2. After a century of general neglect or obloquy, ideas resembling those of the earlier tradition re-emerged, initially, with virtually no awareness of historical antecedents, in the mid-950s, with the development of what came to be called generative grammar again, reviving a long-lapsed and largely forgotten tradition. 3. Knowledge of language as a focus of inquiry. 3. The generative grammar of a particular language, where generative means nothing more than explicit, is a theory that is concerned with the form and meaning of expressions of this language. One can imagine many different kinds of approach to such questions, many points of view that might be adopted in dealing with them. Generative grammar limits itself to certain elements of this larger picture. Its standpoint is that of individual psychology. It is concerned with those aspects of form and meaning that are determined by the language faculty, which is understood to be a particular component of the human mind. The nature of this faculty is the subject matter of a general theory of linguistic structure that aims to discover the framework of principles and elements common to attainable human languages. This theory is now often called universal grammar, UG, adapting a traditional term to a new context of inquiry. UG may be regarded as a characterization of the genetically determined language faculty. One may think of this faculty as a language acquisition device, an innate component of the human mind that yields a particular language through interaction with presented experience, a device that converts experience into a system of knowledge attained, knowledge of one or another language. The study of generative grammar represented a significant shift of focus in the approach to problems of language. Put in the simplest terms, to be elaborated below, the shift of focus was from behavior or the products of behavior to states of the mind, brain that enter into behavior. If one chooses to focus attention on this latter topic, the central concern becomes knowledge of language, its nature, origins, and use. The three basic questions that arise, then, are these. I. What constitutes knowledge of language? 2. How is knowledge of language acquired? 3. How is knowledge of language put to use? The answer to the first question is given by a particular generative grammar, a theory concerned with the state of the mind, brain of the person who knows a particular language. The answer to the second is given by a specification of UG along with an account of the ways in which its principles interact with experience to yield a particular language. UG is a theory of the initial state of the language faculty, prior to any for I not so ledge vele and quaj. A linguistic experience. The answer to the third question would be a theory of how the knowledge of language attained enters into the expression of thought and the understanding of presented specimens of language, and derivative y, into communication and other special uses of language. So far, this is nothing more than the outline of a research program that takes up classical questions that had been put aside for many years. As just described, it should not be particularly controversial, since it merely expresses an interest in certain problems and offers a preliminary analysis of how they might be confronted, although as is often the case, the initial formulation of a problem may prove to be far-reaching in its implications, and ultimately controversial as it is developed. Some elements of this picture may appear to be more controversial than they really are. Consider, for example, the idea that there is a language faculty, a component of the mind/brain that yields knowledge of language given presented experience. It is not at issue that humans attain knowledge of English, Japanese, and so forth, while rocks, birds, or apes do not under the same, or indeed any, conditions. There is, then, some property of the mind-brain that differentiates humans from rocks, birds, or apes. Is this a distinct language faculty with specific structure and properties, or, as some believe, is it the case that humans acquire language merely by applying generalized learning mechanisms of some sort, perhaps with greater efficiency or scope than other organisms? These are not topics for speculation or a priori reasoning but for empirical inquiry, and it is clear enough how to proceed, namely, by facing the questions of 1. We try to determine what is the system of knowledge that has been attained and what properties must be attributed to the initial state of the mind-brain to account for its attainment. Insofar as these properties are language-specific, either individually or in the way they are organized and composed, there is a distinct language faculty. Generative grammar is sometimes referred to as a theory, advocated by this or that person. In fact, it is not a theory any more than chemistry is a theory. Generative grammar is a topic which one may or may not choose to study. Of course, one can adopt a point of view from which chemistry disappears as a discipline. Perhaps it is all done by angels with mirrors. In this sense, a decision to study chemistry does stake out a position on. Not so WLEDGEOFLA and QJSA focus OF inquiry I5. Matters of fact. Similarly, one may argue that the topic of generative grammar does not exist, LTH, or it is hard to see how to make this position minimally plausible. Within the study of generative grammar there have been many changes and differences of opinion, often reversion to ideas that had been abandoned and were later reconstructed in a different light. Evidently, this is a healthy phenomenon indicating that the discipline is alive, although it is sometimes, oddly, regarded as a serious deficiency, a sign that something is wrong with the bars I see a pro ch. I will review some of these changes as we proceed. In the middle 950s, certain proposals were advanced as to the form that answers to the questions of 1 might take, and a research program was inaugurated to investigate the adequacy of these proposals and to sharpen and apply them. This program was one of the strands that had led to the development of the cognitive sciences in the contemporary sense, sharing with other approaches the belief that certain aspects of the mind-brain can be usefully construed on the model of computational systems of rules that form and modify representations, and that are put to use in interpretation and action. From its origins, or with a longer perspective, one might say its reincarnation, up to 30 years ago. The study of generative grammar was undertaken with an eye to gaining some insight into the nature and origins of systems of knowledge, belief, and understanding more broadly, in the hope that these general questions could be illuminated by a detailed investigation of the special case of human language. This research program has since been running ITS course along a number of different paths. I will be concerned here with only one of these, with the problems it faced and the steps that were taken in an effort to deal with them. During the past 5-6 years, these efforts have converged in a somewhat unexpected way, yielding a rather different conception of the nature of language and its mental representation, one that offers interesting answers to a range of empirical questions and opens a variety of new ones to inquiry while suggesting a rethinking of the character of authors. This is what accounts for an unmistakable sense of energy and anticipation and also uncertainty which is reminiscent of the period when the study of generative grammar in the modern sense was initiated about 30 years ago. 6. Knowledge of language. Some of the work now being done is quite different in character from what had previously been possible, as well as considerably broader in empirical scope, and it may be that results of a rather new kind are within reach, or at least within sight. I would like to try to explain why this may be so, beginning with some remarks of goals, achievements, and failures of the past years. To avoid misunderstanding, I am not speaking here about all of the study of language but rather of generative grammar, and even here I will not attempt anything like a real history of the course of research but rather will give a somewhat idealized picture that is in part clearer in retrospect than it was at the time. Furthermore, what I am describing has represented a minority position throughout, and probably still does, although in my view it is the correct one. A new member of a different current approaches share properties of the sort discussed here and may be intertranslatable to a considerable extent. I will not consider this important topic here and will also make no effort to survey the range of ideas, often conflicting, that fall within the particular tendency that I will discuss what is now sometimes called government binding, GB, theory. I want you to consider, then, two major or conceptual shifts, one that inaugurated the contemporary study of generative grammar, and a second, more theory internal, that is now in process and that offers some new perspectives on traditional problems. 4. Traditional and structuralist grammar did not deal with the questions of 1. The former because of its implicit reliance on the unanalyzed intelligence of the reader, the latter because of its narrowness of scope. The concerns of traditional and generative grammar are, in a certain sense, complementary. A good traditional pedagogical grammar provides a full list of exceptions, irregular verbs, etc., paradigms and examples of regular constructions, and observations at various levels of detail and generality about the form and meaning of expressions. But it does not examine the question of how the reader of the grammar uses such information to attain the knowledge that is used to form and interpret new expressions, or the question of the nature and elements of this knowledge, essentially the questions of 1. Above. Without too much exaggeration, one could describe such a grammar as a structured and organized version of the data presented to a child learning a language. Knowledge of language as a focus of inquiry. 7. With some general commentary and often insightful observations. Generative grammar, in contrast, is concerned primarily with the intelligence of the reader, the principles and procedures brought to bear to attain full knowledge of a language. Structuralist theories, both in the European and American traditions, did concern themselves with analytic procedures for deriving aspects of grammar from data, as in the procedural theories of Nikolai Trubetskoy, Zelig Harris, Bernard Bloch, and others, but primarily in the areas of phonology and morphology. The procedures suggested were seriously inadequate and in any event could not possibly be understood, and were not intended to provide an answer to question I2, even in the narrower domains where most work was concentrated. nor was there an effort to determine what was involved in offering a comprehensive account of the knowledge of the speaker, hearer. As soon as these questions were squarely faced, a wide range of new phenomena were discovered, including quite simple ones that had passed unnoticed, and severe problems arose that had previously been ignored or seriously misunderstood. A standard belief 30 years ago was that language acquisition is a case of overlearning. Language was regarded as a habit system, one that was assumed to be much overdetermined by available evidence. Production and interpretation of new forms was taken to be a straightforward matter of analogy, posing no problems of principle. 5. Attention to the questions of 1. Quickly reveals that exactly the opposite is the case. Language poses in a sharp and clear form what has sometimes been called Plato's problem, the problem of poverty of stimulus, of accounting for the richness, complexity, and specificity of shared knowledge, given the limitations of the data available. This difference of perception concerning where the problem lies, overlearning or poverty of evidence, reflects very clearly the effect of the shift of focus that inaugurated the study of generative grammar. A great many examples have been given over the years to illustrate what clearly is the fundamental problem, the problem of poverty of evidence. A familiar example is the structured dependence of relay, the fact that without instruction or direct evidence, children unerringly use computationally complex structure-dependent relay rather than computational simple relay that involve only the predicate leftmost in the linear. 8. Knots outage of language. Sequence of words. 6. To dark some other exam buys, to we will return, consider sentences, 2, 7. I wonder who, the man expected to see them. 2. The man expected to see them. 3. John ate an apple. 4. John ate. 5. John is too stubborn to talk to Bill. 6. John is too stubborn to talk to. 7. Both 2 and 3 include the clause bounded by brackets, but only in 2 may the pronoun them be referentially dependent on the antecedent the man. In 3, the pronoun is understood as referring in some manner indicated in the situational or discourse context, but not to the man. Numerous facts of this sort are linked under WHT is now generally called binding theory, unknown without relevant experience to differentiate the cases. Suic facts pose a serious problem that was not recognized in earlier work. How does every child know, unerringly, to interpret THECLs differently in THE2 cases? And why does no pedagogic grammar have to draw the learner's attention to such facts, which were, in fact, noticed only quite recently, in the course of the study of explicit systems in generative grammar? Turning to examples. 4, 7, sentence 5, means that John ate something or other, a fact that one might explain on the basis of a simple inductive procedure. It takes an object, as in 4, and if the object is missing, it is understood as arbitrary. Applying the same inductive procedure to 6 and 7, it should be that 7 means that John is so stubborn that John, will not talk to some arbitrary person, on the analogy of 6. But the meaning is, in fact, quite different, namely, John is so stubborn that some arbitrary person won't talk to him, John. Again, this is known without training or relevant evidence. 7. The situation is, in fact, more complex. Although plausible, the inductive procedure suggested for the relatively straightforward examples, 4, 5, does not seem correct. As noted by Howard Lasenik, the word it has a somewhat different meaning in its intransitive usage, something like dine. One can say John ate his shoe, but John it cannot be understood to include this case. The observation is general for such cases. The knowledge of language as a focus of inquiry I9. Intransitive forms differ from normal intransitives in other respects. For example, we can form the dancing bear, corresponding to the bear that dances, but not the eating man, corresponding to the man who eats. 8 such facts pose further problems of poverty of stimulus. Children do not make errors about the interpretation of such sentences as 6, 7, party a certain stage of development, and if they did, the errors would largely be uncorrectable. It is doubtful that even the most compendious traditional teaching grammar notes such simple facts as those illustrated in 2, 7, and such observations lie far beyond the domain of structural grammars. The wide variety of examples of this sort immediately come to attention when one faces the questions formulated in 1. Knowledge of language is often !I. characterized as a practical ability to speak and understand, so that questions Li and L3 are closely related, perhaps identified. Ordinary usage makes a much sharper distinction between the two questions, and is right to do so. Two people may share exactly the same knowledge of language but differ markedly in their ability to put this knowledge to use. Ability to use language may improve or decline without any change in knowledge. This ability may also be impaired, selectively or in general, with no loss of knowledge, a fact that would become clear if injury leading to impairment recedes and lost ability is recovered. Many such considerations support the common sense assumption that knowledge cannot be properly described as a practical ability. Furthermore, even if this view could somehow be maintained, it would leave open all of the serious questions. Thus, what is the nature of the practical ability manifested in our interpretation of the sentences 2, 7, how is it properly described, and how is it acquired? Often it is not immediately obvious what our knowledge of our language entails in particular cases, a fact illustrated even with short and simple sentences such as 810. His wife loves her husband. 8. John is too clever to expect us to catch Bill. 9. John is too clever to expect us to catch. 10. In the case of 8, it takes some thought to determine whether H's can be referentially dependent on her H's bar D if her is. LOIKNO ledge of language. Dependent on H's WI, that is, if the reference of either he or she is not somehow contextually indicated. 9 examples, 9, and I0, are, in fact, analogous to 6, and 7, respectively, but again, it takes some thought to discover that 10 means that John is so clever that an arbitrary person cannot expect us to catch him, John, although it is clear at once that it does not mean that John is so clever that he, John, cannot catch some arbitrary person, on the analogy of 9, and 4, 5. Our ability seem limited somehow in such cases, and there are far more complex ones, but it would make little sense to speak of our knowledge of language as limited in any comparable way. Suppose we insist on speaking of knowledge of language as a practical ability to speak and understand. Then normal usage must be revised in numerous cases such as those J used discussed. Suppose that Jones takes a public speaking course and improves his ability to speak and understand without any change in his knowledge of English, as we would describe the situation in normal usage. / must now revise this common sense usage and say, rather, that Jones has improved his ability 1 to use his ability 2 to speak and understand. Similar translations are required in the other cases. But the two occurrences of ability in this description are hardly more than homonyms. Ability 1 is ability in the normal sense of the word. It can improve or decline, can be inadequate to determine consequences of knowledge, and so on. Ability to, however, remains stable while our ability to use it changes, and we have this kind of ability even when we are unable to detect what it entails in concrete cases. In short, the neologism ability to is invested with all the properties of knowledge. Note that there are cases when we do speak of abilities that we cannot put to use. For example, the case of swimmers who cannot swim because their hands are tied, although they retain the ability to swim. The cases in question are not of this sort, however. The purpose of the attempt to reduce knowledge to ability is, presumably, to avoid problematic features that seem to inhere in the concept of knowledge, to show that these can be explained in dispositional or other terms more closely related to actual behavior. Whether this is possible then in the case of ability 1, the normal sense, is another question. But nothing of the sort is achieved by this departure from ordinary usage. The KNOWLEDGEOFLA and YGEAS focus of inquiry ILL. Problems remain exactly as before, now embedded in terminological confusion. The task of determining the nature of our knowledge, equals ability to, and accounting for its origins and use, remains exactly as challenging as before, despite the terminological innovations. OTA examples similitude 8, I0, raise further questions. Consider the following sentences. John is too stubborn to expect anyone to tell K. II. To Bill. John is too stubborn to visit anyone who talked. 1-2. To Bill. Suppose we delete be ill from II and I2, yielding I3 and I4, respectively. John is too stubborn to expect anyone to talk to. 1-3. John is too stubborn to visit anyone who talked to. I4. Sentence I3 is structurally analogous to IO and is understood. In the same manner, it means that John is so stubborn that an arbitrary person would not expect anyone to talk to him, John. By analogy, then, we would expect sentence I4 to mean that John is so stubborn that an arbitrary person would not visit anyone who talked to him, John. But it does not have that meaning. In fact, it is gibberish. Here we have a double failure of analogy. Sentence I4 is not understood on the analogy of 4, 5, 6, 9, and 1, 2, hence meaning that John is so stubborn that he, John, would not visit anyone who talked to some arbitrary person, nor is it understood on the analogy of 7, IO, and I3. Rather, IT has no interpretation at all. And while the status of 1, 1, 1, 2, and 1, 4 is immediately obvious, it takes some thought or preparation to see that 1, 3 has the interpretation it does have, and Thursday is to determine the consequences of our knowledge in this case. Again, these are facts that we know, however difficult it may be to determine that our system of knowledge has these consequences. We know these facts without instruction or even 1-2 I knowledge of LA and GWAJ. Direct evidence, surely without correction of error by the speech community. It will be obliged to try to teach such facts as these to people learning English as a second language, used as no one taught them to US or even presented SWITH evidence that yield this knowledge by any general LLY reliable procedure. This is knowledge without GRUNDS, without good reasons or support by reliable procedures in any general or otherwise useful sense of these notions. Via we to insist that knowledge has a individuality, we will have to claim that we lack the ability to understand John is too stubborn to talk to as meaning John is too stubborn to talk to someone or other, on the analogy of John net and apple, John net, and that. We lack the ability to understand 1-4 on the analogy of John. ate an apple, John ate, so that it means that John is too stubborn to visit anyone who talked to someone or other, or on the analogy of John is too stubborn to tell Kato, with the inversion strategy that we somehow use in this case, so that he. 1 Thor means that John is too stubborn for someone or other to visit anyone who talked to him, John. But these would be odd claims, to say the least. These are not failures of ability. It is not that we are too weak, or lack some special skill that could be acquired. /for perfectly capable of associating the sentence. 1 Thor, for example, with either of the two meanings that would be provided by analogy, or others, but we can now these are not the associations that our knowledge of the language provides. Ability is one thing, knowledge something quite different. The system of knowledge DRT has somehow developed in our minds has certain consequences, not others. It relates sound and meaning and assigns structural properties to physical events in certain ways, not others. It seems that there is little hope in accounting for our knowledge in terms of such ideas as analogy, induction, association, reliable procedures, good reasons, and justification in any general useful sense, or in terms of generalized learning mechanisms, if such exist. And it seems that we follow normal usage in distinguishing clearly between knowledge and ability to use that knowledge. /vested, so it appears, think of knowledge of language as a certain state of the mind/brain, a relatively stable element in transitory mental states once it is attained, furthermore, as a state of some distinguishable. Not so WLGEOFLA and YGEAS, a focus of inquiry. 13. Faculty OFTHE mind the language faculty with its specific properties, structure, and organization, one module of the mind. 10. Notes. 1. On these and many other discussions, primarily in the 17th-19th centuries, see Chomsky, 1966. For discussion of some MI's interpretation of this work, see Bracken, 1984. 2. The alleged apriorism of work INTHIS tradition HS often being exaggerated. See Chomsky, 1966, and more recent work for discussion of this point. 3. The tradition, in this case, is a different one, represented in its most advanced form in the early work of the Indian Grandmarians 2,500 years ago. See Kipasky, 1982. A modern counterpart is Bloomfield, 1939. WH was radically different in character from the work of the period and inconsistent with his own theories of language, and remained virtually without influence or even awareness despite Bloomfield's great prestige. 4. See Neumeyer, 1980, for one view of the history of this period prior to the second major or conceptual shift. And for some more personal comments, the introduction to Chomsky, 1975a, a somewhat abbreviated version of a 1956 revision of a 1955 manuscript, both unpublished. See Lightfoot, 1982, and Hornstein and Lightfoot, 1998-1. For discussion of the general backgrounds for work, current work, and Radford, 1998-1, for an introduction to the work that led to the second conceptual shift. See Chomsky, 1998-1, for a more technical presentation of some of the ideas that entered into this conceptual shift, and Van Rim stage K and /VLLIMS, 1985. For an introductory study of this current work. 5. although basic LLY adopting THIS point of view, W. V. Quine, however, argued that THIS is a very severe, in fact, insuperable problem of underdetermination affecting NGALL aspects of language and grammar, and much of psychology more generally. Quine, 1960, 1972. I do not think that he succeeded in showing that some novel form of indeterminacy affects the study of language beyond the normal underdetermination of theory by evidence. His own formulations of the thesis furthermore involve internal inconsistency. See Chomsky, 1975b, L. 980b. There seems no reason on these grounds, then, to distinguish linguistic psychology in principle from the natural sciences in accordance with what Hockney, 197.5, Carl S. Quires by Foucault on 1.4 I knowledge of language. Thesis. A similar conclusion is reached by Noam, 198.1, in his abandonment of metaphysical realism on Quinian grounds. HISS also abandons the bifurcation thesis, although in the opposite direction. 6. See Chomsky, 1975a. See Crane and Nakayama, 1984, for empirical study of this question with 3 5-year-old children. 7. The reaction to SUIC phenomena, also unnoticed until recently, again illustrates the difference of outlook of structure L is T descriptive and generative grand match for some practitioners of the former. The statement T of the RCTS, WH is straightforward enough. Once they are observed, is the answer nothing else is necessary. For the latter, the statement of the facts poses the problem to be solved. Cf. Ni, 1983, particularly, his puzzlement about the peculiar view of grammar, that unnecessarily complicates the whole matter by seeking an explanation for the facts. Note that there is no question of right or wrong here, but rather of topic or inquiry. 8. INERLY work, SUIC facts used to motivate an analysis of intransitives such as it as derived from corresponding transitives by a system of ordered rules that excluded the unwanted cases. See Chomsky, 1962. 9. On structures of this type, and problems of binding theory, more generally, see Higginbotham, 1938a, among much other work. 10. See Fodor, L. 983. But IT is too narrow to regard the language module as an input system in Fodor's sense, if only because IT is used in speaking and thought. We might consider supplementing this picture by adding an output system, but plainly this must be linked to the input system. We do not expect a person to speak only English and understand only Japanese. That is, the input and output systems must each access a fixed system of knowledge. The latter, however, is a central system which has essential problems of modularity, of RCT that brings the entire picture into question. Furthermore, even regarded as an input system, the language module does not appear to have the property of rapidity of access that Fodor discusses, as indicated by 8.14. Note also that even if Fodor is right in believing that there is a sharp distinction between modules in his sense and the RES-T, WH is holistic in several respects, it does not follow that the RES-I2 is unstructured. In RCT, this seems highly unlikely, if only because of the epistemic boundedness that he notes. Many of the questions arise concerning Fodor's very intriguing discussion of these issues, which I will not pursue here. 2. Concepts of language. 2.1 The common sense concept and departures from it. Let us turn now to the questions of Chapter 1. To begin with, let us distinguish the intuitive, theoretic common sense notion of language from various technical concepts that have been proposed with the intent of developing an eventual science of language. Let us call the latter scientific approaches to language, with an eye directed more toward a possible future than a present reality, some might argue. The scientific approaches, I believe without exception, depart from the common sense notion in several ways. These departures also affect the concepts of knowledge or understanding of language, use of language, rule-guided linguistic behavior, and others. In the first place, the common sense notion of language has a crucial socio-political dimension. Speak of Chinese as a language, although the various Chinese dialects are as diverse as the several Romance languages. We speak of DTCH and German as two separate languages, although some dialects of German are very close to dialects that we call DTCH and are not mutually intelligible with others that we call German. A standard remark in introductory linguistics courses is that a language is a dialect with an army and a navy, attributed to Max Weinreich. That any coherent account can be given of language in this sense is doubtful. Surely, none has been offered or even seriously attempted. Rather, all scientific approaches have simply abandoned these elements of what is called language in common usage. 1. 15. 1.6 Knowledge of a language. The common sense notion also has a normative teleological element that is eliminated from scientific approaches. I do not refer here to prescriptive grammar but to something else. Consider the way we describe a child or a foreigner learning English. Have no way of referring directly to OWHATTHAT person knows. It is not English, nor is it some other language that resembles English. Do not, for example, say that the person has a perfect knowledge of some language similar to English but still different from it. What we say is that the child or foreigner has a partial knowledge of English, or is on his or her way toward acquiring knowledge of English, and if they reach the goal, they will then know English. Whether or not a coherent account can be given of this aspect of the common sense terminology, it does not seem to be one that has any role in an eventual science of language. I will follow standard practice in disregarding these aspects of the common sense notions of language and the associated notions of rule following and so forth, although the departure should be noted, and one may ask whether it is entirely innocent. Modern linguistics commonly avoided these questions by considering an idealized speech community that is internally consistent in its linguistic practice. For Leonard Bloomfield, for example, a language is the totality of utterances that can be made in a speech community, regarded as homogeneous. Bloomfield, 1928/195-7. In other scientific approaches, the same assumption enters in one or another form, explicitly or tacitly, in identification of the object of inquiry. No attempt is made to capture or formulate any concept with the socio-political or normative teleological aspects of informal usage of the term language. The same is true of approaches that understand language to be a social product in accordance with the Saussurian concept of langue. Of course, it is understood that speech communities in the Bloomfieldian sense, that is, collections of individuals with the same speech behavior do not exist in the real world. Each individual has acquired a language in the course of complex social interactions with people who vary in the ways in which they speak and interpret what they hear and in the internal representations that early their use of language. Structural linguistics subtracted from these facts its impts at th or reconstruction, We also abstract from these facts in Bosian-Geeks. Concepts of language I17. 1. OF Chapter 1. Considering only the case of a person presented with uniform experience in an ideal Bloomfieldian speech community with no dialect diversity and no variation among speakers. Should also make note of a more subtle theory internal assumption. The language of the hypothesized speech community, apart from being uniform, is taken to be a pure instance of UG in a sense that MUSDBE made precise, AND to which we will now return. The excluder, for example, a speech community of uniform speakers, each of whom speaks a mixture of Russian and French, say, an idealized version of the 19th century Russian aristocracy. The language of such a speech community will not be pure in the relevant sense, because it will not represent a single set of choices among the options permitted by UG, but rather would include contradictory choices for certain of TH's options. Questions 1 of Chapter 1, then, arise initially under these idealizations, and the same is true, in effect, of other approaches to language, although the fact is often not explicitly recognized and may even sometimes be denied. The legitimacy of these idealizations has sometimes been questioned, but on dubious grounds. For, indeed, they seem indispensable. Surely there is some property of mind that would enable a person to acquire a language under conditions of pure and uniform experience, and surely characterized by UG, is put to use under the real conditions of language acquisition. To deny these assumptions would be bizarre indeed. It would be to claim for that language can be learned only under conditions of diversity and conflicting evidence, which is absurd, or that the property exists. There exists a capacity to learn language in the pure and uniform case, but the actual learning of language does not involve this capacity. In the latter case, we would ask why exists. Is it a vestigial organ of some sort? The natural approach, and one that I think is tacitly adopted even by those who deny the fact, is to attempt to determine the real property of MIND, and then ask how P functions under the more complex conditions of actual linguistic diversity. It seems clear that any reasonably S2DOFDH nature, acquisition, and use of language in real LLI circumstances must accept these assumptions and then proceed on the basis of some tentative characterization of the property of mind P. In short, the ideal I. 18 knowledge of language. Zations made explicit in more careful work are hardly controversial. They isolate for examination the property of the language faculty, the existence of which is hardly in doubt, and Hic is surely a crucial element in actual language acquisition. By making these idealizations explicit and pursuing our inquiry in accordance with them, we do not in any way prejudice the study of language as a social product. On the contrary, it is difficult to imagine how such studies might fruitfully progress without taking into account the real properties of mind that enter into the acquisition of language, specifically, the properties of the initial state of the language faculty characterized by UG. Note also that the study of language and UG, conducted within the framework of individual psychology, allows for the possibility that the state of knowledge attained may itself include some kind of reference to the social nature of language. Consider, for example, what Putnam, 1975, has called the division of linguistic labor. In the language of a given individual, many words are semantically indeterminate in a special sense. The person will defer to experts to sharpen or fix their reference. Suppose, for example, that someone knows that yawls and ketches are sailing vessels but is unsure of the exact reference of the words yawl and ketch, leaving it to specialists to fix this reference. In the lexicon of this person's language, The entries for all and catch will all be specified to the extent of his or her keen knowledge, with an indication that details are to be filled in by others, an idea that can be made precise in various ways but without going beyond the study of the system of knowledge of language of a particular individual. The social aspects of language can be regarded in a like manner, although this is not to deny the possibility or value of other kinds of study of language that incorporate social structure and interaction. Contrary to what is sometimes thought, no conflicts of principle or practice arise in this connection. We are also assuming another idealization, that the property of mind described by VG is a species characteristic common to all humans. We thus abstract from possible variation among humans in the language faculty. It is plausible to suppose that apart from pathology, potentially an important area of inquiry, such variation as there may be is marginal and can be safely ignored across a broad range of linguistic investigation. Again, the assumption is conventional, though generally explicit, in scientific. See Concept TS of LA and GEI 19. In scientific approaches, weaker assumptions than strict identity will suffice for the discussion below, but this stronger assumption seems a reasonable one, to a very good approximation, and I will keep to it here. 2.2 Externalized language. Scientific approaches to language, in the sense of the term used earlier, have developed various technical notions of language to replace the common sense notion. The term grammar has also been used in a variety of ways. In conventional usage, a grammar is a description or theory of a language, an object constructed by a linguist. Let us keep to this usage. Then associated with the various technical notions of language there are corresponding notions of grammar and of universal grammar, UG. Structural and descriptive linguistics TCS, behavioral psychology, and other contemporary approaches tended to view a language as a collection of actions, or utterances, or linguistic forms, words, sentences, paired WITH meanings, or as a system of linguistic forms or even TS. In Saussurian structuralism, the language, langue, was taken to be a system of sounds and an associated system of concepts. The notion of sentence was left in a kind of limbo, perhaps to be accommodated within the study of language use. For Bloomfield, as noted earlier, the language has the totality of utterances that can be made in a speech community. The American variety of structural descriptive linguistics DCS was heavily influenced by Bloomfield's ideas, furthermore concentrated primarily on sound and word structure, apart from various proposals, notably those of Zelig Harris, as to how larger units, phrases, could be constructed by analytic principles modeled on those introduced for phonology and morphology. Many researchers today adopt a position of the sort lucidly developed by David Lewis, who defines a language as a pairing of sentences and meaning NGS, the latter taken to be set theoretic constructions in terms of possible worlds, over an infinite range, where their language is used by a population when certain regularities in action or belief hold among the population with reference to the language, sustained by an entity in communication. 6. 20. Knowledge of LA and GE. Let us refer to such technical concepts as instances of externalized language, e-language, in the sense that the construct is understood independently of the properties of the mind, N. Under the same rubric we may include the notion of language as a collection, or system, of actions or behaviors of some sort. From a point of view such as this, a grammar is a collection of descriptive statements concerning the e-language, the actual or potential speech even TS, perhaps along with some account of their context of use or semantic content. In technical terms, the grammar may be regarded as a function that enumerates the elements of the pound language. Sometimes, Grammar has been regarded as a property of pound language, as in Bloomfield's remark that a grammar is the meaningful arrangement of forms in a language. Bloomfield, 193-3. Despite appearances, the problem of accounting for the unbounded character of the e-language and the person's knowledge of language including this fundamental property is not squarely addressed in such approaches, a matter to which we will return. The pound language is now understood to be the real object of study. Grammar is a derivative notion. The linguist is free to select the grammar one way or another as long as it correctly identifies the e-language. Apart from this consideration, questions of truth and falsity do not arise. Gwyn, for example, has argued that it is senseless to take one grammar rather than another to be correct if they are extensionally equivalent, characterizing the same language. For him, a set of expressions, Gwyn, 1972. And Lewis doubts that there is any way to make objective sense of the assertion that grammar G is used by a population P whereas another grammar G, WH generates the same language as G, is not. The notion of e-language is familiar from the study of formal systems, as is the conclusion J used cited, in the case of the language of arithmetic, for example. There is no objective sense to the idea that one set of rules that generates the well-formed formulas is correct and another wrong. As for Hugh, to the extent that such a study was recognized as legitimate, this theory would consist of statements that are true of many or all man languages, perhaps a set of conditions satisfied by the e-languages that count as human languages. Some appeared to deny the possibility of the enterprise, for example, Martin Jews, who put forth what he called the Boers. See concept of language 21. In view that languages differ from each other without limit and in unpredictable ways, echoing William Dwight VHITNES reference slow the infinite diversity of human speech and Edward Sapire's notion that a language is a human activity that varies without assignable limit. 7 such statements reflect a fairly broad consensus of the time. Although they could hardly have been intended literally, they did express a relativistic impulse that he denigrated the study of Hugh. More precisely, it cannot be that human language varies without assignable limit, although it might be true that it is infinitely diverse. It is an empirical question of some interest whether Hugh permits an infinite variety of possible languages, or a variety that is infinite in more than structurally trivial respects, say, with no bound on vocabulary, or only a finite diversity. Nevertheless, significant contributions were made in a sense within these traditions. For example, the theory of distinctive features in phonology, which greatly influenced structuralist studies in other fields, postulated a fixed inventory of atomic elements from which phonological systems could be drawn, with certain general laws and implicational relations governing the choice. And it was generally assumed that such notions as topic and comment, or subject and predicate, were universal features of language, reflecting the fact that a declarative sentence is about something and says something about it. Later, important work on linguistic universals was conducted by Joseph Greenberg and others, yielding many generalizations that require explanation. For example, the fact that if a language has subject-object-verb order, it will tend to have postpositions rather than prepositions, and so on. Along these lines, then, we may develop a certain technical concept of language, e-language, and an associated concept of grammar and Hugh, as a basis for a scientific study of language. Many different specific ideas fall roughly within this general framework. 2.3 Internalized language. A rather different approach was taken, for example, by Otto Jespersen, who held that there is some notion of structure in the mind of the speaker which is definite enough to guide 22 I knowledge of language. HIM in framing sentences of his own, in particular, free expressions that may be new to the speaker and to others. Point 9 Let's refer to this notion of structure as an internalized language, I-language. The I-language, then, is some element of the mind of the person who knows the language, acquired by the learner, and used by the speaker-hearer. Taking language to be I-language, the grammar would then be a theory of the I-language, which is the object under investigation. And if, indeed, such a notion of structure exists, as Jespersen held, then questions of truth and falsity arise for grammar as they do for any scientific theory. This way of approaching the questions of language is radically different from the one sketched above and leads to a very different conception of the nature of the inquiry. Let us return now to the point of view outlined in Chapter 1. Knowing the language L is a property of a person H. One task of the brain sciences is to determine what it is about H's brain by virtue of which this property holds. Suggested that for H to know the language L is for H's mind, brain, to be in a certain state, more narrowly, for the language faculty, one module of this system, to be in a certain state SL. 10. One task of the brain sciences, then, is to discover the mechanisms that are the physical realization of the state SL. Suppose we analyze the notion H knows language L in relational terms, that is, as involving a relation R, knowing, having, or whatever, holding between H and an abstract entity L. One might question this move. We speak of a person as knowing US history without assuming that there is an entity, US history, that the person knows, or knows in part. Let us, however, assume the move to be legitimate in this case. The assumption will be justified to the extent that this move contributes to providing insight into the questions that primarily concern us, those of Chapter 1. This would be the case, for example, if there are significant principles governing the set of postulated entities L. Suppose that we proceed further to regard talk of mind as talk about the brain undertaken at a certain level of abstraction at which we believe, rightly or wrongly, that significant properties and explanatory principles can be discovered. Then statements about and L belong to the theory of mind, and one task of the brain sciences will be to explain what concept of language I-23. It is about H's brain, in particular, its language faculty, that corresponds to H's knowing L, that is, by virtue of which RH, L, holds, and the statement that RH, L, is true. It is natural to take L to be I-language, Jespersen's notion of structure, regarding this as an entity abstracted from a state of the language faculty, the latter being one component of the mind. Then, for H to know L is for H to have a certain I-language. The statements of a grammar are statements of their theory of mind about the I-language, hence statements about structures of the brain formulated at a certain level of abstraction from mechanisms. These structures are specific things in the world, with their specific properties. The S-statement of a grammar or the S-statement that R, H, L are similar to S-statements of a physical theory that characterizes certain entities and their properties in abstraction from whatever may turn out to be their mechanisms that account for these properties, say, N9. Century theory of T-valence or properties expressed in the periodic table. S-statements of T-I-language or the statement that R, H, L, the various choices of H and L, are true or false. Much in the way that statements about the chemical structure of benzene, or about the valence of oxygen, or about chlorine and fluorine being in the same column of the periodic table are true or false. The I-language L may be the one used by a speaker but T not the I language L, even if the two generate the same class of expressions, or other formal objects, in whatever precise sense we give to this derivative notion. L may not even be a possible human I language, one attainable by the language faculty. A. SYS of human I languages, the human biological endowment that identifies the I languages that are humanly accessible under normal conditions. These are the I languages L such that RH, L, may be true for normal H, under normal conditions. 1. Of course, there is no guarantee that this way of approach in the problems of 1 in Chapter 1 is the correct one. This approach may turn out to be thoroughly misguided, even if it achieves substantial success. Used as a theory of valence, etc. might have turned out to be completely off the track, despite its substantial success in 19th century chemistry. It is always reasonable to consider alternative approaches, if they can be 24 I knowledge of LA and language devised, and this will remain true no matter what successes are achieved. The situation does not seem different in principle from what we find in other areas of empirical inquiry. I will suggest directly that in certain fundamental respects early ideas of rather I language were misguided and different conception, although should be one form replaced later in T/C. Same general framework. The reasons, however, do not derive from any incoherence or flaw in the general approach but rather from empirical considerations of discretion and explanation. 2.4 The shift of focus from kind language to I language. 2.4 1 On the reasons from the shift of focus. In Chapter 1, we saw that the study of generative grammar shifted the focus of attention from actual or potential behavior and the products of behavior to the system of knowledge that underlies the use and understanding of language, and more deeply, to the innate endowment that makes it possible for humans to attain such knowledge. The shift in focus was from the study of language to the study of I language, from the study of language regarded as an externalized object to the study of the system of knowledge of language attained and internally represented in the mind, brain. A generative grammar is not a set of statements of externalized objects constructed in some manner. Rather, it purports to depict exactly what one knows when one knows a language, that is, what has been learned, as supplemented by innate principles. It gives a characterization of these innate, biologically determined principles, which constitute one component of the human mind, the language faculty. This shift of focus, we at once face sections 1 of Chapter 1. I and the earliest work, the answer to 1I, was taken to be that knowledge of language is knowledge of a certain rule system, the answer to I2, that this knowledge arises from an innatal state so that converts experience to STG state SS, which incorporates NI language. Acquisition of languages. Concept of language 25. Len. A matter of adding one's law of relay, or modifying system, as new data are processed. Lion, IA, breaks down in low hands, a perceptual problem and a productian problem. The perceptual problem would be dealt with by construction of the parcel incorporals relay of language along with holler elements, a certain organization of memory and access. Perhaps a deterministic pushdown Saruklu will differ of a certain size, see Mark S. 1980, certain heuristics, and so forth. A parser should not map expressions into their structures in the way that these are associated by the I language. For example, a parser should fail to do so in the case of so-called garden path sentences 12 or sentences that overload memory for left-to-right pass. It should mirror the difficulties experienced with sentences such as 8:1-4 of Chapter 1 and so forth. The production problem is considerably more obscure. We will return to that. The E-language that was the object of study in most of traditional or structuralized grammar or behavioral psychology is now regarded as an epiphenomenon at best. Its status is similar to that of other derivative objects, say, the set of rhyming pairs. WH is also determined by the I language that constitutes the system of knowledge attained. One might argue that the status of the E language is considerably more obscure than that of the set of rhyming pairs, since the latter is determined in a fairly definite way by the I language, whereas the bounds of E language can be set one way or another, depending on some rather arbitrary decisions as to what it should include. Summarizing, then, we have the following general picture. The language faculty is a distinct system of the mind, brain, with an initial state so common to the species, to a very close first approximation, apart from pathology, etc., and apparently unique to it in essential respects. 13. Given appropriate experience, this faculty passes from the state so to some relatively stable steady state S's. WH then undergoes only peripheral modification, say, acquiring new vocabulary items. The attained state incorporates an I language. IT is the state of having or knowing a particular I language. UG is the theory of S0. Particular grammars are theories of various I languages. The I languages that can be attained with so fixed and experience varying are the attainable human languages, whereby language we now. 26. I not so legible language. Mean I language. The steady state has two components that can be distinguished analytically, however, they may be merged and intertwined, a component that is specific to the language in question and the contribution of the initial state. The former constitutes what is learned if this is the appropriate concept to employ in accounting for the transition from the enatal to the mature state of the language faculty. It may well not be. 1-4. The system of knowledge attained there. 1. Language assigns the status to every relevant physical event, say, every sound wave. Some are sentences with a definite meaning, literal, figurative, or whatever. Some are intelligible with, perhaps, a definite meaning, but are ill-formed in one way or another. The child seems sleeping. To whom did you wonder what to give? In some dialects, or do you wonder to whom gave the book? In all dialects. Some are well-formed but unintelligible. Some are assigned a phonetic representation but no more. They are identified as possible sentences of some language, but not mine. Some are mere noise. There are many possibilities. Different I languages will assign status differently in each of these and other categories. The notion of E language has no place in this picture. There is no issue of correctness with regard to E languages, however characterized, because E languages are mere artifacts. We can define E language in one way or another or not at all, since the concept appears to play no role in the theory of language. The shift of focus from E to I language, reviving and modifying much older traditions, was very work in order. The technical concept of E language is a dubious one in at least two respects. In the first place, as J. Just observed, languages in this sense are not real-world objects but are artificial, somewhat arbitrary, and perhaps not very interesting constructs. In contrast, THESTG state of knowledge attained and the enatal state so unreal elements of particular mind, brains, aspects of the physical world, where we understand mental states and representations to be physically encoded in some manner. The Language is abstracted directly as a component of the state attained. Statements about language, about the steady state, and about the initial state so are true or false statement about something real and definite, about actual states of the mind concepts of language 27. Brain and the component under the idealizations already discussed. Yuga and theories of languages, universal and particular grammars, are on a par with scientific theories in other domains. Theories of languages, if sensible at all, have some different and more obscure status because there is no corresponding real-world object. Linguistics, conceived as the study of language and so, becomes part of psychology, ultimately biology. Linguistics will be incorporated within the natural sciences insofar as mechanisms are discovered that have the properties revealed in these more abstract studies. Indeed, one would expect that these studies will be a necessary step toward serious investigation of mechanisms. 15 To put it differently, language, however construed, is further removed from mechanisms than language, a higher order of abstraction. Correspondingly, the concept raises a host of new problems, and it is not at all clear whether they are worth addressing or trying to solve, given the artificial nature of the construct and its apparent uselessness for the theory of language. The shift of focus is also, arguably, a shift toward the common-sense notion of language. This matter is less important than the move toward realism and also much less clear, because, as noted, all of these approaches deviate from the common-sense concept in certain respects. But it seems that when we speak of a person as knowing a language, we do not mean that he or she knows an infinite set of sentences, or sound meaning pairs taken in extension, or a set of acts or behaviors. Rather, what we mean is that the person knows what makes sound and meaning relate to one another in a specific way, what makes them hang together, a particular characterization of a function, perhaps. The person has a notion of structure and knows an language as characterized by the linguist's grammar. When we say that it is a rule of English that objects follow verbs, distinct from the rule of Japanese that verbs follow objects, we are not saying that this is a rule of some set of sentences or behaviors, but rather that it is a rule of a system of rules, English, an language. The rules of the language are not rules of some infinite set of formal objects or potential actions, but are rules that form or constitute the language, like articles of the Constitution or rules of chess, not a set of moves, but a game, a particular rule. 28. KNO LEGEOFLA and QUAJ. System. Of the various technical notions that have been developed in the study of language, the concept of language seems closer to the common-sense notion than others. The shift of perspective from the technical concept language to technical concept language taken as the object of inquiry is therefore a shift toward realism in two respects, toward the study of a real object rather than an artificial construct, and toward the study of what we really mean by a language or knowledge of language in informal usage, again, abstracting from socio-political and normative teleological factors. Of these two considerations, the first is the clearer and more important. It is not to be expected that the concepts that are appropriate for the description and understanding of some system of the physical world, say, language and so, will include the sometimes similar concepts of normal discourse, used as the physicist's concepts of energy or mass and not those of ordinary usage. Furthermore, many questions arise about the usage of the intuitive concepts that have no obvious relevance to the inquiry into the nature of the real objects, language and so. Suppose, for example, that a Martian with a quite different kind of brain were to produce to understand sentences of English as we do, but as investigation would show, using quite different elements and rules, say, without words, the smallest units being memorized phrases, and with a totally different rule system and Duke. \Vilt we then say that the Martian is speaking the same language. \Vith in what limits well do we say ths? SIMILA questions arise as to whether an artificial system is exhibiting some form of intelligence or understanding. These may be reasonable questions concerning the intuitive concepts of language and the like in colloquial usage, but it is not clear that they have much bearing on the inquiry into the real-world objects, language and the initial state S0. 16. The conceptual shift from language to language, from behavior and its products to the system of knowledge that enters into behavior, was in part obscured by accidents of publishing history, and expository passages taken out of context have given rise to occasional misunderstanding. 17. Some questionable terminological decisions also contributed to concepts of LANGUAGEI 29. Understanding. In the literature of generative grammar, the term language has regularly been used for language in the sense of a set of well-formed sentences, more or less along the lines of Bloomfield's definition of language as a totality of utterances. The term grammar was then used with systematic ambiguity, to refer to what we have here called language and also to the linguist's theory of the language. The same was true of the term UG, introduced later with the same systematic ambiguity, referring to so in the theory of S0, because the focus of attention was on language, language being a derivative and a largely artificial construct. We find the paradoxical situation that work devoted to language, the term language appears in my 1965 book Aspects of the Theory of Syntax. For example, there is no entry for language in the index, but many entries under grammar, generally referring to language. It would have been preferable to use the term language in something closer to the intuitive sense of informal usage, that is, to use the term language as a technical term in place of generative grammar, in the sense of language, while adopting some technical term, perhaps language apostrophe, for what was called language. The term generative grammar would then have naturally been used for the linguist's theory of the language, along the lines of the preceding discussion. Much confusion might have been spared in this way. I suspect that the debate in party years over the alleged problems concerning the concepts grammar and knowledge of grammar may in part be traced to these unfortunate terminological choices, which reinforced inappropriate analogies to the formal sciences and gave rise to the erroneous idea that the study of grammar poses new, complex, and perhaps intractable philosophical issues compared with the study of language. 18. The MIS leading choice of term S was, in part, a historical accident. The study of generative grammar developed from the confluence of two intellectual traditions, traditional and structuralist grammar, and the study of formal systems. Although there are important precursors, it was not until the mid-1950s that these intellectual currents truly merged, as ideas adapted from the study of formal systems came to be applied to the far more complex systems of natural language in some theology. 30 IKNO ledge of language. Approaching their actual richness, and in subsequent years, their actual variety, thus making it possible, really for the first time, to give some substance to Humboldt's aphorism that language involves the infinite use of finite means, the finite means being those that constitute the language. But the study of formal languages was misleading in this regard. Then we study, say, the language of arithmetic, we may take it to be a given abstract object, an infinite class of sentences in some given notation. Certain expressions in this notation are well-formed sentences, others are not. And of the well-formed sentences, some express arithmetical truths, some do not. A grammar for such a system is simply some set of rules that specifies exactly the well-formed sentences. In this case, there is no further question of the correct choice of grammar, and there is no truth or falsity to the matter of choosing among S-equivalent grammars. Work the same is true of alternative axiomatizations, although in this case we can now that none of them will capture exactly the truths. It is easy to see how one might take over from the study of formal languages the idea that the language is somehow given as a set of sentences or sentence meaning pairs, while the grammar is some characterization of this infinite set of objects. Hence, it might be thought a construct that may be selected one way or another depending on convenience or other extraneous concerns. The move is understandable, but misguided, and it has engendered much pointless discussion and controversy. Recall Quine's conclusion, cited above, p. 20, that it is senseless to take one grammar rather than another to be correct if they are extensionally equivalent, and Lewis's doubts that there is any way to make objective sense of the assertion that a grammar G is used by a population P whereas another grammar G, WH generates the same language as G, is not. It is QUI truth that for every pound language, however we choose to define this notion, there are many grammars, that is, many grammars, each of which is a theory of a particular language that, under some convention that one has adopted, determines this pound language. But this is a matter of no consequence. In the case of some formal system, say arithmetic, presumably the model in mind, we assume the class of well-formed formulas in some notation to be given, and we select the grammar, the rules of former. Concepts of Langia HI31. Lion, ASWE please. Bully language is null given. Is given lol child is some final array of dollar, on the basis of WHICH LDS mind, I incorporating so, consultation. Language less signs a slow every expression, and we may link of as generaling some language under one or an lessly prolate convenient, or we may dispense will less apparently superfluous slap. Is given lol linguas la final arrays of dollar from various speech communities, including much dollar available lol language learner, on the basis of WHICLINU ISLWILL amplo discover nalur of S0 and of the particular languages or int. The account bristled by Quine, Lewis, and Ollers has slurry backwards, languages are not given, but large arrival more from dollar and from mechanisms la languages and grammars la theories of languages. The choice of language therefore raises a host of new and additional problems beyond those connected with grammar and language. Whether real is worthwhile addressing or employing low solves problems is not at all clear, because the concept of language, however construed, appears low have no significance. The belief language is a fairly clear alien whereas language or grammar raises serious, perhaps irreconcilable philosophical problems, is quite mistaken. Just suppose is true. There are numerous problems concerning aliens language and grammar, but not the ones raised in those discussions. Schwell DB Noldl family characterize aliens of language as a code or a game point correctly loaded language, not official construed language. A code is not less of represent aliens but rather a specific system of rules assigns coded represent aliens low message represent aliens. Two codes may be different, and no fixed lengthenly identical in the message code bearings provide. Similarly, the game is not less of moves but a rule system underlies lam. The South Sri and concept of long, I thought falu narrow in conception, mile be enloped as appropriate in lice respect. The same is a rule of Quines definition of a language as a complex of personal disposalians low verbal behavior insofar as focuses on some internal rallalani language, I thought feel is inexplicable for all reasons. Thus, low individuals who speak the same language may differ radically in 32 I knowledge of their language, their dispositions to verbal behavior, and if dispositions are characterized in terms of probability of response under given conditions, then it is impossible to identify languages in these terms, and again, the fundamental question of the use and understanding of new sentences is left without any explanation. Perhaps the class T account is J.'s person S in terms of the notion of structure that guides the speaker in framing sentences of his own, these being free expressions. As we have seen, these ideas become the focus of attention in the study of generative grammar, although not without controversy. Saussurian structuralism had placed Jesperson's observation about free expressions outside of the scope of the study of language structure, of Sauss's long. Bloomfield, 1933, held that when a speaker produces speech forms that he has not heard, we say that he utters them on the analogy of similar forms which he has heard, a position later adopted by Quine, C. F. Hocker T. and the few others who even attempted to deal with the problem. This idea is not wrong but rather is vacuous until the concept of analogy is spelled out in a way that explains why certain analogies are somehow valid whereas others are not, a task that requires a radically different approach to the whole question. /v, for example, are sentences 6 and 7 of chapter 50, p. 8. Not understood on the analogy of 4 and 5? Why is sentence 1-4 not understood on the analogy of any of the earlier examples, in fact given no interpretation at all? We can give substance to the proposal by explaining analogy in terms of language, a system of rules and principles that assigns representations of form and meaning to linguistic expressions, but no other way to do so has been proposed, and with this necessary revision in the proposal, it becomes clear that analogy is simply an inappropriate concept in the first place. I have been freely using various common-sense notions such as knowledge, rule following, and so forth in this account. Various questions have been raised about the legitimacy of this usage. I will put these questions off for now, returning to them in chapter 4, but meanwhile continuing to use the terms. I think the usage here is reasonably in accord with common usage, but nothing of great moment is at stake, and one could see on SEPTSOF language 3.3. Introduce technical terms for our purposes, giving them the meaning required for this discussion. Sometimes it has been suggested that knowledge of language should be understood on the analogy of knowledge of arithmetic, arithmetic being taken to be an abstract Platonic entity that exists apart from any mental structures. 19 It is not in question here that there does exist what we have called an internalized language, described by what Thomas Bever calls psychogrammar, and that it is a problem of the natural sciences to discover it. What is claimed is that apart from particular languages, there is something else additional, what we might call LP languages, P English, P Japanese, etc., existing in a Platonic heaven alongside of arithmetic and, perhaps, set theory, and that a person who we say knows English may not, in fact, have complete knowledge of P English, or, indeed, may not know it at all. Similarly, the best theory of the language, of what this person actually knows, might not be the best theory of what is selected on some grounds to be P English. 20. The analogy to arithmetic is, however, quite unpersuasive. In the case of arithmetic, there is at least a certain initial plausibility to a Platonistic view insofar as the truths of arithmetic are what they are, independent of any facts of individual psychology, and we seem to discover these truths somewhat in the way that we discover facts about the physical world. In the case of language, however, the corresponding position is wholly without merit. there is no initial plausibility to the idea that apart from the true ths of grammar concerning the I language and the truths of UG concerning so there is an additional domain of fact about P language, independent of any psychological states of individuals. Knowing everything about the mind, brain, a P Latinist would argue, we still have no basis for determining the true ths of arithmetic or set theory. But there is not the slightest reason to suppose that there are truths of language that would still escape our grasp. Of COS, one can see struct to be abstract entities at will, and we can decide to call some of them English or Japanese and to define linguistics as the S2D of these abstract objects, and just not part of the natural sciences, which are concerned with such entities as 34 knowledge and guage. I language and so, with grammar and universal grammar in the sense of the earlier discussion. But there seems little point to such moves. A somewhat similar conception is advanced by Soames, 1984. He distinguishes between two disciplines, psychology and linguistics, each defined by certain leading questions, which are different for the two disciplines. The study of language and S0, as described above, is part of psychology. However, if one's goal is to answer the leading questions of linguistics, one will abstract away from psycholinguistic data that are not constitutive of languages, and similarly, from neurophysiological data, etc. The leading questions of linguistics include, for example, the questions: in what ways are English and Italian alike? In what ways has English changed in the course of its history? And so forth. The concepts English and Italian are taken to be clear enough theoretically to give these leading questions content, a highly dubious assumption for reasons already discussed, and surely not one made in actual linguistic research. Again, no question is raised here about the legitimacy of the investigation of I language and so, rather, the question is whether this study falls under what we will decide to call linguistics and whether there is, as Soames urges, a theoretically sound, empirically significant conception of linguistics that restricts itself to a certain stipulated domain of evidence, to facts that are constitutive of language. One might point out that the terminological proposals that Soames advances are a bit eccentric. It seems odd, to say the least, to define linguistics so as to exclude many of its major or practitioners, for example, Roman Jacobson and Edward Sapir, who would surely not have agreed that what Soames regards as extralinguistic data are irrelevant to the questions of linguistics as they understood them, including the leading questions, and who, in support of their analyses, adduced evidence of a sort that Soames places outside of that constitutive of language. But putting aside terminology, the real question that arises is whether there is any reason to establish a discipline of linguistics that restricts itself on a priori grounds to some particular data and constructs a concept of language that can be studied within this choice of relevant data. Concepts of Vele and Guagi 35. To clarify what is at stake, suppose that two proposed grammars G1 and G2 differ in the choice of phonological features postulated. G1 postulates the system F1, and G2, the system F2. Suppose that G1 and G2 are not distinguishable with respect to the database consisting of what Soames stipulates to be the linguistically relevant facts. Suppose that perceptual experiments of the sort Sapir conducted in his classic work, or other more sophisticated ones, yield results that can be explained in terms of the features of F1 bushel T not F2. Imagine further that studies of aphasia and child language show that language breakdown and growth can be explained along Jacobsonian lines in terms of F1 bushel T no T F2. And that T the choice of F1 but no T F2 provides an account for speech production and recognition, again along Jacobsonian lines. Soames agrees that there is a field of inquiry, Carlyle its cognitive linguistics, which would use this evidence to select G1 over G2 as the theory of language that is represented in the mind, brains of the members of the speech community. But he proposes that there is another discipline, call it abstract linguistics, which dismisses this evidence and regards G1 and G2 as equally well supported by relevant empirical evidence. In fact, a practitioner of linguistics would choose G2 over G1 if it was simpler on some general grounds. There is no doubt that Sapir and Jacobson, among many others, would have followed the path of C-linguistics in such a case, selecting G1 as the grammar and applying this conclusion to the study of leading questions concerning the historical evolution of languages, and so on. 21. The burden of proof clearly fell less on those who believe that alongside C-linguistics, the status of which is not here in question, there is some point in developing the new discipline of linguistics, which not only differs from linguistics as it has actually been practiced by major figures in the field, but also is radically different from anything known in the sciences. It would be regarded as strange indeed to restrict biology or chemistry in some a priori fashion to questions and concepts defined so as to delimit in advance the category of relevant evidence. In the sciences, at least, disciplines are regarded as conveniences, not as ways of putting nature at its joints or as the elaboration of certain fixed concepts, and their boundaries shift or disappear as knowledge and understanding advance. 22 in 36 I not sold Javele and Gwaj. This respect, the study of language as understood in the discus science above is like chemistry, biology, solar physics, or the theory of human vision. Whether the burden of proof faced by advocates of linguistics can be borne, I will not speculate, except to observe that even if it can, the fact would have no consequences with regard to the legitimacy or character of the enterprise we are discussing, as Soames makes clear. Note that the issue is not the legitimacy of abstraction. It is perfectly proper to develop the subject of rational mechanics, a branch of mathematics abstracted from physics that treats planets as mass points obeying certain laws, or to develop theories that consider aspects of our language in abstraction from their physical realization or other properties. Indeed, that is the standard practice, as outlined earlier. But one is not misled thereby into believing that the subject matter of rational mechanics is an entity in a Platonic heaven, and there is no more reason to suppose that that is true in the study of language. 23. 2.4.2 The empirical basis for the study of language. In actual practice, linguistics as a discipline is characterized by attention to certain kinds of evidence that are, for the moment, readily accessible and informative, largely, the judgments of native speakers. Each such judgment is, in fact, the result of an experiment, one that is poorly designed but rich in the evidence it provides. In practice, we tend to operate on the assumption, or pretense, that these informant judgments give us direct evidence as to the structure of the language, but of course, this is only a tentative and inexact working hypothesis, and any skilled practitioner has at his or her disposal an armory of techniques to help compensate for the errors introduced. In general, informant judgments do not reflect the structure of the language directly. Judgments of acceptability, for example, may fail to provide direct evidence as to grammatical status because of the intrusion of numerous other factors. The same is true of other judgments concerning form and meaning. These are, or should be, truisms. 24. In principle, evidence concerning the character of their language and initial state could come from many different concepts of language 37 sources apart from judgments concerning the form and meaning of expressions, perceptual experiments, the study of acquisition and deficit or of partially invented languages such as griots, -2s, or of literary usage or language change, neurology, biochemistry, and so on. It was one of the many contributions of the late Roman Jacobson to have emphasized this fact, in principle, and in his own work in practice. As in the case of any inquiry into some aspect of the physical world, there is no way of delimiting the kinds of evidence that might, in principle, prove relevant. The study of language structure as currently practiced should eventually disappear as a discipline as new types of evidence become available, remaining distinct only insofar as its concern is a particular faculty of the mind, ultimately the brain, its initial state and its various sustainable mature states. To be sure, the judgments of native speakers will always provide relevant evidence for the study of language. Just as perceptual judgments will always provide relevant evidence for the study of human vision, although one would hope that such evidence will eventually lose its uniquely privileged status. If a theory of language failed to account for these judgments, it would plainly be a failure. We might, in fact, conclude that it is not a theory of language, but rather of something else. But we cannot know in advance just how informative various kinds of evidence will prove to be with regard to the language faculty and its manifestations, and we should anticipate that a broader range of evidence and deeper understanding will enable us to identify in just what respects informant judgments are useful or unreliable and why, and to compensate for the errors introduced under the tentative working assumption, which is indispensable for today, and does provide us with rich and significant information. It is important to bear in mind that the study of one language may provide crucial evidence concerning the structure of some other language, if we continue to accept the plausible assumption that the capacity to acquire language, the subject matter of is common across the species. This conclusion is implicit in the research program outlined earlier. A study of English is a study of the realization of the initial state so under particular conditions. Therefore, it embodies assumptions, which should be made explicit, concerning so. But so is a 38 knowledge of language. Constante, therefore, Japanese must be an instantiation of the same initial state under different conditions. Investigation of Japanese might show that the assumptions concerning so derived from the study of English were incorrect. These assumptions might provide the wrong answers for Japanese, and after correcting them on this basis we might be led to modify the postulated grammar of English. Because evidence from Japanese can evidently bear on the correctness of a theory of so, it can have indirect but very powerful bearing on the choice of the grammar that attempts to characterize the language attained by a speaker of English. This is a standard practice in the study of generative grammar. For this reason alone it is quite wrong to suppose that there are no grounds to choose among extensively equivalent grammars for a given language, CPP. 2031. One of these might, for example, require a theory of so that is demonstrably inadequate for some other language. On the highly relativistic assumptions of certain varieties of descriptive linguistics that held that each language must be studied in its own terms, this research program may seem to be senseless or illegitimate, although one should note that this point of view was, in part, an ideology that was not observed in practice. If we are interested in discovering the real properties of the initial state of the language faculty and of its particular realizations as potential or actual languages, the ideology must be abandoned, and we must regard a theory of one language as subject to change on the basis of evidence concerning other languages, mediated through a theory of or evidence of other sorts. We observed that it is a task for the brain sciences to explain the properties and principles discovered in the study of mind. More accurately, the interdependency of brain sciences and the study of mind is reciprocal. The theory of mind aims to determine the properties of the initial state so and each attainable state cell of the language faculty, and the brain sciences seek to discover the mechanisms of the brain that are the physical realizations of these states. There is a common enterprise to discover the correct characterization of the language faculty in its initial and attained states, to discover the truth about the language faculty. This enterprise has conducted at several levels an abstract characterization in the theory of mind, and an CONCEPTSOFLA inquiry into mechanisms in the brain sciences. In principle, discoveries about the brain should influence the theory of mind, and at the same time the abstract study of states of the language faculty should formulate properties to be explained by the theory of the brain and is likely to be indispensable in the search for mechanisms. To the extent that such connections can be established, the study of the mind in particular, of language will be assimilated to the mainstream of the natural sciences. So little is now known about the relevant aspects of the brain that we can barely even speculate about what the corrections might be. Can, however, imagine how they might be established in principle, however remote the goal. Suppose that the study of language establishes certain general principles of binding theory that explain facts of the sort discussed in Chapter 50. Then a task of the brain sciences is to determine what mechanisms are responsible for the fact that these principles hold. Suppose that we have two theories of the state of knowledge attained by a particular person, and suppose further that these theories are extensionally equivalent in the sense that they determine the same kind language in whatever sense we give to this derivative notion. It could in principle turn out that one of these grammars incorporates properties and principles that are readily explained in terms of brain mechanisms, whereas the other does not. Similarly, two theories of Yup that are equivalent in that they specify exactly the same set of attainable languages might be distinguishable in terms of properties of the brain. For example, one might contain certain principles and possibilities of variation that can be readily explained in terms of brain mechanisms, and the other not. It is easy enough to imagine cases of this sort. Suppose that theory I contains the principles Pi, Pn, and theory 2 contains the principles Q1, Qm, and that the two theories are logically equivalent. The principles of each can be deduced from the principles of the other so that any description of behavior or potential behavior in terms of one of these theories can be reformulated in terms of the other. It could be that the brain sciences would show that each Pi corresponds to some determinate complex of neural mechanisms, whereas there is no such. 40 knowledge of LA and Quaj. A quantity of the Q/S. Some brain injury, for example, might selectively modify the P/S but not the Q/S. In such a case, fact sub T the brain would select among theories of the mind that might be empirically indistinguishable in other terms. Although results of this sort are remote in the current state of understanding, they are possible. The relation of brain and mind, so conceived, is a problem of the natural sciences. 2.4.3 Some consequences of the shift of focus. To summarize, we may think of a person's knowledge of a particular language as a state of the mind, realized in some arrangement of physical mechanisms. We abstract their language as what is known by a person in this state of knowledge. This finite system, the I-language, is what the linguist's generative grammar attempts to characterize. If I say that this system has such and such properties, what I say is true or false. I am, in short, proposing a theoretical account of the properties of certain mechanisms, an account presented at a level of abstraction at which we believe that significant properties of these mechanisms can be expressed and principles governing these mechanisms of their functions elucidated. The S2D is in some ways similar to what Gunther Stent has called cerebral hermeneutics, referring to the abstract investigation of the ways in which the visual system constructs and interprets visual experience. Stent 198-1. Similarly, Ug is the study of one aspect of biological endowment analogous to the study of the innate principles that determine that we will have a human rather than an insect visual system. The technical concept knowledge of language is a reasonably close approximation to what is informally called knowledge of language, abstracting from several aspects of the common sense notion as discussed earlier, although this consideration is a secondary one for reasons already mentioned. The shift of point of view to a mentalist interpretation of the study of language was, as noted earlier, one factor in the development of the contemporary cognitive sciences, and constituted a step toward the incorporation of the study of language within the natural sciences, because it helps pave the way to an inquiry into the mechanisms with the properties exhibited in C. Concept of language 41. The study of rules and representations. This shift also led at once to a recasting of many of the traditional questions of language study. Many new and challenging problems arose, while a number of familiar problems dissolved when viewed from this perspective. Consider the study of sound structure, the primary focus of attention in structural and descriptive linguistics. Taking language as the topic of inquiry, the problem is to discover the elements into which the stream of speech is subdivided and their properties and structural arrangements, phonemes and features, regarded as segments of an acoustic wave that form more of a series of articulatory motions. Much of phonological theory consisted of analytic procedures for accomplishing this task. Focusing on the language, however, the problem is a rather different one, to find the mental representations that underlie the production and perception of speech and the rules that relate these representations to the physical events of speech. The problem is to find the best theory to account for a wide variety of facts, and we do not expect that analytic procedures exist to accomplish this task, just as there are no such procedures in other fields. Consider, for example, the words listed below, where column I is the conventional orthography, column 2 appears I. Bet bent bend not nod right ride W retur rider. 2. Bet bent bend nat nad rate plus R raid plus R. 3. Bet bt bend nat nad rate R raid doctor R radr. To be the correct phonological representation, and column the approximate phonetic representations in one dialect of English, taking A to be a short vowel and A a corresponding long vowel, their exact phonetic character is irrelevant here. 42 IKNO led GE of LA and GE. E, a nasalized counterpart to E, and D a tongue flap rather like a trilled R. We may assume that the phonetic representations of column 3 correspond to actual speech even by universal principles of interpretation that essentially preserve linearity, that is, the sequence of phonetic symbols corresponds to the sequence of sounds. The matter is not this simple, as is well known. The phonological representations of the second column, not the phonetic representations of the third, correspond to the way that we intuitively hear these words. Although phonetic analysis reveals that bet and bent differ only in nasalization of the medial vowel, and that each has 3 phonetic segments as distinct from the 4-segment word bend, this does not correspond to the intuitive perception. We hear not and nod as differing only in one feature, voicing of the final consonant, not in both the vowel and the consonant, as, for example, not versus ned. The representations of writer and rider that we intuitively perceive and that clearly relate to lexical and syntactic structure are as indicated in the second column, with plus standing for the break between the lexical item and the agentive affix, not the third, although the latter expresses the phonetic fact that the words differ only in vowel quality. Examples such as these posed difficulty problems for an approach to phonology that sought to determine phonological units by analytic procedures applying to actual speech events. The question is the status of the representations of column 2, which were always recognized to be correct in some sense although their elements do not correspond point by point to the actual sounds of speech, the subparts of the actual specimens of e-language. Shifting the focus of attention to I-language, the problems quickly dissolve. The representations of column 2 are essentially the mental representations of the lexicon, which enter into the syntax and semantics. The phonetic representations of column 3 derive from these by a straightforward relay, most of them quite general. Vowels assume a particular quality before voiced and unvoiced consonants and become nasalized before nasal consonant s. The nasal consonant drops before an unvoiced dental, and, in this dialect, the dental stops merge as d immediately under this stress contour. Applying these rules, we derive the phonetic forms 3 from the lexical phonological representer. Concepts of LANGYGEI 43. II. The latter representations are not derived from the speech sounds by analytic procedures of segmentation, classification, extraction of physical features, and so forth, but are established and justified as part of the BST theory for accounting ultimately for the general relation between sound and meaning of the I-language. Further syntactic and semantic rules apply to the representations of to in the expressions in which these words appear. The I-language, incorporating the rules that form the representations to and the rules that relate them to 3, is acquired by the child by applying the principles incorporated in the initial state S0 to the presented facts. The problem for the grammarian is to discover these principles and show how they lead to the choice of the representations to, assuming these to be correct. The failure of taxonomic procedures is of no significance, because there is no reason to believe that such procedures play any role in language acquisition or have any standing as part of you. As these very simple examples illustrate, even at the level of sound structure, mental representations may be relatively abstract, that is, not related in a simple way to actual specimens of linguistic behavior. In fact, this is even true of the phonetic representations, as a closer analysis would ask how. As we move to other levels of inquiry into the I-language, we find increasing evidence that mental representations are abstract in this sense. The systems of rules and principles that form and modify them are fairly simple and natural, although they interact to yield structures of considerable complexity and to determine their properties in quite a precise fashion. In short, the language faculty appears to be, at its core, a computational system that is rich and narrowly constrained in structure and rigid in its essential operations, nothing at all like a complex of dispositions or a system of habits and analogies. This conclusion seems reasonably well established and has been given considerable substance. There is no known alternative that even begins to deal with the actual facts of language, and empirically meaningful debate takes place largely within the framework of these assumptions. Nevertheless, it has to be observed that the conclusion is in many ways a rather surprising one. One might not have expected that a complex biological system such as the language 44 knowledge of language faculty would have evolved in this fashion, and if indeed it has, that discovery is of no small significance. 26. The scope of the shift to a mentalist or conceptualist interpretation, to internalized rather than externalized language, is broader than has been sometimes appreciated. Quite explicitly, it included the study of syntax, phonology, and morphology. I think it also eludes much of what is misleadingly called the semantics of natural language. Say misleadingly because I think that much of this work is not semantics at all, if by semantics we mean the study of the relation between language and the world, in particular, the study of truth and reference. Rather, this work deals with certain postulated levels of mental representation, including representations of syntactic and lexical form and others called Model S or pictures or discourse representations or situations, or the like. that the relation of these latter systems to the world of objects with properties and relations, or to the world as it is believed to be, is often intricate and remote, far more so than one might be led to believe on the basis of simple examples. The relation cannot, for example, be described as incorporation or element-by-element association. Consider, for example, the principles of pronominal reference, which have been central to these quasi-semantic investigations. If I say John thinks that he is intelligent, he may refer to John, but not if I say he thinks that John is intelligent. 27 can account for such facts by a theory of the structural configurations in which a pronoun can acquire its reference from an associated name that binds it. The same principles, however, apply to such sentences as the average man thinks that he is intelligent, he thinks that the average man is intelligent, or John Doe thinks that he is intelligent, where John Doe is introduced as a designation for the average man. But no one assumes that there is an entity, the average man, or John Doe, to which the pronoun is permitted to refer in one but not the other case. If I say John took a look at him, but it was too brief to permit a positive identification, it can refer to the look that John took, but the near synonym John looked at him cannot be extended in this way with the same interpretation, although no one believes that there are looks that a person can take, to one of which the pronoun it in there. Conceptsofla and Gwaj 45. Vers else en lens refers. Or, consider such widely discussed examples as everyone who owns a donkey heals eel, problematic because the pronoun it does not appear to be formally within the scope of the qualified noun phrase a donkey binds eel. 1 mile low approach analysis of such sentences by consul ruling a representation will properly for every pair, man, donkey, if own holds of the pair, len so does beat. Then we should say same a bell, everyone who has a chance was eel, will you well, however, viewing ourselves low belief among the lings in the world there are chances. Even if we resolute ourselves low complex ra, we can hardly assume il lies in the world, or in the world as we believe il be, will correspond low terms will appear, the ra looks will endure and dollars will charm, the ra chances la risky low lake, the ra preliminaries will should not be passed up, elk. One can think of many still more extreme examples. There has been much concern over slales of fictional and absolute objects, the problem. In fact, less far deeper. One can speak of reference or co-reference will termine legibly if one postulates a domain of many objects associated with formal entities of language by relation with many of the properties of reference. Well, all of lice is in lan low area of men lal representalians. Il is a form of syntax. There seems no obvious sense in populating lextra men lal world will corresponding in lilies, nor any empirical consequence or gain in explanatory force in doing so. Insofar as lice is the study of the real alien of syntactics nuclear reslo models, piclaws, and like, should be regarded as pure syntax, the study of various men lal represent aliens, low be supplemented by a theory of the real alien as men objects bear low world or low world as eel is conceived or believed low be. Possible alien of such mental representation aliens is not innocuous, well must be justified by empirical argument just in the case of phonological or less syntactic representation aliens. Thus, the Schiffelode of mind encompasses the substantial part of what has been called and licks as well. A conclusion is only qualified if we consider more of outwardly conceptual approaches Lowell's Lopex. 46 knots knowledge of LA and Gwaj. To proceed, we are now concerned with language and the initial state of the language faculty, with the linguists, grammars and Duke. As a tentative empirical hypothesis, we might take the language to be a rule system of some sort, a specific realization of the options permitted by Uke, fixed by presented experience. The rule system assigns to each expression a structure, which we may take to be a set of representations, one on each linguistic level, or a linguistic level is a particular system of mental representation. Is structure must provide whatever information about an expression is available to the person who knows the language, insofar as this information derives from the language faculty. Its representation S must specify used what the language faculty contributes to determining how the expression is produced, used, and understood. A linguistic level is a system consisting of a set of minimal elements, primes, an operation of concatenation that forms the S of primes, as much mathematical apparatus as is necessary to construct appropriate formal objects from these elements S, the relevant relation S that hold of these elements, and a class of designated formal objects, markers, that are assigned to expressions as their representations on this level. The rule system expresses the relations among the various levels in the language in question and determines the elements and properties of each level. At the level of phrase structure, for example, the primes are the minimal elements that enter into syntactic description, JOHN, run, past tense, N, V, S, etc. The basic relation is as A. John is an N, John ran is an S, etc. And the phrase markers will be certain formal objects constructed out of primes that express completely the relation is A. The phrase marker for the string John ran will indicate that the full string is an S, sentence, that John is an N, noun, and an NP, noun phrase, and that ran is a V, verb, and a VP, verb phrase. Examples appear below. The theory of linguistic structure, UG, will have the task of specifying these concepts precisely. To S, the theory must provide grammars for the I languages that can, in principle, be attained by a human mind, brain, given appropriate experience, 29, and it must furthermore be so constrained that J used the right I language is determined, given the kind of evidence that suffices for language acquisition. Turn next to these questions. Concept TSOFL language I47. Notes. 1. These observations, general ly considered truisms, are rejected by Katz, 198-1, pages 79 to 80, on the GRUNDS that to recognize the fact that the concepts language and dialect of colloquial usage involve a socio-political dimension dbling that the concept of Noam is not a concept of mathematics but a socio-political one. There is no reason to accept this curious conclusion. 2. However, there were exceptions, for example, the theory of overall patterns, of which each English H dialect was held to be a subsystem. See Traja and DSMITH, 195-1. Note that the question of variable rules, as discussed by some sociolinguists, is not relevant here. 3. /T as I'd hear JST what this term would mean in Bloomfieldian or any other variety of behaviorist linguistics. Pursuing a Wilkin approach, one would have to explain used what it means to say that people speak the very same language although they do not tend to say the same things in given circumstances. The same question arises if language is defined as a complex of present dispositions to verbal behavior. Quine, 1960, as do other problems that seem insoluble if the technical constructed concept language is to be a useful term for the investigation of language, or to have any relation to what we call language. On this matter, see Chomsky, L. 975b, pp. 192-195. 4. O'Neill might also note some unintentionally comical objections. Suic has the charge by Oxford Professor of Linguistics Roy Harris, 1983, that the standard idealization, which he ascribes to South Bloomfield Chomsky, reflects a fascist concept of language if ever there was one. because it takes the ideal speech community to beta to LLY homogeneous. 5. For some discuss iron, see Chomsky, 1964, and Pose Tal, 1964. For comparison of transformational generative grammar with Harris's ELY theory of transformations, regarded as an analytic procedure reapplying beyond the sentence level of structural grammar, see the introduction to Chomsky, L. 975a. 6. Lewis, 1975. Lewis provides one of the clearest presentations of an extensional approach to language and also a critique of studies of internalized language in the sense described below. For critical discussion, see Chomsky, 1980b. 7. Editorial comments in Jews, 195-7, /Whitney, 1872, Sapir, 192-1. Whitney, who exerted a major influence on Southern and American linguistics, was criticizing Stenthal's Humboldtian approach. W. Hickey Belev, far less naturally into the earlier tradition referred to. 48. Knowledge of their language. Above, Humboldt, who is widely regarded, for example, by Bloomfield, as an extreme relativist, in fact held that all languages with regard to their grammar are very similar, if they are investigated not superficially, but deeply in their inner nature. See Chomsky, 1966, p. 90, and references Sit ed. For further discussion. 8. This question, however, was surely not what Whitney had in mind. 9. Jesperson, 1924. On Jesperson's notions as compared to those of contemporary generative grammar, see Reynolds, 197-1, Chomsky, 1977, Chapter 1. 10. One might argue that the systems we are considering constitute only one element of the faculty of language, understood more broadly to encompass other capacities involved in the use and understanding of language. For example, what is some deems parallel and communicative competence, or parts of the human conceptual system that are specifically related to language. See Chomsky, 1980b. I will put such questions aside here, continuing to use the term language faculty in the narrower sense of the previous discussion. 1. For a related but somewhat different way of viewing these questions, see Higginbotham, 1983b. 2. Those that tended to yield a false pause, such as Thomas Bever's example, the horse raced party, the barn full L, where the first 6 words are generally taken to constitute a full LL clause, leaving no interpretation for the final word, although on reflection it is clear that the expression is a well-formed sentence stating that a certain horse fell, namely, the one that was raced past the barn. 13. Obviously, the questions of innateness and species specificity are distinct. It has been alleged that I and others have taken innate and species-specific to be synonyms. Cartmill, 1984. I am unaware of any examples of such confusion, although there are a number of articles refuting it. 14. See Chomsky, 1980b, pp. 134-139. 15. On Th's matter, see Ma, 1982. Note that the question of the legitimacy or sense of a realist interpretation of science in general is not at issue here. Rather, nothing new in principle seems to arise in the case of the study of language and its origins. If one wants to consider the question of realism, psychology and linguistics seem poor choices. The question should be raised with regard to the more advanced sciences, where there is much better hope of gaining insight into the matter. See Chomsky, 1980b, for further discussion. 16. For some commentary on the general issue, see ENC 1983. 17. On some misunderstandings, W.H. Chikar repeated in subsequent work that I will not discuss here. See Chomsky, 1980b, pp. See Concept S of LA and Gwajai 49. 123-128. As for the publishing history, the earliest publications on generative grammar were presented in a framework suggested by certain topics in automata theory, for example, my syntactic structures, 195-7 actual LYCOS notes for an undergraduate course at MIT and hints presented from a point of view related to interests of these students. Specifically, linguistic work, such as Chomsky, L 975A, was not publishable at the time. In the latter, considerations of weak generative capacity, i.e., characterizability of languages, finite automata and the like were completely absent. An emphasis was on language, although the term was not used. 1-8. For further discussion of this matter, see Chomsky, 1980b. 1-9. See Katz, 198-1, and Bever, 1983. 20. This will follow if the evidence stipulated to be relevant to identifying a certain P-Latonic language as P-English is distinct from the evidence that bears on the theory of the language actually represented in the mind, brains of speakers of English, or if some novel canons are adopted for interpreting evidence. By a similar procedure, we could establish P-Latonistic biology, concerned, for example, with what Katz calls the essential property of the heart, that it is a pump, and thus abstracting from the physical laws that make it beat, a non-essential property. We might then find that the best biological theory is distinct from the best theory of Platonistic biology. JUST is the best, ultimately, biologica theory of language might be distinct from the best theory of Platonistic language. However, it is specified, for Katz, by analysis of our concept of the abstract object natural language. 2-1. For some recent discussion of the matter in connection with historical linguistics, see Lightfoot, 1979. 22. Katz insists that disciplines such as chemistry, biology, and so forth have inherent, conceptual determined boundaries. Indeed, he regards the claim as uncontroversial, the alternative being a form of nihilism that will turn the spectrum of well-focused academic disciplines into chaos. Opposite. 2-3. Arguments that have been offered to the contrary seem to me question-begging or otherwise flawed. Thus, Katz argues against Hilary Putnam that if what we call cats were discovered to be robots controlled from outer space, they will not be cats, because the meaning of cat in the Platonic entity P-English is full in animal. This will remain true even if it were determined that in the language of each speaker of English, cat is understood in accordance with Putnam's analysis. W.H. takes cat to be of the same natural kind, a concept of science, as particular exemplars. The argument goes through, trivially, with regard to P-English as Katz stipulates its 50 not so leggy of language properties. But Putnam was proposing a theory concerning human languages and conceptual systems, concerning English, not P-English as Katz defines it, and Katz offers no reason to believe that his Platonic object merits the name English any more than an equally legitimate abstract object that would incorporate Putnam's assumptions. Throughout, the arguments are of this sort. Katz also presents an account of the history of generative grammar and of documents he cites that is seriously inaccurate, as is often evident even on internal grounds. See also Chomsky, 198-1, pp. 314315. 24. For discussion of some common misunderstandings about these and related matters, see Newmeyer, 1983. 25. On the relevance of this material, see Bickerton, 1984, and Raffia and Sisset ed., and discussion in the same issue of the Journal. 26. For some discussion, see Chomsky, L. 980b, 198-1, and Chomsky, Hybrids, and Van Rijmsdijk K. 1982. 27. The matter is more complex. C. Evans, 1980, and Higginbotham, L. 983a. But we can put aside the required sharpening of these notions here. 28. For an early effort, see Chomsky, 1975a, dating from 1955-56. 29. A stronger requirement will be that you specify exactly the languages attainable under normal conditions. It is not obvious, however, that you meets these conditions. The attainable languages are those that fall in the intersection of those determined by and the HUMRNLY learnable systems, and conditions on learnability might exclude certain grammars permitted by UG. Similar remarks hold with regard to parsing. For backgrounds of these matters, see Wex, Le and Pule cover, 1980, and Berg and Weinberg, 1984. 3. Facing Plato's problem. 3. 1. A model of explanation. With a shift of focus from pound language to I-language, from the study of behavior and its products to the study of systems of mental representation and computation, a number of questions arise. Some relate to the legitimacy or the proper bounds of this move. These I will put aside until Chapter 4. Others arise internally to the research program that develops naturally from this shift of focus. These are substantive questions as to how the general ideas should be fleshed out. Let us now turn to these questions. The central task is to find the basic elements of I-language, henceforth, language. One must, in the first place, show that the devices provided by the theory of UG are adequate to the descriptive task at hand, that is, that they are rich enough to account for the attested variety of languages and, indeed, for their possible variety. A second task is to show that these devices are meager enough so that very few languages are made available to the language learner, given data that, in fact, suffice for language acquisition. Unless this condition is satisfied by the theory of UG, it will be impossible to account for the fact that languages are learned. The transition from the initial state to the steady state takes place in a determinate fashion, with no conscious hesitation or choice. The transition is essentially uniform for individuals in a given speech community despite diverse experience. The state attained is highly articulated and very rich, providing a specific interpretation for a vast array of sentences lacking close models in our experience. These conditions of our variant of Plato's problem set the second task that the research program must address. 51. 52 I not leggo FL language E. The two tasks just mentioned are in conflict. To achieve descriptive adequacy, it often seems necessary to enrich the system of available devices, whereas to solve our case of Plato's problem we must restrict the system of available devices so that only a few languages, or just one, are determined by the given data. It is the tension between the two tasks that makes the field an intellectually interesting one, in my view. The earliest ideas were roughly as follows. Suppose that UG provides a certain format for languages, that is, a specification of permitted types of rules and permissible interactions among them. Any rule system satisfying the proposed format qualifies as a possible human language. We assume initially that there are infinitely many such rule systems, that is, there is no bound on the complexity of the rules that may enter into these systems. The mind employs certain primitive operations to interpret some of the data presented to it as linguistic experience, then selects among the languages consistent with this experience in accordance with an evaluation metric that assigns an abstract value to each language. The initial state of the language faculty, so, incorporates the primitive operations, the format for possible rule systems and the evaluation metric. Given experience, the language faculty in the state so searches the class of possible languages, selecting the highest t-valued one consistent with the date to and entering the state S1, which incorporates the rules of this language. Given new data, the system enters S2, and so forth, until it enters a state S's in which the procedure terminates, either because of some property of S's or because the system has reached a state of maturation that does not permit it to proceed. At each step, the learner's mind selects the highest valued, simplest, language consistent T with the newly presented evidence and its current state. 1. We might further suggest T as an empirical hypothesis that order of presentation of data is irrelevant, so that learning is as if it were instantaneous, as if so maps the data directly to S5. More explicitly, consider the following empirical hypothesis. Suppose we regard SO as a function mapping a collect 1 of data E to a state attained. If E is the totality of data available to the language learner, then the steady state S's attained is SO E, the result of applying the principles of SO to E. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI53. We then have a certain model of language acquisition and also a model of explanation. We explain the fact that so and so. For example, that such sentences as 2, 1, 4 of chapter 1 have the range of meanings they do have, and that the person H knows this. By showing that these facts are determined by the rules of their highest valued language consistent T with the data presented to H. Continuing to think OF a grammar as a theory OF a language. We may say that a grammar is descriptively adequate for a particular language to the extent that it correctly describes this language. A theory of use meets the condition of explanatory adequacy to the extent that it provides descriptively adequate grammars under the boundary conditions set by experience. A theory of use that meets this condition will, then, permit relevant facts about linguistic expressions to be derived from the grammars it selects, thus providing an explanation for their facts. This is, in fact, the model of explanation generally used in linguistics, insofar as one or another approach is concerned with explanation at all. This model depends crucially on their legitimacy of the idealization to instantaneous learning, that is, on the correctness of the empirical assumption. 1. Insofar as this move is empirically incorrect, there will be no explanations of the standard form. Conversely, if such explanations can be produced, that counts as evidence that the empirical assumption, which is not at all an obvious one, is correct. One can imagine various intermediate the assumption 1 positions, but so far seems Aras Tehirokidni undiscoverably hypothesis, perhaps. Singly. It is important to be clear about what is and what is not implied by the idealization to instantaneous learning, that is, the empirical hypothesis. 1. A wide range of empirical possibilities are consistent with this hypothesis. For example, it might be that some of the principles of SO are available to the language learner only at a later stage of language acquisition. That the language faculty matures through childhood making. Various principles available at particular stages of the process. Furthermore, it might be that because of memory restrictions or whatever, only simpler parts of the evidence C that leads to attainment of the steady state are available to the child at early stages of language acquisition. It may also be that an option 54 IK knowledge language permitted by UK is fixed in one manner at an early stage of acquisition, and the choice is reversed at a later stage on the basis of evidence not available or unused at the earlier stage. 2. These possibilities are not in themselves inconsistent with the empirical hypothesis that the steady state attained is, in fact, identical to the result of applying the principles of so instantaneously to the available evidence C, taken as a set presented at an instant of time, or, perhaps more realistically, that this is true to a close approximation. What the empirical hypothesis asserts is that irrespective of questions of maturation, order of presentation, or selective availability of evidence, the result of language acquisition is as if it were instantaneous. In particular, intermediate states attained do not change the principles available for interpretation of data at later states in a way that affects the state attained. If certain principles come into operation only at later stages of maturation, this does not show that they are not to be attributed to the initial state S0. The course of maturation is genetically determined, although influenced by the course of experience in various ways. The onset of puberty, for example, varies over a wide range depending on such factors as nutrition, but the processes are genetically determined. Presumably death is determined by genetic factors, although its timing and manner reflect environmental factors. Genetically determined factors in development evidently are not to be identified with those operative at birth. There is good reason to believe that the language faculty undergoes maturation. In fact, the order and timing of this maturation appear to be rather uniform despite considerable variation in experience and other cognitive faculties, but this does not bear on the correctness of the empirical assumption embodied in the idealization to instantaneous learning, which appears to be at least a very good first approximation to the facts and, as noted, is presupposed, explicitly or implicitly, in work that does attempt to offer explanations for what is known. S. The model of acquisition and explanation assumed in this early work is essentially that of Peircean abduction. Innate limitations, the guessing instinct, yield a small class of admissible hypotheses that are submitted to corrective action, a procedure that works because man's mind has a natural facing PLA2's problem I55. Adaptation to imagining correct theories of some kind. Pierce. 4. In LIT of the facts of language acquisition, the basic problem is to construct UG so that the class of admissible hypotheses is small, perhaps single-membered. If so, UG provides a significant part of the answer to question III of Chapter 1 and attains explanatory adequacy in significant respects. If not, it does not. Similar considerations apply in other cognitive domains as well, I believe. See Chomsky, 1 975b, L 980b. As discussed earlier, the basic problem is that our knowledge has richly articulated and shared with others from the same speech community, whereas the data available are much too impoverished to determine it by any general procedure of induction, generalization, analogy, association, or whatever. There is good reason to believe that children learn language from positive evidence only, corrections not Benji required or relevant, and they appear to know the facts without relevant experience in a wide array of complex cases, such as those illustrated in Chapter 1. It must be, then, that the guessing instinct submits very few admissible hypotheses to the evaluation procedure. The richness of the class of languages admitted by UG, its generative capacity, is a matter of no obvious empirical import. What is important T is a requirement of feasibility that has no clear relation to scope of UG. What is required for feasibility is that given data, only a fairly small collection of languages be made available for inspection and evaluation. For example, languages might be sufficiently scattered in value so that only few are so available. A theory of UG might fail to satisfy the feasibility requirement if its scope were finite and might satisfy it if IT were to permit the maximum variety of relay systems in a sense that can be made precise. Both the facts concerning the structure of UG are relevant at this point, not generative capacity. 5. As noted, there is a tension between the demands of descriptive and explanatory adequacy. To achieve the latter, it is necessary to restrict available descriptive mechanisms so that few languages are accessible. Many might be consistent with the evidence, but THs would not matter if only few are highly valued. To achieve descriptive adequacy, however, the available devices must be rich and diverse enough to deal with the phenomena exhibited in the possible human languages. We therefore face conflicting requirements. We might identify the field of 56 knowledge of language, generative grammar, as an area of research, with a domain in which this tension remains unresolved. The dilemma arose in a clear and sharp form as soon as the research program of generative grammar was formulated. As noted in Chapter 1, the earliest efforts to construct explicit grammars quickly uncovered an array of new phenomena previously unobserved in studies that tried on the intelligence of the reader, including quite simple ones. To deal with these facts it seemed necessary to enrich the class of descriptive devices, but this could not be the correct move, given the requirement of explanatory adequacy. Let us consider now how the problem has been addressed, and the recent conceptual shift to which these efforts have led. 3.2. Rule systems. The format proposed in the earliest work allowed for two types of rules: phrase structure rules that form phrase markers. CP 46, above, namely, representations in which categorical structure, noun phrase, prepositional phrase, clause, etc., is indicated, and transformational rules that convert phrase markers into other phrase makers. This proposed format for rules was adapted from traditional descriptive and historical grammar, recast in terms of ideas developed in the theory of computation, recursive function theory, the theory of algorithms. Classical grammar recognized that words are organized into phrases, an idea that was clear in the 17th century Port Royal grammar and that has antecedents in classical rhetorical theory. Here non-figurative style is characterized as untransposed, that is, with words that are connected placed next to one another. In the formulation of a sophist handbook of the Aristotelian period, the first testament of this idea according to Richard Ogle, 1980. It was a straightforward matter to formalize these ideas within the framework of rewriting systems in the sense of Post, one of the standard approaches to the theory of recursive functions, by imposing various constraints on the form of rules. The infinite class of structures generated us in GPLA to SBROB LMI57 by a finite system of such rules sufficed to represent phrase structure, at least for relatively simple sentences. These phrase structure representations must then be associated with phonetic form. The natural device for this purpose was an adaptation of the approach of historical phonology, which derives the elements of a given language from a, sometimes abstract, historical antecedent by a succession of rules of sound change. Adapting TH's idea to the framework of synchronic description, lexical items can be given in an abstract form in phrase structure representation, then converted by a succession of phonological and phonetic relate to their actual phonetic form, the basic idea of contemporary generative phonology. A simple system of phrase structure rules, in this sense, is the following. I, S, and P, V, P. 2. V, P, V, and P. 3. N, P, 10. 4. N, P, N. V, V, hit. Y, N, boy. 7. N, John. 8. D, there. 9. X. Rules, I. 4. Asyntactic rules. Rules, V. 8. Are lexical rules, where H, it, boy, and so forth are understood to be single symbols, as RNP, VP, and DET. Rule 9 stands for a collection of lexical phonological rules that associate each symbol X, hit, boy, etc., with its phonological representation. Putting these rules aside and keeping to conventional orthography instead, the language containing the rules, 2, generates, for example, the representation, 3. S, NP, N, John, VP, VH, it, NP, t, there, N, boy. 3. The representation, 3, is the phrase marker OF. The terminal string JOHN hit the boy, in the sense of the earlier discussion. The phrase marker, 3, is generated by the system, 2, in an 5, 8 IKNO ledge vele NGU edge. Obvious way. Suppose we want to determine whether a certain phrase marker, for example, 3, is generated by a certain rule system, for example, 2. Assume the convention that a subpart of the phrase marker of the form X, Y is replaced by X if the rule system contains the rule X, Y. Then iterate this procedure, and if the final result is a single symbol, the phrase marker is generated by the rule system as a clause, if the single symbol is S. Applying to 3, the lexical rules, V, 8, of 2, we replace NJOHN by AIN, VH, it, by V, and so forth, thus reducing 3, 2. S, on P, N, VPV, and P to 10. 4. Applying rules, 2 if, and 2, 2, 4, we derive SNP, VPV, and P. 5. Applying rule, 2, 2, 5, we derive SNP, VP, and applying rule, 2I, to this, we reduce 3, finally to S, indicating that 3 is the phrase marker of a well-formed clause, JOHNH it BL. We understand X, Y as indicating that Y is an expression of their category X, where Y is the S-ring of lexical elements derived from Y by removing all of ITS brackets. Thus, in the phrase marker 3, John is of the category N and also NP, the is of the category D. Determiner, boy is of the category N, the boy is of the category NP, H it the boy is of the category VP, JOHN H it the boy is of the category S. Sentence. The ruler system, 2, must be modified to exclude the possibility of generating well-formed phrase markers for such sentences as OHN H it, with the transitive verb H it lacking in object. We, therefore, modify 2V to the form V hit /NP. 6. We understand 6 to mean that V can replace H it in the procedure described only when hit is in the context NP, that is, preceding a noun phrase. In general, then, the phrase structure rules will be of the form X, Y, Z, W. 7. Usin GPLA to SBROB LMI 59. Rules of THE form 7. WITHZ or W non-null, for example. 6 are called context-sensitive rules. The rules of 2 were context-free rules. The grammatical function subjective can be defined as NP of S, that is, on P immediately contained in S, so that John is the subject of JOHNH it THE boy in 3, or in a different terminology, Joe HN is the subject of the verb hit or of the verb phrase hit the boy. The grammatical function objective can be defined similarly as NP of VP, so that the boy is the object of hit the boy, or of the verb hit. We call the verb hit the head of the VP hit the boy and the noun boy the head of the NP the boy. Similarly, the noun John is the head of the NP Joe HN. These notions can be extended readily to other constructions. Implicit in, 2, is the assumption that there is an asymmetry present in the relation of subject and object to the transitive verb. The object is paired directly with the verb, whereas the subject is related to the verb only indirectly, being paired directly with the verb phrase consisting of the verb and its object. This assumption is empirical, therefore controversial, but it appears to be well supported by cross-linguistic evidence of varied types. Certain syntactic and semantic properties of simple NP sentences provide relatively direct evidence in support of this asymmetry. English, for example, permits the S-string VNP to move AS unit, ASI in the sentence 8, where the symbol fills the position from which the S-string VNP is moved. John wanted to win the race, and, win the race, he, did he. Such transformational rules move phrases, not S-strings that do not constitute a phrase, indicating that W in the race is a phrase, a VP. In contrast there are no rules that move the S-string NPV of an NP sentence. Similarly, in NP sentences it is not uncommon for the VNP S-string to function as a semantic unit with a compositionally determined meaning, as in the following examples. John threw a party, threw a fit, threw the ball. 9-2, John broke his arm, broke the window. 60 knowledge of LA and Quaj. In semantic rules determine the meaning of through NP, and the semantic role of the subject may vary depending on the meaning assigned to this unity. Thus, John is the agent in John threw the ball but not in John threw a fit. Similarly in on is the agent with the object the W window and also in one interpretation of John broke his arm, for example, John broke Bill's arm. But there is a second interpretation of the latter with the sense John's arm broke, in which case John is not the agent. Again, the VNP string is assigned its meaning as a unit, and the semantic role of the subject is determined compositionally, depending on the meaning of the unit VNP. This situation is not unusual, but one rarely if ever finds NP structures in which the subject-verb combination is assigned a meaning that then determines the semantic role of the object. Makes sense on the assumption that the verb-object S-string is a phrase, a VP, which is given a meaning and the capacity to assign a semantic role as a unit, in most cases, as determined solely by the verbal head. 6. There is also direct phonological evidence for this analysis. Prosodic contours, for example, commonly apply to NP and to the unit VNP. There is further evidence of the more abstract sort from considerations of binding theory. One principle of this theory is a pronoun cannot take an element of its domain as 1-0, its antecedent. This principle has many consequences and as far as is known is invariant across languages. We will return to the question of its proper formulation and its status within binding theory. The domain of an element is the minimal phrase containing it. Thus, consider the following sentences, where the domain of the pronoun he is indicated by brackets. He thinks John is intelligent. 1-1. 2. John thinks he is intelligent. 3. The woman he married thinks John is intelligent. 4. His mother loves John. USNGPLATOSPROBLMI 6-1. In cases 2, 3, and 4, OHN is no TIN, the domain OF the pronoun, so that on can serve as its antecedent in accordance with 10, but T in case JOHN is in the domain of the pronoun and so cannot be its antecedent. But now consider the following example. John's mother loves him. 1-2. Here, H may take John as its antecedent, so we know that on is not in the domain of him. If the sentence had the tripartite structure NPVNP, then the domain of him would be the entire clause and would include John. Therefore, it follows from 10 that there must be a phrase containing H but not John, as in the representation. NP John's mother, VP loves him. 1-3. With some CO implications that we may ignore, the counterparts of such sentences as 1-2 also generally permit the antecedent relation in languages with a word order that is more free, for example, Japanese, where objects may precede subjects. The order, then, is object-subject-verb, because Japanese is a verb-final language. We conclude, then, that T at the level of representation where the binding principle, 10, applies, Japanese too has a VP or similar phrase. The structure of an object-subject-verb sentence might, for example, be 1-4, where I indicates the position from which the object was moved from the underlying structure, L4, generated by the phrase structure relay of Japanese, 7. I, object, S, subject, VPEV. 1-4. 2, S, subject, VP, object V. The conclusion that the VP configuration with the asymmetry of subject-object relations it induces holds cross-linguistically is plausible, if it is fluent in some languages. It seems reasonable to assume that the same lexical concepts are expressible across languages, and that these are intimately associated with grammatical functions such as subject, object. 62 knowledge of LA and YGE, complement, and so forth, where these concepts have a cross-linguistic sense. If this sense is formally expressed in terms of properties of phrase markers as suggested here, a controversial assumption, then phrase markers of the appropriate form, including VP to express the subject-object asymmetry, will be available cross-linguistically at a level of representation that is associated with interpretation of lexical items. These structures again present a case of Plato's problem. Of course, it would be possible to replace the phrase structure rules, too, which express the subject-object asymmetry, with th rules that yield a tripartite structure NPV-NP, or NP-NPV for Japanese, or that associate the subject and the verb in the structure, NPV-NP instead of what appears to be the actual structure, NPV-NP. The evidence that supports the VP analysis over others is available to the linguist investigating the language but not to the language learner. That is, it is unreasonable to suppose that the language learner makes use of the kind of evidence illustrated above to determine the structure. Rather, it must be that the structure is determined independently of such evidence, and that the language learner then knows, for example, that 1-2 permits an antecedent pronoun relation by virtue of the structure that has been assigned to it. If so, then you must restrict the rules of phrase structure so that only the VP analysis is available at the relevant level of representation. This conclusion, of course, does not conflict with the semantic analysis of transitive verbs as two-termed relations, as in familiar versions of modern logic. If correct, that analysis would now be derived, one step removed from the syntax. The semantic properties can be described by a syntactic theory, although in slightly different ways. The rule system, too, generates only a finite number of sentences, in fact, only 4. It can be given infinite capacity by allowing rules that license a category within the category A, for example, by replacing ng rules, to and to if, by the syntactic rules, 15, adding also the lexical rule, 16. I, NP, 10. 15. 2, N, N. 3, N, NS. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 63. N, claim. 16. I in accordance WITH, 15. The representation, 3, is slightly modified. The nouns, NM and NOHN, now appear as N, Nman, N, and non, respectively. Noting that claim is also a verb and adding some other lexical items, we extend the rule system to generate such S structures as 17, with a number of brackets omitted and the S status of the T to the side. I, John, VP claimed, S that Bill hit the man. 17. 2. The N claim, S that Bill hit the man. WITH the addition of appropriate lexical L rules among the sentences generated will be the claim that John hit the man surprised Bill, the assertion that the claim that John hit the man surprised Bill astonished Tom, and so forth. The two S structures of 17 are very similar. The VP of I consists of a verbal head claim with an added inflection and a complement clause that Bill hit the man, and the N of 2 consists of a nominal head claim with the same complementary clause. INS hort, the word glum, W head used as a noun or a verb, takes a clausal complement. The parallelism becomes even clearer if we extend the rules to allow genitive subjects of noun phrases, as in 18, which is parallel category by category. 2, L7I, and has essentially the same internal semantic properties. John's claim that Bill hit the man. 18. Suic examples indicate that one of the choices of t in English may be a full L noun phrase, which is assigned a case marker, genitive. The same case marker is assigned in gerunds, as in 19. John's hitting the man. 19. Here, H hitting the man is an ordinary VP, with H it taking the inflection instead of the tense agreement inflection of a clause, and the NP subject is again genitive, indicating that the case marker is assigned to the subject of an NP whether IT. 64 I not so ledge of language is paired with a VP, as in 19, or an N, as in 18. Again, we see a parallelism between VP and N. Note that we can readily generalize the notion subjective to include this case as well as the familiar case of subject of a clause. Considerations such as these suggest that we should rethink the nature of phrase structure rules in such a way as to bring out these parallels more clearly. This revision has some rather far-reaching effects, to which we will return. Phrase structure rules can generate representations of syntactic structure quite successfully, along the lines indicated, for quite a range of expressions, and were introduced for this purpose in the earliest work on generative grammar. It was at once apparent, however, that phrase structure rules of the sort J used illustrated are insufficient in themselves to account properly for the variety of sentence structures. The earliest approach to this problem, which has a number of subsequent and current variants, was to enrich the system of rules by introducing complex categories with features that can percolate down into the categories contained within them, expressing global dependencies not captured in a simple system of phrase structure. For example, to guarantee that the singular and plural subjects would be associated with singular and plural verbs, respectively, one might add the features, singular, or, plural, L, to the symbol S, yielding the complex symbol, S, singular, or, S, plural, WITH, a convention that the features percolate from S to its constituents NP, VP, then to the heads of these constituents. The relay introducing lexical items will then refer to the feature in question in the complex symbol, N, singular, V, singular. I adopted this approach in an undergraduate thesis of 1949, modifying ideas of Zelig-Harris from a somewhat different framework. Such an approach can be enriched much further and has been in subsequent work that takes a rather different tack from the one I am discussing here. An alternate approach, also adapting ideas of Harris to the framework of generative grammar, was to avoid this enrichment of phrase structure rules and to factor the full complexity of existing structures into two basic components. Phrase structure rules with only simple categories generate a class of abstract underlying structures, call them D-structures B. These D-structures are mapped by rules of a different type, transformer. Usin GPLA to SBRO Belum I65. Schnell rules, into structures, allow them structures, that correspond more closely to the actually observed forms with their surface structures. The transformationally express the global properties of phrase markers, as in the case of number agreement, and also derive complex structures, passives, interrogatives, relative CLOs, constructions, etc., from the D-structures that correspond directly to simple sentences. The transformational rules, too, were an adaptation of informal devices of traditional grammar, which, of course, recognized systematic relations between active and passive forms, declaratives and interrogatives, relative and full L clauses, and so on. The 17ths do report Royal Grammar and Logic, for example, incorporated devices similar to phrase structure and transformational rules in this sense and used them to explain the semantic properties of sentences and to develop a theory of inference. 9. Each transformational rule is defined by a structural description, identifying the class of phrase markers to which it applies and specifying how they are analyzed for the purpose of the transformation in question, and a structural change, indicating W hat is done to this phrase marker to yield a new phrase marker. The transformational rule for forming interrogatives, for example, applies to a phrase marker of the form X, W, H, Y, where X and Y are any expressions and WH is a WH phrase such as WHO or WH chickbooks. This rule moves the second term, WH, to the front of the sentence. The structural description of the rule states that it applies to the sentence 20, with the anal size indica dead, and the structural change states that the rule moves WHO to the front yielding to 1. You think you saw John. 20. X. WH. Y. Who you think saw John. To 1. A subsequent transformation yields the surface form who do you think saw John. This subsequent transformation is restricted to non-embedded clauses. It does not apply when the interrogative construction is embedded, as in I wonder, who. 66. I knowledge of LANGU edge. You think saw John, or in the formation of relative clauses. For example, the man, who you think saw John, which uses there. Same rule that applies to functions. Dot. The transformational rule for formation of QUSTs, then, might be expressed in the form 22, or the simplified form 23. SD, X, WH, Y. 22. SC, I, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1. X, WH, Y, 2, 3, 1. 23. Later work postulated that when a category is moved by a transformation, it leaves behind an empty category, a trace. Thus, the transformation J used described yields not 1, but rather 24, with the trace NPE, where E is an empty element, A. Category of the type NP, the NP subject of TH in K, but T with no phonetic content. Who you think, NPE, saw John. 24. I have adopted this device in some of the examples cited above and will continue to do so anachronistically in discussing earlier work. If S-structures contain traces, then grammatical relations are also represented at S-structure, although in an abstract way. Thus, assuming who and on PE to be associated, say, by CO. Indexing, in 24, we can say that WHO has the function subject of SAW as mediated through its trace, or more perspicuously, that WHO is an operator binding the variable E, the actual subject of the verb, so that the representation is understood as, for which person X, you think X saw John. 25. In effect, this interpretation is assigned to the S-structure form. 24. By assigning to WHO its meaning, for which person, and interpreting co-indexing in the notation of variables. Hence, the assumption that S-structures contain traces makes it possible to provide the semantic interpretation in a simple and perspicuous way, making use of operate variable relations and of grammatical functions and relations carried over from there. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 67. D-structure representation. There is, in fact, substantial evidence of various sorts to support the hypothesis that empty categories do appear in representations at various syntactic levels. We will return to the question, which is of considerable interest and a topic of much current research. The theories of phrase structure and transformational rules provide a rich class of devices to achieve descriptive adequacy while still restricting the class of possible languages consistent with presented data, or more precisely, scattering them in terms of a natural evaluation measure, the empirically significant requirement. Thus, they constituted a step toward the twin goals of the research program. Furthermore, the various representations determined by rules satisfying the postulated formality for rule systems seemed in many respects appropriate for the semantic interpretation of sentences, a central motivating concern from the earliest work. 10 Specifically, the D-structures serve as an abstract representation of semantically relevant grammatical relations such as subject-verb, verb-object, and so on. One crucial element that enters into semantic interpretation of sentences. Recall that these relations are also indirectly expressed at S-structure, assuming traces. It has, however, become clear that other features of semantic interpretation having to do with anaphora, scope, and the like are not represented at the level of D-structure but rather at some level closer to surface structure, perhaps S-structure, or a level of representation derived directly from ITA level, sometimes called LF Tissage's D-logical form, with familiar provisos to avoid possible misinterpretation. 11 The term is used because this level of representation has many of the properties of logical form in the sense of other usages. We return to the matter. The resulting general picture of language structure, sometimes called the Extended Standard Theory, EST, assumes that the general organization of a rule system is as shown on the following page. The arrows correspond to various subsystems of rules. Their orientation expresses structural relations and entails ing temporal order of speech production or process ing. Phrase structurally, of a very simple kind generate an infinite class of D-structures that express semantically relevant grammatical functions and relations, transformational rules. 68 Knowledge of language. 26. D. S-structure. L2. S-structure I. PF. LF. 2. Convert these to S-structures in which the same relations, and others, are also represented through the medium of traces. Phonological and other rules. Convert S-structures to phonetic representations with their surface phrasal categories, PF, or phonetic form, surface structure, and independently, really of the LF component. 4. convert S structures to representations in LF, where scope and other properties are directly represented. PF and LF constitute the interface between language and other cognitive systems, yielding direct representations of sound on the one hand and meaning on the other as language and other systems interact, including perceptual and production systems, conceptual systems and pragmatic systems. The levels of representation, in the sense of earlier discussion, are D structure, S structure, PF, and LF. The rules are the phrase S structure and transformational rules generating D and S structure representations, and the rules of the PF and LF components. 3.3 Restricting the variety of rule systems. 3.3. 1. The transformational component. With this brief review of the proposed account of rule systems, which, in fact, amalgamates proposals extending over US and GPLA to SBRO Belum I-69. Up to 20 years, let us return to the dilemma faced at the outset, the tension between the requirements of descriptive and explanatory adequacy. Once explicit proposal S were made as to the character of rule systems, the immediate task was to show that these devices suffice for descriptive adequacy. To illustrate the kind of problem that arose, consider again the rule, 23, that T forms interrogative and relative clauses. We have such examples as 27, where an asterisk indicates an ungrammatical sentence, 1, 2, and we continue to assume, anachronistically, the trace theory of movement rules. I, the man, who John saw E. 27. 2, I wonder, who John saw E. 3, the man, John saw E. 4, I wonder, John saw E. V, I wonder, what John found of yours. Vi, I wonder, who John found of yours. 7, I wonder, who a picture of is on the table. 8, the man, to whom too I wonder, what one John gave E 1 E 2. 9, what two did you meet the man, who 1 E 1 saw E 2. Examples, I, and, 2, are straightforward. We could describe them in the format provided as follows. Phrase S structure rules generate declaratives with TH a noun phrase, NP, or in other structures, a prepositional phrase PP equals PNP, in the position of E. We may think of WH as a feature that appears in the surface form within a word, a noun, in this case, but is abstractly associated with the NP of which this noun is the head, or the PP containing ENG this NP. This is the WH phrase, designated WHN, 23, repeated here. X, WH, Y, 2, 1, 3. 28. The NP is spelled out as who or what, depending on the category of the noun. The WH phrase is moved to the left of its clause by the transformation, 28. This is a simple rule, covering both relatives and interrogatives. It can readily be extended to other syntactic categories. Let us refer to it as the rule, front WH. 70. Knowledge of LA and GWAJ. Consider next, 27. Evidently, the WH phrase can be deleted, so there is a further transformation, delete WH. But, 27 if, shows that this transformation must be replaced by a more complex one with an extended structural description, SD, that permits it is to delete the WH phrase in a relative but not an interrogative. Turning next to V and Vi, with such corresponding declaratives as John found a book of yours and John found a friend of yours, we see that some further condition must be imposed on the rule front WH. The same is true of the corresponding relatives. Example, 7, with a corresponding declarative a picture of John is on the table for the embedded clause, shows that the SD of 28, C, 22, must be complicated to rule out movement T in this case. Examples, 8, and 9. With the corresponding declaratives he gave the book to the man and the man saw the book for the embedded clause, indicate that the SDs must be further COMPLI. The descriptive mechanisms provided by the format of U can be elaborated to provide mechanisms that sufficed for these purposes but at a serious cost. The problem can be put in various forms. Why does the child not use the simple rules front WH and delete WH throughout, thus deriving the wrong answers in many cases, instead of the more complex rules required for descriptive adequacy? 2. The richness of the mechanisms allows far too many possibilities to be readily described so that far too many languages are submitted to the evaluation metric for choice. 3. Explanatory power is sacrificed, because we have no explanation for the facts as they are. Many problems of this sort arose as soon as the task of constructing explicit grammars was faced. The obvious way to approach such problems is to set general principles governing rule application that can be abstracted from individual rules and attributed to the initial state, so, thus expressed in new rather than particular grammars. If feasible, this approach would preserve the simple rules front WH and delete WH. The earliest proposals, motivated by the examples, 27, appear in Chomsky, 1964. 1. A principle of recoverability of deletion states that an element can be deleted only if it is fully determined by a structurally related phrase containing its lexical features, or if it is a designated element. Us in GPLA to SBRO BLEMI 7, 1. Where these notions have to be made precise. IN 27I. The relative element TWHO is determined by the man and can therefore be deleted, giving 27, but in 27, it is not determined so that 27 if is ungrammatical. For the same reason, to WHM could not be deleted in the man to whom you spoke, because the preposition to is unrecoverable. Taking the designated representative of NP to be the singular indefinite someone, summit Hing, so that only these elements can be replaced by a WH phrase, we reduce vi to the fact that I found something of yours is grammatical but I found someone of yours is not. 14 The A over A principle states that a phrase of the category A, arbitrary, cannot be extracted from another phrase of the category A, thus barring 7, which requires that the NP who be extracted from the NP a picture of who. Turning to 8 and 9, a general principle of Uke states that a particular rule, here, front WH, cannot apply twice to the same clause, thus barring these examples. With these general principles attributed to Uke, that is, to the enatal state S0, we can keep to the simple rules front TWH and delete WH for both relatives and interrogatives. What the child has to learn is that English moves a WH phrase to close initial position and that this phrase can be deleted. Other properties of the constructions then follow by principles of S0, expressed in VG. On this assumption, the child will know that the facts are as in 27, once front WH and delete WH have been learned, and these rules can be learned from very simple data. For example, 27I and 27. Note that if the reduction to front WH can be sustained, we no longer have rules associated with particular constructions. There is no rule of relativization or interrogative rule. Rather, there are general principles such as front WH which enter into the formation of various constructions, along with other principles. Later work led to the conclusion that this modular character of the system of language is quite general. A major step forward in this direction was taken by John Ross, 1967, who developed a catalogue of island constraints, structural configurations that do not permit extraction by movement rules. Subsequent work attempted to explain a variety of such constraints in terms of deeper and more natural principles from which their effects could be deduced. For example, the 72I knowledge of LA and Quaj. Subjacency condition of bounding theory, which states that the transformation cannot move a phrase too far in the well-defined sense, and from general conditions, such as those of binding theory, holding of the representations to which the rules apply and those that are formed by them. Important work by Joseph Emmons, 1976. Led to further reduction of the variety and freedom of application of possible rules on principled grounds. The apparent obligatoriness and optionality of various rules and their order of application were also shown to be reducible to independently motivated properties of representations over an interesting range, 15, and the first attempts were made to derive certain general principles of rule application, or their effects, from such properties. Freedom, 1978. Such general principles as the principle of cyclic application of rules, the island constraints, the subjacency condition, conditions on representations, and so forth serve to restrict the class of permissible rules because it is no longer necessary to incorporate within the rule itself the conditions on its application. In effect, these conditions are factored out of many rules and attributed to the initial state. So, formulation of such principles, then, is a step toward explanatory adequacy, assuming that the variety of potential human languages is not improperly delimited, either as too narrow or too broad a set. Again, the problem reflects the tension noted earlier. The work showed that directionality need not be stipulated in the transformation front WH, so that the rule can be reduced further from front WH to move WH. Further investigations along these lines gave substantial support to the idea that a large variety of transformational rule can be reduced to a form similar to move WH once the general principles are correctly formulated. Correspondingly, the study of NP movement led to the conclusion that the various cases reduced to move NP. In the earliest work, there was, for example, a passive transformation converting 29I to 29 by rule with a structural description and structural change indicated informally in 30, moving the third term to the position of the first, adding Bn to the second term C, which becomes Bcn equals be seen by a later. We overlook here the placement of tense to the third position where it is assigned by us in GPLA to SBROBLMI 7-3. John saw Bill. 29. 2. Bill was seen by John. NP, V, NP, 3, BN 2, by 1. 30. Similarly, the rule of raising that converts 3 liters I, 2, 3 liters 2, was expressed as a transformation, 32, moving the third term of the structural description to the position of the first, which is empty in the underlying DS structure generated by phrase structure rules. E seems, John to be happy. 3-1. 2. John seems, E to be happy. NP, V, NP, X, 3, 2, 4. 32. With appropriate formulation of general principles on rule and representations, board th, 30, and 32, reduced simply to move NP, so that there is no passive or raising rule but simply an interaction of principles of yielding various constructions, differing from language to language as a consequence of options that the languages allow. Furthermore, the differences between move WH, move NP, move PP, and so forth can be in large part, perhaps completely, explained in other terms, so that we are left with th the rule move a being an arbitrary category. It would be too strong to claim that this conclusion has been demonstrated, but it is a reasonable hypothesis, and many particular cases appear well substantiated. Notice that the rule of raising is obligatory. The form 3 liters I is not a possible SS structure form and must be converted to 3 liters 2, The same will be true of the passive rule I if we assume that the structure immediately underlying the S structure form is not 29I, but rather 33. UCN Bill, by John. 33. We can explain the obligatoriness of these rules in terms of another subsystem of grammar, case theory, along lines suggested originally by Jean Roger Vergnaud. 16. We return to details and the general motivation, noting now only that this theory includes the case filter. 34. To be modified below. 17. 74. I not so led GE of LA and GU adj. Every phonetically realized NP must be. 34. Assigned, abstract, case. In some languages, case is morphologically realized, in others not. But we assume that IT is assigned in a uniform way whether morphologically realized or not. We assume that objective case is assigned to the object of a verb and nominative case to the subject of a finite clause, and that prepositions assign oblique case to their objects. Intransitive verbs generally assign no case, except under restricted conditions as in he dreamt a dream. The verb seem is intransitive, and John in 3 liters I is subject of a non-finite, infinitive, clause. Thus, the NP on in 3 liters I receives no case and the expression violates the case filter. Application of the rule move NP places on in the subject position of the finite main clause so that IT receives nominative case, satisfying the case filter. The same principles will apply in 33. If we assume that the general defining property of passive morphology is that it absorbs case, so that CN is intransitive, then BILL must move to the subject position in 33 to satisfy the case filter. IS. Notice that T movement to subject position is not a property of the passive transformation. In fact, there no longer is such a rule. Rather, it is derivative from the case filter and the fact that passive morphology absorbs objective case. If a passive verb takes a complement that is not an NP, then there need be no movement, as in 35, where the complementee is a clause. It is widely believed that John is intelligent. 35. If a language permits some other case to be assigned to the complementee NP, then there need be no movement at all, as in Spanish or Italian where we have the equivalent of 33, with no movement, because these null subject languages permit the empty subject of 33 to remain in place, associated with the object of the passivized verb to which it transmits its nominative case in a way to which we will return. 19. Insofar as such conclusions are accurate, the transformational component T of the grammar can be reduced to the rule move, that is, move anything anywhere, or perhaps even effect A, do anything to anything, delete, insert, move, as. Using PLA to SBROB LMI 75. Suggested by Lasnik and Saito, 1984. Structural descriptions and structural changes can be eliminated. There is no need to stipulate obligatoriness and optionality for transformational rules, or to stipulate meta-rules, what had been called traffic rules, governing the order in which they apply. Nevertheless, there is some variation among languages in the way these rules apply. Thus, W here is in English, WH phrases are moved. In Chinese and Japanese they are left in place. English has the S structure form, 24, derived from the DS structure, 20, repeated here as 36 and 36I, respectively, but in Chinese and Japanese, both D and S structure forms correspond to 36I. You think, on he who saw John. 36. 2. Who you think, NPE, saw John. We might assume, then, that the general principle move A has associated with it a parameter determining the choice of A. Its value must be fixed by experience to the extent that it is not determined by other features of the language. 2 degrees. The exact nature of this difference among languages has been the subject of MURC's 2D since the important work of Huang, 1982, who gave strong evidence, later extended by others, that even in Chinese-Japanese the WH phrase is moved to the boundary of the clause, leaving an empty category as a variable, although this operation does not take place overtly, as in English, but rather in the mapping of S structure to the level of LF, in which scope and other properties are indicated. Thus, a TLF, Chinese-Japanese also has forms corresponding to the form 36 of English, interpreted as 37 equals 25. For which person X, you think X saw John. 37. In brief, Chinese, Japanese and English share D structure and LF representations, apart from choice of lexical items and other properties such as word order, but differ at S structure. In Chinese, Japanese S structure is the same as D structure, whereas in English S structure is the same as LF. We thus have the following arrangement. 7-6 I not so led GE of LA and GU at GE. D. STUC to re S structure LF. Chinese Japanese. 36I, 36I, 36. English, 38. 36I, 36II, 36. The LF representation, 36, common in essentials to both language types, is interpreted uniformly as 37. English too has instances of LF movement of WH phrases, as in multiple WH actions such as 39, first test 2D Diane. This general framework by Baker, 1970. I wonder who gave the book to whom. 39. We may assume that the LF representation of 39 is 40 I, with the interpretation 40 I wonder whom, Hoi, E, gave the book to E. 42, I wonder, for which persons X, Y gave their book to X. Thus, the option of applying move WH in the LF component E is used in both language types, although under different conditions, and the LF representations of English, Japanese, and Chinese will be very similar, although the S structures differ. This is what we might expect, if it is LF representation that is the interface between syntax, I and the broad sense, and the systems of language use. If these conclusions are correct, then the parameter in question will have to do not with choice of A in the rule move, but rather with the level at which the rule move applies for various choices of A.21. There are other complexities in the system JST discussed. Thus, compare 27 VI, repeated here as 4 liters I, with 42 if 42 if. I, the man to whom I wonder, what he gave E, for 1-2, the man whom I wonder, what he gave E to E3, the man to whom I wonder, what to give E4, the man whom I wonder, what to give E to E. With regard to I, there is variation in judgment S. And few speakers find IT as hopelessly bad as 2. Similarly, 3 and 4. Us in GPLA to SBROBLMI 7 are somehow intermediate between FULL well-formedness and the completely unacceptable status of 2, with 3, more acceptable than 4, and, for many speakers, fully acceptable. Hence, something is missed when we mark all these examples simply as UN grammatical, see note 1-2. One relevant key difference seems to be the finiteness of the embedded clause. Extraction from a finite clause is harder than from an infinitival. Another relevant key difference is that in 2 and 4, the two empty categories are NPs, whereas in I and 3, one is an NP and one a PP. We might reformulate the principle that blocks multiple application of a rule to a clause, CP 7.1, as a filter on nest structure, a VP cannot immediately contain two NP traces. Then, I violates the finiteness constraint but not the filter. 2 violates both. 3 violates neither. And 4 violates the filter. All may violate conditions that are subject to lower-level parametric variation among languages. These considerations, which should be incorporated within bounding theory, rank the examples in approximately the right fashion. 22. The trace-theoretic analysis of WH movement has a rich variety of consequences, some of which we will discuss below. Let us now consider one, related to the binding principle, 1-0, which states that a pronoun cannot take an element in its domain as its antecedent. The proper formulation of 1-0 is a question of binding theory, the sub-theory of Hugh that is concerned with the principles that govern the relations between referential dependents such as reciprocals, reflexives, and pronouns on the one hand, and their possible antecedent s on the other. Let us express the antecedent pronoun relation by co-indexing. 23 Then, an element x binds an element y in its domain if x and y are co-indexed, where we assume that y is not contained within the category x. The principle, 1-0, can now be understood to state that a pronoun can bind a distinct element x only if x is its trace. 24. Suppose that we construct WH actions from I and II, repeated here, replacing John by WHO and fronting WHO, thus forming the corresponding S structures. 42. He thinks John is intelligent. 1-1. 2. John thinks he is intelligent. 78 I not so WL edge of LANGU edge. Does he think he is intelligent? 42. 2. He thinks he is intelligent. Again, these may be assumed to be the LF representations as well. Interpreting E as a variable bound by the quasi-quantifier WHO, and replacing the latter by its meaning, we derive the corresponding interpretations. For which person X, he thinks X is intelligent. 43. 2. For which person X thinks he is intelligent. Pronouns may, in general, be interpreted as referently dependent or free in reference. Thus, in LLII, he may refer to John or to someone else. Suppose we take he to be referentially dependent on me in 42, thus taking he in 43 to be a bound variable identified with X. The interpretation, then, is for which person X thinks X is intelligent. 44. Here we are asking for the identification of a person satisfying the condition, X thinks X is intelligent. In fact, 44 is a possible interpretation of 42. Suppose now that WE interpret HE as referentially dependent on me in 42I, so that he in 43I is a bound variable identified with THX. Again this yields the interpretation, 44, but T in this case. The interpretation is unavailable. 42I does not have the sense of 44. This phenomenon is known as strong crossover 25 and is the crossover because in the bad case the WH phrase has crossed over the pronoun strong because the effect is stronger than in crossover constructions of other kinds. As before, we ask how the language learner knows these facts, which are not necessary properties of any imaginable language and are surely inferred or derivable by general principles of induction or analogy from direct experience. An answer is provided by the principle 1-0 in 42I, but not 42X. Is in the domain of he and therefore cannot be bound by he. Thus, the phenomenon of strong crossover is reduced to a more general principle of binding theory. 26. The binding principle, 1-0, is stated as a property of pronoun S, a pronoun cannot bind its antecedent. We might alter us in GPLA to SBROBLMI79. Natively, think of the principle as stating a condition on the expression that serves as antecedent. Then the import of 10 is that an expression such as on, the man, or a variable may not be bound by a pronoun. Let us refer to such expressions as are expressions, where the term is intended to indicate that they function in a quasi-referential fashion, not in the sense of true semantic reference but rather in that they may be taken to denote element es in an associated model, cp. 44-45, above. Take denotation to be the relation between an R expression and the element E or elements of the model to which it refers or which satisfy it, in the case of a variable. Now it seems that 10 can be generalized to an R expression must be free. 45. This revision overcomes the problem raised in Note 24. Principle 10 is the special case of 45, where the R expression is bound by a pronoun, hence not free. But 45 also rules out such sentences as 46, with the interpretation indicated by the indexing. John, didn't he realize that the fool had left the 46 headlights on? In contrast, this association of an epithet such as the fool with its antecedent is permissible when the epithet is free, as in 47, where brackets, d and, bound the domain of the potential antecedent t. The John turned off the motor, but the fool 47 had left the headlights on. 2. The John's friends, didn't he realize that the fool had left the headlights on? The point extends beyond epithets. Consider 48 and 48 as contrasted with 49. D. Reagan was elected, although the former 48 actor is regarded by many with a good deal of skepticism. 80 IKNOWL EDGVLA and QAGE. 2. D. Reagan's main problem is that the former actor is regarded by many with a good deal of skepticism. D. Reagan is aware that the former actor is 49, regarded by many with a good deal of skepticism. It seems reasonably, then, to extend 10 to the more general binding principle, 45, holding of our expressions, although questions arise in this connection that I will put aside here, including the question of whether 45, unlike 10, may be parametrized. 21. Note that 45 cannot be correct as it stands because it rules out variables entirely, these being operator bound, hence, not free. The principle evidently does not refer to operator binding but rather to binding in a sense relevant to referential dependence. We can express these facts by distinguishing two kinds of positions in which noun phrases can appear. 2s. The first class of positions contains those that are assigned grammatical functions such as subject and object, including the object of a preposition. Let us call these appositions, indicating that they may, although they need not, be filled by arguments, the latter being quasi-afferential element es that require semantic role. The appositions, then, are the positions in which semantic roles such as agent t, patient t, and so forth can in principle be assigned, although whether they are in fact assigned depends on the choice of lexical items. The positions you will call LA positions in particular, the close external position occupied by operators such as who. The principle, 45, is then restricted to a binding, that is, binding from an apposition. 29. The principle states that our expressions must be a free. Some further sharpening is required, as we will see directly. 3.3.2 The phrase structure component. We have so far been considering some of the steps that were taken to restrict the descriptive power of the transformational component of a rule system so that explanatory power is increased, and we progress toward a solution of our variant of us in GPLA to S problem IBL. Plato's problem. Evidently, developments of the sort J. Just outlined would constitute no progress at all if some other component of the rule system were enriched in descriptive power while the transformational component is restricted. In that case, the same problems would arise once again. A crucial element of this work, then, was that it did not lead to an increase in the variety of possible systems of phrase structure RULS. In fact, the phrase structure component poses essentially the same problems as those illustrated with regard to transformations. Far too many possible systems of the permitted format are available, so explanatory adequacy is sacrificed and our variant of Plato's problem is unresolved. The solution is the same. Find ways to reduce the variety of phrase structure systems by abstracting general properties, assigning them to so. This topic too was addressed from the early 1960s. For example, it was noticed that T reference to context in phrase structure RULE is restricted to rules such as 6 that assign lexical items to their syntactic categories. The obvious suggestion, then, is to separate the lexicon from the syntax as a separate component. Syntactic phrase structure rules are then context-free, so that their possible variety is sharply reduced. Separation of the lexicon from the syntax permits still further reduction of the phrase structure component, which can be regarded as a kind of projection of lexical properties. As we have seen, phrases typically consist of a head, noun, verb, adjective, active, preposition, and possibly others, and an array of complements determined by lexical properties of the head. The category consisting of the head and its complements is a projection of the head, NP if the head is an N, VP if the head is a V, etc. Consider again the examples 1-7 and 1-8 repeated here. As 50 and 5-1. I, John, VP claimed that Bill hit the man. 50. 2. The N claim that Bill hit the man. John's N claim that Bill hit the man. 51. As a lexical property, claim takes a clausal complement as one option. If it is a verb, then it and its complementary form of EP. 82 IKNO ledge of LANGU edge. With claim as head, as in 50I, if IT is a noun, then IT and ITS complement form an N, with claim as head as in 50 and 5-1. Since these facts are expressed in the lexicon, they need not be duplicated in the syntax by phrase structure. We therefore need no phrase structure rules to determine that claim takes a clausal complement in the examples 50 and 5-1. Selection of the lexical item claim, with this lexical option, determines these aspects of the syntactic representations with no recourse to phrase structure rules. In general, the phrase structure rules expressing head complement structure can be eliminated apart from order by recourse to a projection principle, which requires that lexical properties be represented by categorical structure in syntactic representations. If claim takes a clausal complement as a lexical property, then in syntactic representations it must have a clausal complement. Furthermore, it is a general property of language, not a specific property of English, that an N takes a determiner, although it is a specific property of English that this determiner may be a full NP, as in 5-1. Hence, virtually no options concerning these examples need to be specified in the phrase structure rules for English. These and other general properties of the system are formulated in a component of view called expa theory, with further reduction of the options for phrase structure. Subsequent work suggested that the order of complements can in large part be determined by other general principles of use. For example, one principle of case theory is a principle of case adjective assigncy requiring that where case is not morphologically realized, a case-marked element must be adjective assigned to its case assigner, with some variations, so that if verb takes an NP and a PP complement, the former will be closer to the verb, put the book on the table, put on the table the book. 30. The end result of this work has been to suggest that the phrase structure component can be entirely eliminated, apart from certain parameters of X-bar theory. For example, does the head precede its complements, as in English-like languages, so that we have the constructions N complement, V complement, A complement, and P complement, or does it follow them, as in Japanese-like languages, so that we have the corresponding Asynclatos Problem I83. Constructions complement N, complement V, complement A, and complement P. There are also more complex cases. The exact nature of these parameters is currently under investigation, but it seems now that rules of phrase structure are not among the elements learned in the transition to the steady state. Rather, values are fixed for certain of the parameters of X-bar theory. In other words, insofar as these conclusions can be supported, it follows that there are no phrase structure rules, a highly desirable consequence for reasons already discussed. 3.1. To summarize, we observed at the outset of section 3.2 that the first attempts to answer the questions 1 of chapter 1 postulated a format for rule systems that allowed for two types of rules, phrase structure and the transformational rules. Each type was an adaptation of traditional notions to the framework of generative grammar concerned for the problem of explanatory adequacy. A variant of Plato's problem led to efforts to reduce the variety of possible rule systems allowed by this format. Both types of rules allow a wide range of options that are never realized and are presumably unrealizable, and the availability of these options makes it extremely difficult to account for the fact that a specific language is fixed by the available evidence. The device of phrase structure rules is particularly suspect, because these rules so closely reflect lexical properties. A statement of the lexical properties is ineliminable from the grammar. For example, the grammar cannot avoid stating that claim takes a propositional complement as part of its lexical entry. Therefore, it is to be expected that the phrase structure rules should be eliminable insofar as they merely restate, in another form, the essential content of lexical entries. In fact, it seems that such rules are eliminable more generally, that there are no rules of this type in language. In the case of transformational rules, we have no comparable reason for skepticism concerning their existence, but it seems that the variety of these rules can be significantly reduced, perhaps to move A or affect A, with some parametric variation. These steps sharply restrict the class of possible languages to be submitted to an evaluation metric, given linguistic evidence. In fact, it seems possible that this device too can be eliminated, and that the system of use is so designed that given appropriate evidence, only a single candidate language is made available. 84. I not so ledge of language. This language being a specific realization of the principles of the initial state, so with certain options settled in one way or another by the presented evidence, for example, the value for the head parameter. 3. 3 general principles of use. 3.3.3. L. The projection principle and empty categories. A number of general principles have been proposed concerning well-formed structures that reduce the recourse to rule systems. One is the projection principle, already mentioned, which states that lexical structure must be represented categorially at every syntactic level. 32. This principle is one of those that contribute to eliminating phrase structure rules completely, apart from some language-specific idiosyncrasies, if the order of various complements and adjective uncts is also determined by general principles whence the parameters such as head first, head last are fixed. A consequence of the projection principle is, to put it informally, that if some element is understood in a particular position, then it is there in syntactic representation, either as an overt category that is phonetically realized or as an empty category assigned no phonetic form, although its presence may affect phonetic form, CPP. L. 62f. Below. Thus, if C is lexically characterized as a transitive verb, it must have an object, syntactically represented as its complement in a verb phrase, at every syntactic level, that is, at D structure, S structure, and LF, but, of course, not necessarily at surface structure, PF. If there is no overt element in this position, then there must be an empty category of the required type. The structural representation of the man I saw, then, must be 52, where the empty category E is the NP object of C. The man VP saw E. 52. Furthermore, the properties of empty categories, determine ed in a manner to which we will return, require that E in this case be a variable bound by an operator in close initial position, so that there is still another empty category in 52. The S structure is then 53. W here 0 is an empty category operator binding E. Us and GPLA to SBRO Belum I85. The man, VP saw E. 53. TH is empty operator might be lexically realized as WHO. In neither case, the operator moves to the A position preceding the clause by the rule move A. We might assume, as before, that a WH phrase was moved and then deleted under the recoverability condition, CP. 70, or that the empty element was itself base generated at D structure and fronted by move A. In short, in such cases as these, properties of lexical structure and general principles of various subsystems of Uke determine the form of syntactic representations without recourse to phrase structure rules at all. We turn directly to less transparent cases. Notice that the variable in 53, although bound by the operator 0, does not have its range specified by 0, since the latter is an empty category. In fact, the semantic role of the variable is determined in another way here. Its value is fixed by the phrase, the man, that heads the relative clause. The interpretation of 52, in short, is the man X such that I saw X. 54. We may assume that in this case the embedded relative clause is predicated of its head so that the index shared by 0, E is identified with that of man. This property is quite general. A variable must not only be bound by an operator in the sense described earlier, but E must be bound in a still less stronger sense. Either its range must be determined by its operator, or its value must be determined by an antecedent that binds it. Let us call this property strong binding as distinct from ordinary binding. Then, a further principle is, a variable must be strongly bound. 55. This requirement seems entirely natural. It has interesting empirical consequences, as we will see. These considerations lead us to modify slightly the binding principle, 45, which states that an R expression, in particular a variable, must be free, meaning a free. See pages 79 to 80. In 53, the variable E is not a free because it is a bound by the man. 33. The obvious extension of 45 is 86 knowledge of LA and Gwaj. An R expression must be a free, in the domain of its 56 operator. We understand 56 to stand for the two principles, 57I and 57, applied disjunctively, that is, the second applies only when the first is inapplicable. I and our expression must be free in the domain 57 of its operator. 2. And our expression must be 3. The first applies to variables, the second to non-variables. Further reduction is, perhaps, possible, but I will not pursue the matter. 34. 3.3.3.2 Some properties of the lexicon. Having virtually eliminated phrase structure rules through recourse to certain general principles and properties of the lexicon, we now consider just what information the latter must contain. In the first place, the lexicon presents, for each lexical item, its abstract, phonological form and whatever semantic properties are associated with it. Among these will be the selectional properties of heads of constructions, nouns, verbs, adjectives, and particles, prepositions or postpositions, depending on how the head complement parameters are set in the language. The entry for the word it, for example, will specify that it takes a complement with the semantic role of recipient of action, patient T, and that its subject has the semantic role of agent T, perhaps determined compositionally, see pages 59 to 60. For the word persuade, the lexical entry will specify that it takes two complements. The target of the action, let us say, with a general semantic role of go and a proposition, and that the phrase of which persuade is head assigns the role of agent to the subject. Let us call these properties semantic selection, S-selection, putting aside their further properties. Is it also necessary to specify in the lexicon properties of categorial selection, C-selection, for example, that it takes an NP complement, hit HN? The latter specification seems redundant. If hit S selects a patient T, then this element will be an NP. IFC selection is redundant, in general, then the lexicon can be restricted to S selection. 35. Us in GPLA to S problem I87. Let us assume that if verb, or other head, S selects a semantic category C, then it C selects a syntactic category that is the canonical structural realization of C. CSRC. Take CSR patient and CSR goal to be NP, then hit C selects NP. Consider now the more complex case of the verb persuade, which appears in the following syntactic frames. I, John, that he should go to college. 58. 2, John, to go to college. 3, John, of the importance of going to college. The lexical entry of persuade indicates that ITS selects a goal and a proposition. Can we derive the facts of 58 from this property alone, given the principles of UP? Continuing to assume that CSR goal equals NP, we can dispense with a stipulation that persuade C selects NP. Suppose we assume that CSR proposition is either clause or NP, where the NP will then receive a propositional interpretation, and only NPs that permit such an interpretation will appear. Then, in addition to ITS object NP, persuade will C select a second category that is either clause or NP. Furthermore, we need not stipulate that the object precedes the second complement. This follows from the case adjacency principle. 36. Thus, the possible S structures for a VP headed by persuade are 59, where NP1 is the object. NP1 clause. 59. 2, NP1 NP2. In case 2, the second NP violates the case filter as it stands. English deals with this problem, quite generally, by employing the semantically empty proposition of as a case marker, so that the actual form of 2 is 60. We return to the properties of this rule of O/insertion, assuming it, we have the structures. NP1 clause. 61. 2, NP1, of NP2. 88. High knowledge of LA and GWAJ. Returning now to 58, we see that case 3 is an instance of 6 liters 2, where the NP, the importance of going to college, is interpreted as a proposition that is important to go to college. The other two cases of 58 are instances of 6 letters I, with the two options for a clause, finite and infinitival. In short, the lexical entry for persuade need only indicate that ITS selects two complements, one a goal, the other a proposition. All other features of the VP headed by persuade are determined by general properties of use. A child learning English must, of course, learn the meaning of the word persuade including its properties of S selection, and must also learn the value of the head complement E parameter for English, head first, and the specific properties of case assignment in English. The fact that the case adjective ascendancy principle is invoked, presumably a reflex of the poverty of the morphological case system. Nothing more must be learned to determine the forms of 58. In particular, no properties of C selection and no rules of phrase structure are required in this case. Consider the verbs ask, wonder, and care, each of which S selects an interrogative proposition. I asked what time it is. 62. 2. I wondered what time it is. 3. I don't care what time it is. Since these verbs S select proposition, they should C select CSR proposition, either clause or NP. They do C select clauses, as in 62, but only ask C selects NP. I asked the time. 63. 2. I wondered the time. 3. I cared the time. Thus, 63I has the meaning of 62I, as we expect, but 63 does not mean 62, and 63 does not mean 62. What is the cause of these discrepancies? Pisetsky suggests that the answer lies in case theory. The verb ask, but not wonder or care, is transitive, assigning objective case. Thus, 63 and 63 violate the case filter. In fact, Usin GPLA to SBRO BLEMI 89. Corresponding G forms are possible if a preposition is inserted assigning case. I wondered about the time of his arrival. 64. 2. I cared about the time of his arrival. The SAME paradigm is found in the case of adjectives such as uncertain. John is uncertain what time it is. 65. 2. John is uncertain about the team. 3. John is uncertain of the team. 4. John is uncertain the time. As distinct from intransitive verbs, adjectives permit of insertion, as in proud of John, etc. Thus, we have 65 but no corresponding NG form for the intransitive verbs wonder and care. Further evidence supporting Pisetsky's analysis, as he notes, is given by the paradigm. It was asked what time it is. 66. 2. It was wondered what time it is. 3. It was cared what time it is. These results follow from the fact that passivization in English, but not so many other languages, such as German, is general limited transitive verbs, hence, ask but not wonder or care. A consequence of this analysis is that among the verbs that S select propositions, some will C select clause and NP, those that are transitive, and some will LC select only clause, those that are intransitive, but none will C select only NP. This generalization, noted by Graham Shaw, follows from Pisetsky's proposal. As he notes, some suggested counterexamples are only apparent. For example, approve of. I don't approve of rising employment. 67. 2. I don't approve of that unemployment is rising. 90. I knowledge of language. But this clearly follows from the fact that for other reasons, Preposition clause structures are excluded in English so that we may assume that as expected, both cases of CSR proposition are, in principle, available. If the argument can be generalized by no means a trivial task, we may conclude that while lexical entries must specify S selection as part of the semantic characterization of an item and transitivity, they need not specify C selection. If so, then C selection is eliminated not only from syntactic phrase structure rules but from the lexicon as well. Again, these are all steps toward explanatory adequacy, toward overcoming the problem of poverty of stimulus, Plato's problem. If we succeed in eliminating recourse to C selection as well as phrase structure rules, thus reducing syntactic representations at D structure to projections of semantic properties of lexical items, it will follow that the complement of any head in a syntactic representation must be S selected by it, because there is no other way for the position to exist. For example, there cannot be such sentences as 68, where the is a verb that does not S-select an object and there is a pleonastic element T, an expletive, in traditional terminology, lacking any semantic role, as in 69. John, VPV there. 68. There is a man in the room. 69. Example, 68, would not be semantically anomalous, since no semantic role is assigned to the object, and the expletive object, not being an argument, requires no such role, but the structure cannot exist as a projection of the lexicon, hence, cannot exist at all if other modes of forming syntactic structures have been eliminated. Similarly, we cannot have raising to object to yield, 70, with the trace of BL, from the D structure, 70I. John, VP believes S Bill to be intelligent. 70. 2. John VP believes Bill, SC to be intelligent. The verb believe S selects only a preposition. Therefore, in 70I, the position occupied by E cannot exist at D structure, because us in GPLA to SBROB LMI91. ITIS not S selected by believe. The sentence John believes Bill to be intelligent must have 7-1 as its D and S structure. John, VP believes S Bill to be intelligent. 71. These conclusions are controversial, and there is considerable literature and extensive work in progress bearing on their general validity, which I will not review here. They follow on principled grounds, if the argument just outlined can be sustained. I will assume here that they are correct, noting, however, that there are important empirical consequences in many languages and a number of problems to be resolved. There may be more complex modes of S selection. Consider, for example, such small clause S structures as we held a John responsible. 72. 2. We made a John leave. 3. We consider a John intelligent. Over the years there have been various proposals for the analysis of such structures as these. The main verbs appear to S-select a proposition so that it should be some clause-like element. The verbs do not S-select the subject of A. John is not held, made, considered, in these examples, and pleonastic element S such as non-referential it may appear as the subject in some such cases, for example. We consider it obvious that John is intelligent. 73. There also appears to be a close relation between the main verb and the predicate of the phrase A. Here lies T proposals within the framework of generative grammar analyzed held responsible, made leave, and consider intelligent as complex verbs, constructed in a manner that we need not review, taking John as object. See Chomsky, 1975a, 1962. There are considerations that suggest that something of the sort may be the case. In certain interesting respects, the subject of a does behave like a main clause object although it is not S selected by the verb. These facts might be accommodated by assuming that the may in verb best selects proposition and that 92 I knots owledge of land gu adj. The main verb and the predicate of a jointly select the subject of a. It would follow, then, that the subject of a cannot be an expletive, because it is selected by the complex verb. Thus, such forms as 74, a bard. We consider, 0, there a man in the room. 74. 2, we made, 0, it seem that John is intelligent. The result is correct for I, dubious for 2, incorrect for 73. Similar questions arise in connection with 7.1. Consider. John believes it to be obvious that s. 75. 2. John believes it to seem that s. The distinction between seem and is obvious shows up elsewhere as well. Compare 76 with 77. It's being obvious that John is intelligent. 76. 2. That John is intelligent is obvious. 3. It is true that John is intelligent without being obvious that he is. It's seeming that John is intelligent. 77. 2. That John is intelligent he seems. 3. It is true that John is intelligent without seeming that he is. The example, 2, indicates that the pleonastic subject of is obvious but not seem is in a position to which a semantic role is assigned. The same is true of I, for reasons to which we return, and also of 3, noted by Luigi Berzio, if we assume that the understood subject of the adjective-unct phrase is necessarily an element bearing a semantic role. These constructions raise a variety of questions that we will not pursue here. They might be addressed in terms of the assumption that there is compositional selection in these cases along the lines just indicated, although many problems remain. Us in GPLA to SBRO BLEMI 93. J. Conditions on representation. 3. 1 liter licensing, theta theory, and visibility. Considerations of the sort reviewed above lead to a conception of UG as a virtually rule-free system. The representations that appear at various levels are those that can be projected from semantic properties of lexical items in such a way as to accord with the various principles of UG with their parameters set. 37 Every element that appears in a well-formed structure must be licensed in one of a small number of available ways. The licensing options will include, among others, the following. An operator is licensed by binding a variable, from which it is not too distant, in a certain well-defined abstract sense. A variable must be strongly bound, c. 55. Referential dependency must meet the conditions of binding theory. Every complement of a head must be selected by it. An element that assigns semantic roles must have recipients in appropriate syntactic positions. For example, the verb h. It must have an selected object to receive the role of patient. A predicate, in particular, a VP, must have a subject, where the notions are syntactically defined. See Williams, 1980, and subsequent work. An element that requires a semantic role must be assigned such a role, where this assignment is determined by its grammatical function, subject, object, etc., and by lexical properties of heads, the grammatical functions being expressed in syntactic configuration. We call the semantic properties assigned by heads thematic role, 8 roles. We refer to the conditions on proper assignment of 8 roles as the theta criterion. Noun phrases that require 8 roles, for example, Joe HN, the man, are arguments, non-arguments. Include such expletive elements as therein. 69. Note that 8 roles are assigned only to element es in 8 positions, cp. 80. We refer to those 8 positions that are assigned 8 roles, that are 8 marked as 8 positions. Complements of a head always occupy 8 positions, but the subject may be in a position that is not a 8 position, as in 69. In 69, we assume that AMN is linked at the structure TO there. Position occupied by the expletive element there, this linking, say, coindexing, being maintained through the derivation. Note that that takes the same number as the noun phrase linked to it, as we can see from such sentences as IKNOWLEDGEOFLANGE. There seems to be a man in the room. 78. 2. There seem to be men in the room. The S structure of these reising constructions, as we have seen, is 79, where there has been moved from its D structure position leaving the trace C. There seems, SC to be men, a man, in the room, 79. The verb of the may IN clause agrees with THITS subject there, which in turn agrees with the phrase a man to which it is linked. In 69 and 78, the non-argument subject there is an NP in an A position but not a 8 position. In 69, the noun phrase a man is not in a case-marked position and, therefore, appears to violate the case filter. 34. We may assume, however, that IT receives case derivatively from the expletive element with which it is linked. Case is transferred from there to the man in 69, similarly, in 78. The case filter, 34, can be sharpened and to a certain extent motivated by relating it to considerations of theta theory. Following Joseph Found, let us assume that an element is visible for 8 mark ing only if it is assigned case. According to this visibility condition, a noun phrase can receive a role only if it is in a position to which case is assigned or is linked to such a position as in 69. Much of the content of the case filter is now derivable from the visibility condition. The case filter requires that phonetically realized NP must have case. The visibility condition yields the same consequence for lexical arguments such as John and the man. A lexical argument T must have case, or it will not receive a role and will L not be licensed. Similarly, it follows from the visibility condition that an expletive element linked to a non-case marked argument must have case. The argument must have case transferred to it by the linked expletive if it is to receive a role, so that the expletive element must be in a case-marked position. Hence, we must have raising in 78 from the non-case-marked embedded subject position to the case-marked may IN clause subject position. And we cannot have such sentences as the to be a man in the room is unlikely, rather, we must have for the to be, where there receives case from for, translating IT to the arg. Using PLA to SBROB LMI 95. Menti a man, which is now visible for 8 marking. In fact, there is linked only to non-case marked argument TNP for reasons to which we turn directly, so the effects of the case filter follow in full for this expletive element under this analysis. But the visible IT condition diverges from 34 in a number of other cases. In the first place, it requires that empty categories must have case if they are arguments. The result is correct for variables. Thus, we cannot derive such sentences as ATI by WH movement from the underlying structure, ATI. Does IT seem to be intelligent? 80. 2. It seems to be intelligent. The reason is that the variable bound by WH requires a role, and, therefore, must receive case, but in no case is assigned, as we have seen. Second, the visibility condition does not require case assignment to an NP that is not 8 marked, unless this NP must transfer case to an argument, as in 69. In 8.1, for example. The case filter in the form 34 requires that case be assigned to the bracketed NPs, but the visibility condition arguably does not. 38. I, John, is a fine mathematician. 81. 2. John, I consider a fine mathematician. 3. John did it himself. Let us assume this to be accurate and consider the case filter to be eliminated as an independent principle, valid insofar as it follows from the visibility condition. 39. 3.2. Full interpretation. The notions J. discussed and other related to them can be formulated conspicuously in terms of the concept chain, where a chain is the S-structure reflection of a history of movement T, consisting of the positions through which an element has moved from the A position it occupied at the S-structure. We include here the vacuous case of the single-membered chain of an element that remains in its D structure A position. Thus, in 82I, we have the chain U on E, indicating that movement has been from the position of Q. 96 IKNOWL edge valley and GU edge pied by E to the position occupied by John, the head of the chain. In 82, we have the chain John EI E2, indicating that movement has been from the position of E2 to that of EI and then to the head position occupied by on: 40. John was hit E by a car. 82. 2. John seems E1 to have been hit E2 by a car. Example, I is formed by one application of move NP. Example, 2, by two applications, passive followed by raising. We will refer to the pair of successive elements in a chain as a link A of the chain. Thus, the chain, John, EI, E2, has two links, John, EI, and E1, E2. We may think of a chain as an abstract representation of the phrase that is its head and assume that H roles and case are assigned to chains. The chains of 82I, 82 are abstract representations of John. The elements C in 82I and E2 in 82 are innate positions, and although the positions are not case marked, they are visible for 8 role assignment because the head of the chain is in a case marked position. This situation is typical. The chain is headed by a case marked position and terminates in a 8 position. Case is transferred from the head to the terminal position of the chain, making the latter visible to receive the 8 role that IT, in turn, transfers to the argument T that heads the chain. We now have two structures of case transfer, chains, and pairing of argument and expletive as in 69, repeated here. There is a man in the room. 69. We restrict attention here to the case of argument-headed chains, where the argument head is in a case-marked position, returning to the more general case and to a closer consideration of the properties of chains and expletive argument pairs in section 3.4.3. The theta criterion, CP 93, can now be formulated as a property of chains, recalling that a position P is visible in a chain if the chain contains a case-marked position, which we may take to be the head. Us and GP LATOSPR / 97. Each argument appears in a chain containing a 83 unique visible 6 position P, and each 6 position P is visible in a chain containing a unique argument A. The argument T then assumes the 6 role assigned in P. This is one way of stating the intuitive idea that each argument is uniquely assigned its semantic role, and each available semantic role is uniquely assigned to an argument. 41. He will return to a direct counterexample to the visibility requirement T in section 3.4. L. Note that this formulation of the theta criterion permits a 6 position to receive multiple 6 roles, as in 84. John left the room angry. 84. Here the position occupied by On receives 1/6 roll from the VP left the room and a second from Angry, which is predicated of OHN. 42. That predication assigns 6 roles follows from the theta criterion because of such small closed structures as John considers Bill intelligent. C. 72. Here the argument Bill is in a D structure ray position, which requires a 6 role that can be assigned only by predication by intelligent T, unless, in accord with the suggestion on pp. 91-92, Bill is 6 marked by the compound verb consider intelligent. A further condition is required to block such structures as 85, where Angry assigns the 6 role to On, although the sentence is still plainly a violation of theta theory. John seems that it is raining, Angry. 85. What is required is the condition that D structures are uniform with respect to 0 marking, either they are 6 marked by every potential 6 marker or by none, where the potential 6 markers are heads and predicates. Suppose we say that a T governs F3 if F3 is the complement of the head or the subject of the predicate A. Thus, T government T is the configuration of potential 6 marking, a special case of the concept of government T to which we will return. Then D structure meets the condition. 98. A knowledge of a language. If a position X is T governed by A, then X is occupied. 86. By an argument if and only if X is 0 marked by A. The example, 85, is now barred by the fact that the main clause subject is an argument although not 0 marked by one of its T governors, namely, the VP. We have been tacitly assuming through T that D structure is a pure representation of theta structure, where all and only the 0 positions are filled by arguments. Let us now make this assumption explicit as expressed in 86, which strengthens it slightly by the addition of the uniformity requirement. We have so far been considering chains headed by an element T in an A position, H chains, but the same ideas extend directly to H chains headed by an element in an A position. In terms of these notions, we can make a slight modification of binding principle, 56, which required that an R expression be free in the domain of its operator if it has one, otherwise A3. Let us replace this with 87, understood as a pair of disjunctively ordered principles as before, 43. An R expression is A3, in the domain of the head, 87, of its maximal chain. This gives the same results as before in the cases discussed, but T differs in a crucial case to which we will turn direct. Why? We might express many of these ideas by saying that there is a principle of full interpretation that requires that every element T of PF and LF, taken to be the interface of syntax, in the broad sense, with systems of language use, must receive an appropriate interpretation, must be licensed in the sense indicated. None can simply be disregarded. At the level of PF, each phonetic element must be licensed by some physical interpretation. The word book, for example, has the phonetic representation, book. It could not be represented, book, where we simply disregard F and R. That would be possible only if there were particular rules or general principles deleting these elements. Similarly, we cannot have sentences of the form, 88, interpreted respectively as I was in England last year, John was here yesterday, John saw Bill, and everyone was here, simply. Us in GPLA to SPR / 99. Disregarding the unlicensed bracketed element TS, the man walked, WHO, and every. I was in England last year, the man. 88. 2. John was here yesterday, walked. 3. Who, John saw Bill L. 4. Everyone was here. This is not a logically necessary property of all possible languages, for example, is not observed in standard notations for quantification theory that permit vacuous quantifiers in well-formed expressions, as in 89i, which is assigned the same interpretation as 89ii. I, x, 2 plus 2 equals 4, for ALL x, 2 plus 2 equals 4. 89. II, 2 plus 2 equals 4. But is a property of natural language. Given the very general property find inappropriate. Theory of licensing, it would be redundant i.e. flat wrong to include in a grammar of English really that specifically bar examples of the sort J used illustrated, for example, rules that bar 88 by requiring that WHO be followed by a sentence with a gap of a certain sort, a missing position, an empty category, or in some languages, a resumptive pronoun, as in such marginal English examples as who did you think that if he gets married, then everyone will be happy. This device is typically used in English to overcome violation of conditions on gaps, but is used more freely in many other languages. It is, then, a mistake to construct a rule system that bars 88 or 90, while permitting 9 liters I, 9 liters II, and in some languages, 9 liters III, or, more commonly 9 liters 4, where the pronoun is necessarily understood as bound by the operator WHO or an empty operator. I, who did John see Bill? 90. 2. The man, who, that, John saw Bill. I, who did John see E? 91. 2. The man, who, that, John saw E. 100ikno lejo flangu. 3. Who did John see him? 4. The man that John saw him. Such a rule would simply restate in some complex way facts that follow from quite general syntactic properties of human languages. There is, then, no justification on the basis of these constructions for enriching the class of available descriptive devices to permit these facts to be stated directly in a rule system, an undesirable move in any event for reasons already discussed. Recall that the language assigns to each expression a structure y equals D, S, P, L, these being the representations at the levels of D structure, S structure, PF and LF, respectively. The elements of I must be appropriately related, thus, S must be formed from D by successive applications of move A, or perhaps, more broadly, affect A, with its specific properties. P must be the result of applying to S the rules of morphology and phonology, and L, the result of applying to S the rules of the LF component, which may be invariant. We have now discussed a number of conditions that must be satisfied by D, P, and L. D satisfies one general formal condition and one general semantic condition. The formal condition is that it conform to the principles of X-bar theory. In general, representations at other levels do not conform to these principles. For example, IF of VPIS fronted in a clause yielding a structure, VPS. The resulting structure does not conform to X-bar theory. The semantic condition is that it be a pure representation of theta structure in the sense indicated, which we extend slightly below. P and L must satisfy the general principle fit, which requires that each element be licensed in an appropriate fashion. The levels P and L constitute the interface of the language faculty with other cognitive systems, and correspondingly, the licensing conditions at P and L are, in a sense, external. At PF, the general requirement is that each phonetic segment receive a phonetic interpretation by some invariant principle, external to the particular language and grammar. At LF, we have mentioned a number of licensing conditions, but we might look forward to the possibility of expressing them in a more organized manner relating to some broader theory of semantic interpretation. We may, first of all, distinguish there us and GPLA to SBROBLMIIOI. License ENG conditions for maximal and non-maximal projections. The latter are licensed relative to the maximal projections in which they appear, by X-bar theory. For maximal projections, we might expect that each phrase must be licensed externally, as either an argument or the trace of an argument, a predicate, or an operator. If an argument, it must be assigned a role, if a predicate, it must assign a role, and if an operator, a must bind a variable, which, furthermore, is an argument and must be strongly bound. Then the licensing conditions on LF representations are analogous to those on PF representations, except that the elements of the former are more complex, maximal projections with internal structure rather than phonetic segments. A requirement this strong on LF would have numerous consequences. For example, it would require that he in such sentences as John left town at noon be predicated of some element T of LF, perhaps an element of INFL, as suggested by Rothstein, 1983, and that all pleonastic elements be eliminated at LF. The latter conclusion, to which we return, has certain specific empirical consequences and plausible assumptions as to how this elimination of pleonastics may be carried out. These conditions refer to the elements D, P, and L of the S structure I equals D, S, P, L, assigned to an expression. Other independent conditions that hold of S, or rather properties of S fully determined by the requirement T that S be properly related to D, P, and L. We have assumed that the projection principle holds independently of S, and we will discuss a series of chain conditions on the S structure representation as well. However, these properties of S structure may be reducible to the independent conditions of FL holding of PF and LF representation and the conditions on D structure, given an appropriate account of the ways in which the elements of a structure I equals D, S, P, L may be related. 3.4. Explanation in a Principles and Parameters Theory of U. 3.4. 1. Some sample cases. In Section 3.1 of this chapter we considered the model of explanation that underlies the study of generative grammar. In 102 IKNOWLEGOFLANGUAGE. Section 3.2. We reviewed the first attempts to deal with the problems that arise, based on the assumption that a language is an elaborate rule system. Section 3.3 was concerned with various attempts to resolve the tension between explanatory and descriptive adequacy and to overcome serious difficulties in a rule systems model. This work has led finally to a rather different picture of language S structure, as sketched in Section 3.3. This is the second of the two major or conceptual shifts we have discussed, the first being the shift to the framework of generative grammar. I will return to some further remarks of these ideas, but without further elaboration we can see how they will apply. U consists of various subsystems: X-bar theory, binding theory, case theory, theta theory, bounding theory, dealing with locality conditions on movement that account for such cases as 27 Vin 9, and so forth, each containing certain principles with a limited degree of parametric variation. In addition, there are certain overriding principles such as the projection principle, full interpretation, and the principles of licensing. Certain concepts, such as the concept of domain discussed earlier and the related technical notions see command and government, to which we return, play a central role throughout these subsystems. The interaction of the principles of these various modules determines the S structure of each possible string, its representations on each level. See Note 5. There are no rules for particular constructions such as interrogative, relative, passive, raising, and so on. Indeed, there are no really at all, in the conventional sense, in the central areas of syntax. In particular, phrase structure rules can be largely eliminated, perhaps completely so. To illustrate how such a system works, consider the sentence Who was John persuaded to visit? 92. Let us ask what specific knowledge the child must acquire in order to be able to assign to the sentence, 92, the structure that underlies its semantic interpretation and use. In other words, what specific knowledge must we have beyond that incorporated? Facing Plato SPR I-103. In the initial state, so in order to understand this sentence, insofar as the language faculty, in our sense, contributes to this end, we must, first of all, know the lexical properties of the words, otherwise we cannot understand the sentence. We must know, then, that visit is a transitive verb that selects a category canonically realized as an NP object. By expa theory, visit must head a VP and, by the projection principle, its NP object must appear in the syntactic representation. The object must be an empty category, because no overt NP is present. One of the values of the expa theory parameters for English is that English is a head-first language, so that the object is to the right of visit. Furthermore, to be licensed, the predicate, visitee, must have a subject, the two forming a clause, s, since the subject is not overt, it must be another empty category. Turning to persuade, we know that it is of verbs that he takes an object and a clausal complement t. Their order determined by the case adjective acency principle, as we have seen. Continuing in this way, we conclude that the structure of 92 must be 93, where I omit a number of categories and category labels, for simplicity. Who was John, VP persuaded i.e., VP Visitek, 93. This work of the structure is determined simply on the basis of lexical properties and the value of the head complement parameter, given principles of use. For the structure, 93, to be well formed, each element E must be licensed. The WH phrase must bind a variable, and each argument must be assigned a role. For reasons determined by use, only a may be a variable. The other empty categories are not in case-marked positions and, therefore, are not visible for a role assignment. Therefore, WHO must bind ek. John is the subject of a passive, a position to which no role is assigned, a non-ate position, as we can see from the fact that non-denoting expressions appear there. It is alleged that advantage was taken of Bill, etc. 44. Therefore, John must bind some element in a 8 position that can transfer its role to John by the general convention regarding chains. Unless bound by John, I will not be licensed. Therefore, John must bind I, which 104 IKNOWL edge of LANGU edge. Although not in a case-marked position, is nevertheless visible for 8 marking by persuade because it is in a chain headed by the case-marked element John. This leaves I an element that we will refer to as P-row, an empty category with a restricted distribution to which we will return. In particular, it appears in non-case-marked subject position, as in 93. Like a pronoun, this element may be either bound, as in 94I. Where P-row is bound by BL, the meaning is that John persuaded by LL that he, Bill, is to leave, or free, in which case it is generally understood in the sense of an arbitrary pronoun such as English 1, as in 94. John persuaded by LL, P-row to leave. 94. 2. It is time, P-row to leave. Note that the element P-row, which is always an argument, is visible for 8 marking even though not case-marked, and the same is true of a trace that it binds, as in 95, where a role is assigned to E and transferred to the head P-row of the chain, P-row, E. It is time, P-row to be introduced T to the visitors, 95. This is the direct counterexample to the theta criterion menti and earlier, P. 97. The principles formulated so far and others that we will discuss below extend to this case with UT modification if we assume that P-row has an inherent case. Fors we will, therefore, assume this, noting, however, that this decision conceals a problem rather than solving it. Returning to 93, we know that persuade requires that its object control PRO, as we see in 94I. So in 93, PRO, namely, edge, is control led by E, the object of persuade. In 93, then, I equals J. EI is bound by on, and EC is bound by WHO. All these connections are uniquely determined by general principles. Spelling them out, we interpret 92, roughly as for which person X, someone persuaded John that John should visit X. To achieve this interpretation, the only information required specifically about English is knowledge of the lexical items. This, of course, must be learned, although there undoubtedly are very heavy universal constraints in this system. Using PLATOSPR-I105. As well, as is clear from the remarkable speed and precision of lexical acquisition, which pose another variant of Plato's problem in quite a sharp form. The remainder is deduced from general principles. Let us return now to the examples 2, 7, introduced in Chapter 1 to illustrate the problem of poverty of stimulus, repeated here as 1, 2, 1, 7. I wonder who the man expected to see them. 1, 2. The man expected to see them. 1, 3. John ate an apple. 1, 4. John ate. 1, 5. John is too stubborn to talk to Bill. 1, 6. John is too stubborn to talk to. I 7. The problem posed by examples 1, 2, and 1, 3 is that the bracketed phrase has a different range of interpretation in the two cases. In 1, 2, the pronoun may be referently dependent on the antecedent the man, but in 1, 3, it may not. The problem posed by 1, 4, 1, 7 is that the natural inductive procedure that partially accounts for 1, 5 fails utterly for 1, 7 because their missing object in I7 is understood to be John rather than some arbitrary person, while the subject of talk to is understood to be some arbitrary person, not Joe HN as in 1, 6. How do we know these facts? They must be largely or completely deducible from general principles, because relevant information is unavailable to the language learner. What then do we know up to the structure of 1, 2, 1, 7, given GU student specific information up to English concerning the lexical entries and the parameters of the various modules? Consider first 1, 2, and 1, 3. The verb expect S selects a proposition, hence, C selects a clause S. The latter may be finite or infinitival. In this case, it is infinitival with the predicate to, VP see them. The predicate requires a subject, which in this case is an empty category. The structure of 1, 2, and 1, 3, then, is I wonder who the man expected, SC1 to see them, 1, 2. The man expected, E2 to see them. 1, 3. 106 IKNO ledge valley and GU edge. For general reasons that we have already discussed, E1 must be the variable bound by WHO and E2 must be PRO, bound by the man. The interpretation of the pronoun the men, I2, and I3, should, therefore, be determined by the principles that apply in 96. Where we have an overt rather than an empty category in the embedded subject position. The man expected, S the boys to see them. 96. In 96, them cannot be bound by the boys, but it may be bound by the man, or it may be free, always an option for a pronoun. The sentence, therefore, means that the man expected the boys to see either the men or some entities otherwise identified. The property of binding theory illustrated by this example is that a pronoun must be free in the domain of the nearest subject one case of the specified subject condition, SSC, a principle of binding theory. Turning now to 2, we see that it is exactly like 96, except that it has E instead of the boys. By SSC, the pronoun in 2 must be free in the domain of the embedded subject E and may be bound by the more remote subject the men. The sentence, I too, thus means that I wonder for which persons X, the men expected that X would see them, the men, or entities otherwise identity I feared. Consider next, 3. By SSC the pronoun cannot be bound by the embedded subject PRO. But PRO is bound by the main clause subject the men, so the pronoun cannot be bound by TH is remote subject for that would entail that it is bound by PRO, assuming, throughout, that binding is expressed by CO indexing. Therefore, in I3, the pronoun must be free, not referentially dependent on the men. The binding theory principle SSC is motivated independently of examples of the type I2 and I3. Presumably, it is a principle of Hooke, or a consequence derived from principles of Hooke, perhaps with some parameters set. Knowing SSC and their principles of Hooke that yield the structures 2 and 3, the speaker of English need learn nothing more to know that the pronoun in I2 can be bound by the subject of the clause in brackets, whereas in I3 it cannot be bound by that element. Thus in GPLA to SPR oblum I107. The principle SSC requires that a pronoun must be free in the domain of its nearest subject, and that an anaphor such as each other must be bound in this domain. The judgments thus reverse if we replace them in 2 and 3 by each other. I wonder who the men expected. 97. SC1 to see each other. 2. The men expected E2 to see each other. Here each other takes the trace E1 of WHO as its antecedent in I, and takes E2 equals PRO bound by TT men as ITS antecedent in 2. Thus, I means that I wonder for which persons the men expected each of these persons to see the other persons, and 2 means that the men expected that they, the men, would see each other. These examples involve the trace of WH movement in the position of the object of a verb or the subject of an embedded infinitive. The same argument motivates the presence of a trace in the position of the subject of the tensed verb. Who do you think he left? 98. Consider, for example, the sentence 99I with the S-struct representation 99 after WH movement. I, which boy do they think likes each other? 99. 2. Which boy I do they think I likes each other? The ana for each ot her cannot take they as antecedent because of SSC, the closest subject being the trace I of WH boy. It cannot take the trace as antecedent because it is singular. If the trace were missing, then they would be the appropriate antecedent, and the sentence would be grammatical with the meaning, for which boy X, each of them thinks that X likes the others. In contrast, in LOA, with the S structure, LOA, them can take they as antecedent, by virtue of SSC and the presence of the trace of WH boy. I, which boy do they think likes them? 2. Which boy I do they think I likes them? 100. 108 KNO ledge vele and GU edge. Ample evidence of other sorts supports the same conclusions. Thus, insert IN structures, anaphors are subject-oriented in the sense that only a subject can be antecedent and the antecedent must be the nearest subject, as illustrated in 101:46. They told me that pictures of each other would be on sale. 2. I told them that pictures of each other would be on sale. 3. They thought I said that pictures of each other would be on sale. 101. But now consider 102. They saw the men, who, we think, believe that pictures of each are there and on sale. 2. They wonder who, we think, believe that pictures of each are there and on sale. 102. Here, each other is again in a configuration in which it must take the nearest subject as its antecedent. As the sense makes clear, the antecedent is the trace left by WH movement in both cases, not we or they. The examples fall under the general principle that the nearest subject is the antecedent only if the trace of WH movement is present. Consider finally the example 1-7, and the question why it is not understood on the analogy of 1-6, in the manner of 1-5 and 1-4. As in the case of 92, we know that talked has an empty category object with which it forms a VP, and an empty category subject forming a clause with VP as predicate. Thus, the structure is, to begin with something like Johnny is too stubborn, SC, 2, VP talk to it. 103. Because Joe HN, E, and EK are each zero positions, each must be in a separate chain or the theta criterion will be violated. Therefore, their empty category can be the trace of Joe HN, and EK cannot be the trace of E. Since E is not in a case-marked position, it cannot be a variable and must be PRO. Us in GPLA to SPROB LMI 109. Turning to EK, the distributional requirements of PRO exclude it from this position for reasons to which we return, so that EK must be a variable, this being the only option left. The embedded clause, then, must have an empty operator binding EK middle dot. The structure, then, must be 104, where 0 is an empty operator and EK the variable that it binds. Johnny is too stubborn, okay, PRO, to talk to EK. 104. Booty to be licensed, the variable EK must be strongly bound in the sense defined earlier, c. 55. Since its operator, being empty, does not specify a range, the variable must be associated with an antecedent t in a structurally appropriate position that assigns it a value. Only John is available as an antecedent, and it is in an appropriate position, as the subject of the predicate too stubborn to talk to EK for general reasons. Therefore, EK takes John as value. It follows, then, that I equals K. Recall that the binding principle, 87, requires that a variable be free in the domain of the head of its chain. This condition is satisfied by 104, the variable is bound by John, but the latter is not in the domain of its operator 0, which is the head of the chain formed by movement of 0 from its D-structure position to the position it occupies in 104. Consider now the interpretation of PRO. Recall that this element E is pronoun-like in that it can neither be bound or free. Suppose that PRO were bound by John so that J equals I, but I equals K so. It follows that J equals K. This, however, is a violation of their principle of strong crossover, analogous to 42, p. 78. In other words, it is a violation of the more general bind 11G theory principle, 87. Therefore, PRO cannot be bound by John. But there is no other binder. Therefore, PRO must be free, hence, arbitrary in interpretation, as in such sentences as 94 or 95. The interpretation of the sentence, I7, then, must be John is so stubborn that no one will talk to him, 105, John. In contrast I6, has the interpretation John is so stubborn that John, will not talk to, 106, Bill. 110 IKNO ledge of LANGU edge. The pair, I6, and I7, does not follow the analogy of I4, and I5. 47 For a mind initially equipped with the principles of UG, the interpretation of I7 requires only knowledge of the meaning of the words. The rest is determined by a computational process of the sort J used outlined, so it appears. 48. The same principles explain the interpretation of the more complex examples 9 and 10 of Chapter 1, repeated here as 19 and I10. John is too clever to expect us to catch Bill. John is too clever to expect us to catch I9, 110. By an argument analogous to the one J used given in I10, the understood object of catch is identified with John and the subject of expect is arbitrary, so that the meaning of I10 is John is so clever that no one will expect us to catch him, John, whereas the meaning of I9 is John is so clever that he, John, will not expect us to catch Bill. Again, the structure and interpretation are deducible from general principles, given no knowledge of the lexical items. As noted, something of the sort must be the case, given the empirical conditions of Plato's problem. The analysis of I7 and I-O, entailed by the principles of Uke, has many other verifiable consequences. If Ek in I04 is, indeed, a variable bound by an empty operator, it must observe a variety of conditions on movement to close initial position, such as those illustrated in 27 above. Indeed, these structures do observe these general conditions on movement E. Consider, for example, the sets of expressions of 107 and 108. John is too stubborn to expect a Noam to talk to Bill. 2. John is too stubborn to visit anyone who talked to Bill. 3. John is too stubborn to ask why Tom wondered who talked to Bill. 107. Who do you expect anyone to talk to E? 2. Who did you visit anyone who talked to E? 3. Who did you ask why Tom wondered who talked to E? 108. Us and GPLA to SPR oblong ILLL. The examples of 107 are grammatical with Bill in place, but only I remains grammatical if Bill is deleted. Again, these facts are known with UT instruction or relevant experience. The results follow at once from the assumption that if Bill is missing, then there is an operator variable S structure analogous to 108. With an overt operator and the same pattern of grammatical and ungrammatical structures. The principles of bound eng theory that account for 108 will the pound or apply to 107, yielding the J judgments J used reviewed. Sentence 107 with Bill missing is example 1-4 of chapter 50, which, as noted there, is not understood on the analogy of 107, with Bill present or with the inversion strategy applied in 107I, with Bill missing. Rather, IT is assigned no interpretation at all. The facts are determined by Uke, along the lines JST indicated. Further evidence for the operator gap representation and the principles from which it follows is provided by so-called parasitic gap constructions such as W.H. Chickbook did you fill away, without reading E. 109. Here the operator W.H. Chickbook appears to bind both the variables I and E, so that the meaning is, for which book X, you filed X without E reading X. Only variables, not other empty categories, license such parasitic gaps, as we can see by comparing 109 with 110. In the latter, I is not a variable, and sentence does not mean that someone can file the book without reading it. The book can be filled I without reading E. 110. We now observe that constructions such as 104 do license parasitic gaps. John is too charming to talk to E without E liking E. 111. Hence, 111 must have a structure similar to that of 109, not 110. it cannot be that John binds the Tracy, or the structure would be as in 110, and the parasitic gap would not be licensed. Therefore, E must be bound by an empty operator, thus licensing the parasitic gap as in 109. We therefore have further evidence that the embedded clause is an operate variable constration. 112 ledge of langu edge. The distribution of possible gaps in the embedded clause is also explained on the assumption that I is a variable bound by an empty operator, although it is easier to see this point T by considering other constructions of the same sort, such as the purposive constructions of 112, where I is analogous to 113. It is time for us to G either present to Bilal 2, it is time to give a present T to Bilal 3, I bought a book, for us to O give to Bilal 4, I met someone, for us to give a book to V, I bought a book, to give to Bilal, V, I met someone, to give a book to 7, I bought someone a present, for you to give to 8, I bought someone a present, to give to 112. John is too angry, for USDO give presents to his 113 friends. The embedded clause appears in full in L12I and 113. The examples 2, 4 of 112 illustrate that any one of the three NPs in this clause can be missing, with an appropriate choice of main clause context. We would, therefore, expect, by analogy, that any pair of these may be missing and that all three may be missing. The expectation is, in part, confirmed, as illustrated by V, but not completely, as shown by 7, 8. Exactly this array of facts is predicted by the principles we have so far been led to assume. The subject can always be missing, hence equals PRO. And exactly one other phrase can be missing by an application of the rule move, which may place one, but no more than one, operator in the pre-clausal position. The embedded clauses of 112 have the same structure as the embedded clause complements of the two stubborn S structures, although more options are realized because the main clause can be richer. Although not exhaustive, this discussion suffices to show that there is substantial empirical evidence in support of the analysis J. Used outlined with its specific assumptions about their US and GPLA to SBRO Belum I113 principles of Hugh. In particular, the interpretation of 17110 and 107 as that of 1213. And other examples we have discussed is completely determined by principles of Hugh, given knowledge of the lexical items. We can explain how children know these facts without instruction or relevant evidence on the assumption that the initial state S0 of the language faculty includes the principles of the various subsystems of Hugh, and that the mind is capable of carrying out computations of the sort T indicated here. In effect deducing the facts from these principles once the lexical items and the proper ties are given. We therefore have evidence of a non-trivial sort for the existence of the mental representations and principles that enter into these computations, and for the true th of the principles of UG and their language-specific realizations WITH parameters fixed. In whatever sense one can be said to have evidence for the true th of theoretical statements and for the existence of the entities they deal with. 49. Compare the representation 104, repeated here as 114, with LL5I, derived from the D structure LL5 that underlies the well-formed structure L15. John is2 Esteborn. Okay, the proj to talk to John is illegal, Pro to talk to E2, is illegal, Pro to talk to John 3, it is illegal to talk to John. 114, 115. We can derive from 2 by two applications of move, First, move John to the front of the embedded clause, as in forming 114, leaving the trace E. Then move Joe HN from this operator position to the position of E in L15, leaving the trace E. Now E is a variable bound by the operator E apostrophe. Recall that I n 114 k equals I. Furthermore, EIS identical LTO0 of 114. Therefore, both 114 and L15I have the S structure form. Johnny is app I, PR wrote to talk to E. 116. Nevertheless, 114 is well formed and L5I is not. The improper movement that yields L15I is not barred by the Vitar criterion, because in both cases of movement, Joe HN 114 IKNOWL edge of LANGU edge moves to a non-8 position. But it is barred by the binding condition 87, which requires that an R expression must be a free in the domain of the head of its chain. In L15I, John is the head of the chain UOHN, E, and the variable E is a bound by Joe HN and E, therefore, not a free in the domain of the head of ITS chain, namely, Joe HN. The difference between 114 and 115I has to do with the chain structure, where a chain, as before, is the S structure reflection of a history of movement from D structure. In 114, we have two chains, OHN and 0E, whereas in L15I, we have only the single chain, John. E. A range of examples similar to L5I motivate the modification of 56 to 87. Notice that 114 could not be derived in the manner of L5I by double application of mover because the main clause subject position is a 8 position, so that movement to this position would violate the theta criterion, yielding a chain with two 8 positions. This analysis of improper movement crucially requires that we regard move A as an operation converting D structure to S structure. A possible alternative interpretation that regards move A as in effect a property of S structure, so that D structures has abstracted from S structure, would require a somewhat different analysis of the phenomenon. 50. 3. 4. Two further considerations on empty categories. One crucial feature of this discussion is the assumption that empty categories appear in mental representations in a manner determined by the trace theory of movement rules, the projection principle, and the various L-licensing principles. Examples such as I2 and 1-3 of P. 105 provide fairly direct evidence for these assumptions, which enable us to explain the interpretation of these sentences as a consequence of the principles required independently to account for such expressions as 96. Examples, I4, 1-7, of P. 105 and others discussed provide further evidence on the basis of more complex and, therefore, SDLL more persuasive argument. If movement did not leave an empty category, trace, then these facts would remain a mystery. The hypothesis that movement leaves trace, then, is an empirical one, which is supported by evidence of the sort JSD illustrated. As in other cases discussed, this is by no means a Arson GPLA to SBROB LMI 115 necessary property of arbitrary languages, although it appears to be a property of human languages. Certain theories of Yuga assume that there is no trace in such structures, for example, earlier theories of transformational grammar, or some of the theories that complicate and extend the variety of phrase structure grammars instead of attempting to reduce or eliminate them. 5.1 Evidence of the sort JST mentioned indicates that these theories are mistaken. There is comparable evidence concerning other empty categories required by the VG Principi LS discussed. Consider the empty category that we have called PRO, which appears as something like a free variable in L7I, and L7, and a bound pronoun in L7, and L7 if it is illegal, PRO to vote twice 2. John is too stubborn, PRO to tell Kate to 3. John decided, PRO to vote twice 4. John is too stubborn, PRO to talk to Bill. 117. In examples, I and 3, the D structure, S structure, and LF representations are identical, with TH an indication of referential dependency in 3, at least at LF, and the PF representation is the same except that the empty category is missing. Is it correct to assume that the syntactic representations are as in 117, or should PRO be missing here too, as it is at the PF level? Again, the question is an empirical one, concerning the form and properties of certain M_n representations. There is considerable indirect evidence supporting 117. We have reviewed such evidence in the cases of 2 and 4. Let us now restrict attention to the simpler cases, I and 3. The licensing principle that requires predicates to have subjects, and, hence, entails the presence of PRO in these cases, is supported by the fact that it accounts for the distribution of the semantically empty elements that appear in such sentences as L8, 52. It is raining 2, I expect there to be rain tomorrow. 3. It's having rained surprised me. 4. It seems that there will be rain tomorrow. 118. 116 IKNOWLEDGVLANGU if the bracketed phrases in such constructions did not require subjects for some general reason, it is not clear why the semantically empty elements it and virtuality appear at all. 55 The assumption is supported further by evidence drawn from null subject languages such as Spanish or Italian, which allow the subject to be missing at PF that require IT, whether as an argument or an expletive, as an empty category at the other levels, for reasons that would carry us beyond the bounds of this discussion. 54 But there is also more direct evidence. The projection principle requires that complement ES of heads must be represented at each syntactic level, D structure, SS structure, LF, so that, in particular, objects st be represented, but it says nothing about subjects. Thus, it distinguishes between what Edwin Williams calls internal and external arguments, specifically, object and subject. The projection principle requires that the former be syntactically realized, but not the latter, although they are required as subjects of predication, either arguments or expletives. The two principles, the projection principle and the requirement that clauses have subjects, constitute what is called the extended projection principle, EPP, in Chomsky, 198-1. Rothstein, 1983, proposes that the two clauses of the EPP are in fact closely related. We may think of a lexical head as a lexical function that is unsaturated, in roughly the Phrygian sense, if it is not provided with appropriate arguments fulfilling the 8 roles it assigns, and we may correspondingly regard a maximal projection, apart from those that are quasi-differential, NP and clause, as a syntactic function that is unsaturated if not provided with a subject of which it is predicated. Then, the EPP is a particular way of expressing the general principle that all functions must be saturated. 55. External arguments are required as subjects of VP in clauses, as in 119, but not as subjects in corresponding nominalizations such as 120I, with th subject, and 120ii, with ut1. They destroyed the town. 119. Their destruction of the town. 2. The destruction of the town. 120. Us and GPLA to SBRO blem I 117. The reason is that the clause contains a VP predicate, but the nominalization does not contain a predicate. The structure of the NP is 10, because n is not the maximal projection of the head n. It requires no licensing principle, apart from X-bar theory, and, in particular, is not required to be licensed as a predicate. Furthermore, subjects may be expletive, whereas objects may not if the discussion on P90 is correct. 56. For reasons to which we return deriving from binding theory, or, some have argued, case theory, the element PRO is restricted to subject position. In fact, the position of subject of infinitive or gerund where its presence is required by the licensing principle for predicates assumed earlier. Notice that some of the properties of PRO are shared by pronouns with arbitrary reference such as one in English, or more narrowly, man in German or on in French. Thus, in English we have the following configuration of data, for one taken in the relevant sense. I, one shouldn't do such things. 2. One's friends shouldn't do such things. 3. We would scarcely believe one to be capable of such actions. 4. We would scarcely believe one capable of such actions. V. One was here yesterday. Vi. They ought to meet one. 121. The property of modal interpretation illustrated in these examples holds also for arbitrary PRO, and like PRO, one is restricted generally to subject position, as subject of a clause as in, ORVNOUN phrase SN. 2, though the latter constraint is much weaker for one than for PRO, as, Vi, illustrates. 57 These properties are unexplained, and raise questions about the correctness of an explanation of properties of PRO in terms of government or case. I will put these questions aside, merely noting a potential problem, and will continue with the assumption that the explanation for the distribution of PRO is internal to the considerations developed here. The question we are now asking is whether it is correct to assume the presence of PRO in subject position, or whether there 118 IKNO LEGO FLANGU ADJ S structure, D structure, and LF representations have no element at all in these positions, like the PF representation. Note that, in principle, there are three ways in which a subject may fail to appear overtly in some clausal structure. I. It may be syntactically realized as an empty category. 2. It may be realized as a constituent of the V head of the VP predicate, which assigns it a 6 role. 3. It may be missing in both syntactic and lexical representations. In fact, all three conditions are realized, and they have distinctively different properties. SS. The three possible cases are illustrated in 122, wherein 2. E is the trace of the boat. I decided, PRO to sink the boat. 2. The boat was sunk. 3. The boat sank. 122. Take these to be both S structure and LF representations. A number of properties distinguish these cases. Consider. First, the possibility of spelling out the missing agent of sin K in an over T by phrase. This is impossible in case I, possible in case 2, and impossible in case 3. I, 1 decided to sink the boat by John. 2. The boat was sunk by John. 3. The boat sank by John. 123. There is no semantic reason for the status of I and 3. Thus, I could mean I decided that John should sink the boat, analogous to I wanted John to sink the boat, but it does not. Rather, only a subject that is present lexically but not syntactically, as in 2, can be overtly realized in a by phrase. This property distinguishes 2 from I and 3. Structures I and 2 are distinguished from 3 by the possibility of adding agent-oriented adverbs such as voluntarily. I decided, PRO to leave voluntarily. 2. The boat was sunk voluntarily. 3. The boat sank voluntarily. 124. These adverbs require an agent, which may be expressed syntactically as in I, or lexically as in to. Notice that in I. Facing Plato's problem I-119. Voluntarily is associated with PRO, not ITS binder I, as IT would be in I decided, PRO to leave, voluntarily. In the latter, it is my decision that is voluntary, whereas in I, it is my leaving. Thus, the three possible cases exist and are distinguished from one another. In particular, there is evidence for the syntactic presence of PRO and the lexical presence of a missing argument. A variety of further properties distinguish these cases. Consider the question of control, binding, of the formally missing understood subject. I, they expected, PRO to give damaging testimony. 2. They expected, damaging testimony to be given. 3. They expected, the boat to sink. 125. The asterisk in 2 and 3 refers to the interpretation analogous to I, WITH, the subject of the may IN clause controlling the understood subject of the embedded clause I'm possible in 2, 3, required in I.59. Thus, only a syntactically present T element T can be controlled by an antecedent. Consider control by the understood subject. IT is to me, PRO to sink the boat, PRO to collect the insurance. 2. The boat was sunk, PRO to collect the insurance. 3. The boat sank, PRO to collect the insurance. 126. An element present T at the syntactic or lexical level can serve as a controller. In 3. The sentence can be given only the senseless interpretation with the boat understood as the subject of collect. Consider the binding of an anaphor by the understood subject. They decided that it was about time, PRO to hit each other. 2. Damaging testimony is sometimes given about each other. 3. The boat sank for each other. 4. Damaging testimony is sometimes given about oneself. 127. 120 knowledge valengu age. Examples 2 and 3 do not mean some people give damaging testimony about each other, some people sank the boats for each other, respectively. An anaphor requires an antecedent, either syntactic or lexical, and the reciprocal requires an antecedent more specific than the lexically incorporated subject of passive. Note that in 127I, the anaphor is linked to PRO, not they, for ITS interpretation, as indicated by the meaning. They decided that it was about time for each to hit the other, not each decided that it was about time to hit the other. Correspondingly, TH can be replaced by they ILL. TH all decided, last week, that IT was about time, PRO to HIT each other. Similarly, in 128, each is associated with PRO, not the main clause subject THE. They decided, PRO to read a book each. 128. The sentence does not mean that they each decided to read a book, but rather that they decided that each of them should read a book. Again, these facts support the assumption that there is a subject PRO distinct from the antecedent that binds it. Certain adjective uncts require explicit argument TS, for example, to get her or W it out reading them, a test structure, W it out, PRO reading T. These can be predicated of PRO but not of a lexically represented understood subject. IT is impossible, PRO to visit together. B. It is impossible, PRO to be visited together. C. It is impossible, PRO to file the articles, without reading them. 2a. It is impossible, for me to be visited together. B. It is impossible, for the articles to be filed, without reading them. 3a. The boat sank together. B. The boat sank without seeing it. 129. The examples of I are well formed because an explicit formal subj act, P-Row, serves as the subject of the predication. Note that in case ib, the adjective unct is predicated of the explicit formal subject P-Row, not the understood subject of visit. The example, ia, is excluded because the understood subject of visit, being us and GPLATOSPR my 1-to-1. Only lexic le represented cannot serve as the subject of the adjective unct, and me cannot be the subj act of the adjective unct together. The examples of 3 are impossible because there is no subject for the predication. Go. Consider next the action of what the subject of adjective actival predication can be. I, they expected, P-Row to leave the room angry. 130. The room was left angry. 3. The boat sank angry. The adjective active phrase angry is predicated of P-Row, not they, and only a syntactically present T element T can be its subject. 61. Montalbetti, 1984, provides a different kind of evidence for the existence of P-Row. In the NULL subject languages Spanish and Italian there is a distinction between P-Row, with the properties we have been considering and an empty pure pronominal, carl it pro, which is the NL counterpart of the lexical pronouns and appears as the subject of a tensed clause with specific reference or as an expletive. There are, however, certain differences in interpretation between the null pronominal pro and its lexical counterpart, as illustrated in such Spanish examples as 131 1312, which translate the English 132. Muchos estudiantes pensan que ellos son inteligentes. 2. Muchos estudiantes pensan que pro son inteligentes. 131. Many students think that they are intelligent. 132. The English sentence 132 may have the interpretation 133 with they interpreted as a bound variable. In Hick case it entails that if John is one of the many students in question, then John thinks that he, John, is intelligent, or 132 may be interpreted referring to some set S of people, perhaps the set of student S, so that if John is one of the many students, then John thinks that the members of the set S are intelligent. For many student X thinks that X is intelligent. 133. 122 IKNOWL edge of LANGU edge. But the Spanish counterpart, 13 liters I, is unambiguous, lacking the bound variable interpretation as in 133. 62. This restriction is relaxed, however, if a bound pronominal intervenes between the quintifier expression and the overt pronoun, as in 134 with the interpretation 134. Muchos estudiantes dijeron que propensan que ellos son inteligentes. 2. For many students X said that X thinks that X is intelligent. 134. Here the quantifier expression does not bind the overt pronoun locally, because pro intervenes, and ellos can be treated as a bound variable as in 133. Crucially, the same is true if P-Row intervenes, as in 135. Muchos estudiantes quieren, P-Row creer, que ellos son inteligentes. 2. Many students want, P-Row to believe, that they are intelligent. 135. The sentence, 135 can mean 136, as the English counterpart can. For many students, X wants to believe that X is 136, intelligent. His fact provides quite direct evidence for the presence of PRO in these constructions, for if PRO were absent, then 135I should be interpreted analogously to 13 liters I, rather than 134I. The evidence reviewed indicates that passives have an implicit and a realized subject position that is assigned the usual role of a subject, a role that may be transferred to an associated by phrase. Such transfer of role is impossible with the PRO subject, as in 123I, or we would be left with a chain, namely, PRO, lacking role. We might ask whether the same is true of other derived forms such as nominalizations. The evidence supports a positive answer. I. The destruction of the city by the barbarians, 137. Usin GPLA to SBROB LMI 123. 2. The destruction of the city, PRO to prove a point. These and other examples indicate that an implicit subject is present, but, as distinct from the case of passives, it is possible that it is present not in the nominal but in the position, as a PRO-like element Rho Eper, 1984, provides evidence in support of this conclusion. He notes that control is lost if the subject position is filled by NP movement, as in 138I, derived from 138, where E is the trace left by movement of the city, and 138 may surface directly with of insertion to a sign case. I. Muchos estudiantes quieren, PRO K. Elos some intelligence. 2. Many students want, PRO to believe, that they are intelligent. 135. In 2. PRO is controlled by the understood agent of destruction, but not in I. Hence, it seems that the nominalized form does not assign the subject zero role unless the subject appears, either as a lexical element, as in their destruction of the city, or as a PRO-like element in the specifier position. Many other questions arise that bear on this conclusion, including considerations of lexical structure that we have not touched on here. We will return to the matter in the next section. Further properties are exhibited when we consider other constructions, sup as causative and perception verb constructions in the Romance languages. Without going into these rather complex matters, it seems clear from the above that all three possible cases of 122 exist, and that they are differentiated in their properties. In part, these properties are predictable on general grounds, but in part, it is not entirely obvious why they distribute among the several types of understood elements as they do. As this discussion illustrates, there is considerable empirical evidence to support the conclusion that empty categories appear where they are predicted by the principles of Hughes discussed, and that they have quite definite and distinctive properties. A genuine explanatory theory of language that addresses their 124 IKNOLEGOFLANGUAGE problems raised in 1 of Chapter 1 has to come to terms with these facts. Although many questions can be raised up to the specific principles proposed, they are clearly genuine empirical hypotheses with considerable explanatory import, bearing on the nature of our language and the innate structures from which it arises, the mental representations that enter into the use and understanding of language, T1 ? computations into which they enter, and the principles that apply to them. We have seen that the element PRO is similar to a pronoun in that it may be either free or bound, as in 117, with cases I and 3, repeated here as 139, or 140, 63. It is illegal, PRO to vote twice too, John decided, PRO to vote twice. 139. It was decided, PRO to vote twice too, the decision, PRO to vote twice 3, John's decision, PRO to vote twice. 140. section of when PRO may or must be bound or free fall ls under control theory, another module of UG 64. We restrict ourselves here to a review of some of the cases that such a theory must deal with, noting that the status of these cases and GU commands is often not entirely clear. One central case is illustrated in 140 and L39. Here, PRO is the subject of a declarative clause C that is the complementary of the head decide decision. These examples are of their form 141, with the NP object of a missing in this case. NP, CPRO to VP. 141. In this configuration, if there is a potential binder appropriately related to the head A, then PRO must be bound by this binder. The concept appropriately related includes subject and object, as illustrated in 139, 140, and 142. John persuaded Bill, PRO to vote twice. 142. 2. The students asked the teacher, PRO to leave the room. Asin GPLA to SBRO BLEMI 125. The examples, 139 and L40, illustrate subject control, whereas L42I is a case of object control. BILL controls PRO. Example, L42 is ambiguous. Subject control is, in fact, strongly preferred if we replace to leave by to be allowed to leave. Evidently, lexical and perhaps other factors are involved in the choice of controller. In these cases, PRO behaves much in the manner of an anaphor. Its structural relation to its controller is essentially the same as that of an antecedent anaphor pair, and its interpretation is very much like that of a reflexive. In fact, in earlier work PROW as considered to be a variant of reflexive for such reasons. 0.65 PRO is also anaphor-like in that it typically lacks independent specific reference, being anaphor-bound or interpreted as arbitrary. Similarly, PRO in these configurations cannot take a split antecedent, J used as a reflexive cannot, in contrast to pronouns that can take a split antecedent. Bill wanted Tom to decide, PRO to swim across the pond together. 2. Bill wanted Tom to feed themselves. 3. Bill wanted Tom to decide that they would swim across the pond together. 143. In the very same structural configuration, 141, however, PROM may be used when D as in 139I, 140I, and 140, where there is no antecedent appropriately related to the heading of 141. In this case, PRO behaves in the manner of a pronoun, either free with the arbitrary interpretation, as in 139I, or L40I, and L40, or bound by a more remote antecedent as in L44I. L44. John announced the decision, PRO to feed H. himself. 2. John thinks it is illegal, PRO to feed himself. 3. John thought Mary said that the decision, PRO to feed himself, was foolish. 4. John's friends think it is illegal, PRO to feed himself. John's friends think it is illegal for him to feed himself. 144. 126 IKNOWLEDGOFLANGU as 4 ILL Ustrats. PRO is still anaphor-like INTH at it mu STB in the domain of its antecedent, if any, as distinct from a pronoun. Thus, he in V may take EOHN as antecedent. Examples, I and 2, in fact, may also reflect anaphor-like properties. 66 PRO is like a pronoun rather than an anaphor in that it may take a split antecedent when not locally bound. Bill wanted Tom to approve the decision, PR wrote to swim across the pond together. 2. Bill wanted Tom to agree that it was time. PR wrote to swim across the pond together. 3. Bill's mother wanted Tom to agree that it was time. PR wrote to swim across the pond together. 145. But even here, it seems, each of THE antecedents some USDC command as in the case of anaphors, so that in 3, the split antecedents cannot be Bill, Tom, as noted by Joseph Owen. We have seen anaphors are subject-oriented, in fact, bound by the nearest subject if not locally control-led, as I.L. Ellis. Drated in 101, repeated here. They told me that pictures of each other would be on sale. 2. I told them that pictures of each other would be on sale. 3. I said that pictures of each other will be on sale. 146. His property does not hold of PRO, however. They told me that the decision, PRO to feed themselves, was foolish. 2. They told me that the decision, PRO to feed myself, was foolish. 3. They thought I said that the decision, PRO to feed each other, was foolish. 4. They told Bill that everyone said that PRO to feed himself would be foolish. 147. Examples 147 and 147 if illustrate a pronoun-like property of bound PRO when it is not locally bound, it need not be. Us and GPLATOSPR my 127. Subject-oriented, unlike when anaphor, ANDIT may have split the subject antecedents. C. 145.67 IT is not very clear whether there is a real contrast between L47, L44, and L46, that is, whether the nearest T subject must be the controller. These examples illustrate that PRO is anaphor-like in some respects, pronoun-like in others. They also illustrate the fact that PRO may have the full range of properties when it is the subject of a clause C that is a declarative complement of a head A, that is, in the construction 141, repeated here. NP, CPRO to VP. 148. In this construction, PRO must be bound if has a potential binder as ITS, OBJect or object. If there is no such potential binder, then PRO may be free with TH arbitrary interpretation or may be bound remotely under a range of other conditions. This situation is slightly different if the clause C with PROS OBJect is the interrogative complement of a head A. They asked me how PRO to rig the boat to. They asked me how PRO to feed /3. They wondered how PRO to feed 3-4. John S. Mother asked me how PRO to feed 3. 149. In PRO may be free or bound. The options are illustrated clearly in 2. Here F3 may be oneself, themselves, and with TOLD replacing ask it may be oneself, myself. In 3, however, F3 can only be themselves or oneself, not myself. Although there would be no semantic impropriety with the latter choice, I thought they wondered how I should feed myself. In case 4, F3 may be herself or oneself, not H himself, again illustrating anaphor-like properties. An interrogative complement is somewhat more free than a declarative complement T in its control properties, but T not entirely so. It exhibits some properties of pronouns and some properties of anaphors. Adjective-unced clauses such as purposives, c. 112, are rather similar to declarative complement Ts in the obligatoriness of local binding where possible. Thus, in 150, F3 must be myself, not T himself or oneself, despite the unnaturalness of the interpretation, To suppose that I bought presents for them to amuse themselves or for one to amuse oneself would make more sense. 128 KNOLEDGOFLANGU. They thought I bought the presents, PRO to amuse /3. 150. Here, PRO can be replaced by for and P, permitting any interpretation. See 112. We have also seen that in the adjective punct phrase of 15 liters, PRO will be either bound or free, depending on the choice of F3, as below trace, respectively. JONIS 2 stubborn, PRO TO talk TO/3. 151. IFF3 is HM, then PRO is bound by John IFF3 IS free and is necessarily free. IF/3 is bound by John, otherwise, HM would be bound by PRO, which would violate binding theory, as in John talked to him with him bound by John. Consider the following sentences. We told them that John is too stubborn, PRO to bother F3 up T. 2. I thought you said that John is too stubborn, PRO to bother F3 about. 152. PRO may not be bound by John for reasons we have discussed. In F3 may be ourselves, T himself, oneself, and in F3 may be ourselves, myself, yourself, or oneself. That is, PRO may be free or bound by we, them, I, or you, and it may take a split antecedent. In these respects, PRO is pronoun-like, although it is anaphoric in ITS interpretation when bound and perhaps, although the facts are not entirely clear in that IT must be in the domain of ITS binder, if any. Thus, consider 152I, with we replaced by our friends and F3 equals ourselves. If the construction C with PRO as subject is itself FASUBJect rather than a complement T or adjective unct, other complications arise, some already illustrated, and some illustrated in 153, where F3 is some reflexive form. PRO to have to feed /3, WLDBA nuisance for John. 2. PRO to HRV to feed /3, would annoy John. 3. PRO to have to feed /3, would annoy John S. FRIENDS. 153. Facing PLA to SPR Oblum I-129. 4. PRO to have to feed PL would assist John's development. PRO to have to feed P would cause John to be annoyed. Choice of P equals oneself is excluded throughout, meaning that PRO cannot have arbitrary interpretation and must be bound. Again, IT is not the configuration but the presence of a potential binder in 153 that bars arbitrary interpretation, as 154 illustrates. PRO to have to feed PL is a nuisance. 154. Apart from case 3, P in 153 is H himself, with John the binder. This choice, however, is excluded in 3, where P equals T himself, bound by Joe H.'s friends. Through T, PRO is not in the domain of its binder, contrary to our general assumptions. The binder is, in an intuitive sense, the most prominent element T within the complement that makes sense as a binder. Thus, JOHN 4, but T JOHN's friends IN 3. The binder may be an APP complement, as in I, or IT may be the complement T of the may IN verb, as in 2 and 3, or the binder may be the subject of the complement of the main verb, as in 4 and V. In the latter, the complement of cause is the infinitival phrase John to be annoyed at D structure at least, and perhaps throughout. The binder cannot, however, be too deeply embedded. PRO to have to feed PL would result in John S. being annoyed. 2. PRO to be able to feed PL would imply that John is competent. 3. PRO to be able to feed PL would cause us to conclude that John is competent. 155. Choice of H himself for P ranges from do bias to impossible. Further complexity is illustrated by embedding 153 in a higher clause, as in L56I, or the similar configuration, L56I. We expected that T, S, PRO to have to feed PL, 156, would annoy John. 130 I not ledge of LANGUAGE. 2. We expected that S, PRO shaving 13, would annoy John. INIS equals 153. IFS is not embedded, as IAN, 153, then /3 must be himself controlled by on, IT cannot be oneself with arbitrary interpretation of PRO. In 156, J3 once again cannot be oneself, indicating that arbitrary PRO is excluded, but it can be either himself or ourselves, indicating that either choice of controller is possible, John nor we. In these and a number of other cases mentioned, it is unclear whether we are dealing with strong preferences or sharp grammatical distinctions, although in some of them, at least, the latter seems to be the case. Occasionally, it has been suggested that PRO with arbitrary interpretation may be controlled PRO with an implicit argument not syntactically represented. Thus, in 157, we might assume an underlying implicit benefactive for Y, not syntactically represented, where Y controls PRO, as in 153 PRO to have to feed /3 would be a nuisance. 157. For Y2, PRO voting for /3 is bad form for Y. If Y is understood as 1, then PRO, now controlled by Y, is arbitrary and J3 is on as LF. If the context permits Y to be understood as referring to some specific person, say John, then J3 will LDBH himself, a marginally available possibility in such cases. 68 An approach of this sort, if feasible, would leave free PRO only in such cases as 158 or 159, where there is no obvious location for the implicit controller. 69. The crowd was too angry, PRO to hold the meeting. 158. John is too stubborn, PRO to talk to 2, it is time, PRO to leave 3, it is common, PRO to sleep late on Sunday. 4, John asked Bill, how, PRO to entertain. On SELF. 159. These and many similar examples indicate that factors of a rather complex kind enter into control theory, not all of them well understood. PRO is anaphoric in its interpretation and in that it is in a certain structural relation to its binder, either in using PLA2's PR problem I131. ITS domain or with TH the binder sufficiently prominent in the construction K where PRO is the subject of K. PRO is pronoun-like in that it can take a split antecedent, a remote controller, and an object controller when IT is not locally bound, and, we will continue to assume E, in that it can be free as well as bound. Of the potential binders, the most prominent is the obligatory binder in certain constructions. Questions remain open up to how to make these notions precise and how to explain the range of observed phenomena. 3.4. 3. On the abstract representation of arguments. In section 3, 2, we introduced the notion chain and some of its properties, illustrating them in section 3, 4. 1. We put aside a second structure of case transfer, namely, expletive argument pairs as illustrated in 69, repeated here. There is a man in the room. 159. The expletive argument pair, there, a man, is similar to a chain in that the initial member of the pair is in a case-marked position and the final member is in a 8 position. The case on the initial element is transferred to the final element, which is now visible for 8 marking, as in the case of a chain. In this section you will consider these properties of chains and expletive argument pairs, inquiring into their origins in terms of other principles and asking how they should be formulated more precisely. The discussion below is exploratory. In part, it is based on assumptions that are rather controversial, and, in part, on assumptions about possible structures deriving from expat theory and other modules of grammar, not all of which have been made explicit. Thus, these are really sketches of arguments, not complete in every detail. We will consider primarily 8 chains headed by an element in an A position, although many of the observations below hold for 8 chairs headed by an element T in an A position as well. The 2 types of case transfer J used illustrated in chains and in expletive argument pairs can co-occur. I, there seems, E to be, a unicorn, in the garden, 160, there I seems, E, to have been, a unicorn I killed. E, in the garden, where I equals J. 132 IKNO ledge of LANGU edge. In I, we have the chain, there, E, and the expletive argument, there, E, a UN icon, the latter analogous to the pair in 69, and in 2, we have 2 chains, there, E, I, and a unicorn, E, and the expletive argument, there, I, a unicorn. The expletive moves to a position in which it receives case, which is then transferred to the linked element unicorn to void a case filter violation. If the expletive is in a non-case marked position, then the violation remains, as in L 6 liters I, as contrasted with 1 6 liters 2, where case is assigned by 4. I, it is unimaginable, there to be a unicorn in the garden. It is unimaginable, for the to be a unicorn in the garden. 161. The linked elements of an expletive argument pair do not constitute a chain, but they behave in the manner of a chain with regard to the visibility condition and in other respects as well. Thus, the binds a man in 69, I binds a unicorn in 160, I, and so forth, and, in fact, the properties of links of a chain are quite generally carried over to such pairs. 7 degrees. We will now simply stipulate that expletive argument pairs have the properties of chain links, returning in section 3.5.2.3 to the question of why this should be so. Suppose that we define a chain to include both cases. A chain is a chi-n and an expletive argument pair is a chi-n. We also generalize the second case to the pair consisting of the D-structure position of an expletive element X and the argument with which it forms an expletive argument pair X, A, at D-structure. Thus, a pair /J, A, is a chain if P is there. Terminal element of a chain, X, P, headed by the expletive X, which is linked at D-structure to it in the expletive argument. Pair X, A. The pair T here, a man, in 69, is a chain, and the pair E, a unicorn, in 160, I, is a chain, where E is the terminal element of the chain, THR, E, THR being linked to A, unicorn, at D-structure. Furthermore, if I, N, P1, and /AI, /JM, are chi-n's, then A1, N, /JJ, PM, is a chain, where N or M may be equal to I. In this case we will say that the chi-n's, A1, N, and /AI, /JM, are linked by the chain, N, Pi. Typically, N is an expletive or its trace, and /J an argument E bound by it, and the other 2 chains are US and GPLA to SBROB LMI 133. chains. Thus, in 160I, the sentence, T here, E, a UN icon, is a chain consisting of the chains, there, E, and, a UN icon, linked by the chain, E, a unicorn, and in 160, the sentence, T here I, a UN icon J, edge, is a chain consisting of the chains, there, I, and E, a UN icon J, edge, linked by the chain, I, A. An icon J, where I equals J. We now take zero role and case to be properties of chains, and regard every member OF a properly case-marked chain as visible for zero marking. In the previous examples, each chain C equals a 1, and has the property that for each I, AI plus 1 is in the domain of A, chains are formed by rules that advance an element to a less embedded position, passive and raising, and the argument T in an expletive argument pair is in the domain of the expletive. We restrict ourselves to such cases now, returning briefly to a more general case in section 3, 5, 2, 3. We also assume that, as in the examples given so far, an expletive, or its trace, must be linked to an argument. Thus, if the chain C is maximal, it contains an argument that originated in a D structure 0 position. This argument heads its maximal chain C, a subchain of C, and either heads C itself if C equals C, or is linked to the final element of a chain X, which may be single or multi-membered, headed by an expletive, so that C equals C pound X, C. We assume that these notions are extended to include the pleonastic argument T link between non-argumented and the clausal complement of believe in 162I, so that we have the chain, it, S, in, I, and the chain, it, E, S, in, 2. I, it is believed, S, that John is intelligent too, it seems, E to be believed, S, that John is. I intelligent. 162. Our general assumption, then, is every maximal chain contains a zero position. 163. We should expect this to follow from other conditions. Insofar as it is true, some cases clearly do. Thus, if the maximal chain C contains an argument T A, then 163 holds of C because C contains the D structure position of A, a zero position. By definition, the condition 163 would be violated by an 134 IKNOWL edge of LANGU edge. Examples such as 68, repeated here, because there constitutes a maximal chain, hence, a maximal chain, without a zero position. John, VPV there. 164. But SUic examples are co-oriented for independently ON grounds already discussed. The only remaining possibility for a violation of 163 would be a structure in which an expletive element appears unlinked in a subject position or heads a chain terminating in an UN-linked subject position. I, there hit John. 2, there's fear of John. 3, there seems E to have hit John. 165. This possible violation of 163 would be excluded by our assumption that an expletive cannot appear unlinked. This assumption is arguably too strong, because one of its cases, namely, the case of constructions such as 164, is already excluded on independent grounds. The other cases would follow from the condition that an expletive element such as the cannot be inserted in the course of a derivation, along with a slight relaxation of the definition of D structure as a pure representation of thematic structure. We now allow a non-zero position in D structure to be filled by an expletive linked to an argument. 71 Assuming that any element is linked to itself, we have the D structure condition. A D structure A position is occupied by A, and non-166, empty, if and only if is linked to an argument. Now, 165I, 165 and 165 are underivable as S structures with the unlinked. In DS structure that cannot appear in linked and it cannot be inserted in the course of a derivation. Notice that we still have to exclude 165 with the linked to one in an expletive argument bear, but this problem does not bear on the independence of 163. This condition, then, can be derived on the basis of fairly plausible independent SUMPT on S. Faison G Plato SPR Oblum I-135. One consequence of 163 is that every verb must assign at least T1 atrole, thus, seem, which assigns no atrole to subject, must assign the atrole proposition to its complement as in it seems that John is intelligent, it seems. This follows for any verb V from 163, and the requirement that to be licensed. The VP projection of V requires a subject. By 163, this subject must head a chain with the 8 position P. If P is the subject of V or in a complement of V, then V assigns a atrole, namely Y, to the subject or the complement containing P. Recall that complement S must be S selected and, hence, M must have atrole assigned by V. But these are the only possibilities, because independently of this question, other principles exclude the possibility of a N-L-I-N-K, A/3, where is the subject of V and F3 is not in the complementee of V, the cannot, for example, be NP movement T from an adjective U NCT of a clause T or its subject. 72. If atrole and case are, indeed, properties of NS, then we require that each be uniquely assigned to a chain, although some leeway remains as to exactly how this requirement is to be understood. A plausible requirement would be that a chain can contain only one 8 position and only one case-marked position. The former determines the atrole of the chain, the latter its case. Let us examine these properties a bit more closely. With regard to case, we now have the following definitions. A chain is case-marked if it contains exactly 167. Case-marked position, a position in a case-marked chain is visible for 8 marking. In these terms, we can reformulate the criterion, CP 93, as follows. A chain has at most one 8 position, a 8 position, 168, is visible in its maximal chain. We assume that 168 holds of representations at the LF level. If an argument here is in an A position P and D structure, then P must be a 8 position by definition, D structure being a pure representation of the 2S structure, with a proviso, 166. By 168, P is visible at LF in ITS maximal chain and is the only 8 position in this chain. Then it receives the atrole assigned. 136 IKNOLEDGE OFLA and GUADGE. In P, IT receives ITS atrole, or roles, CP 97, in one and only one way from the maximal chain containing P. If it is not in an A position, then it must be licensed in some other manner, C 81. Furthermore, since a maximal chain contains a 8 position, C 163, it must contain an argument, namely, the argument that occupies this 8 position at D structure. 75. Since the D structure position of an argument is a 8 position by definition, it follows that an argument cannot be moved to a 8 position or the chain so formed will have 2 8 position S, violating 168. Similarly, a non-argument cannot be moved to a 8 position or 168, will L be violated. 74. Thus, movement T is always to a non-8 position. We will return to some questions about this conclusion in section 3.5. 2. 4. We cannot, for example, have a derivation of 169i from 169, yielding a chain new on E, with 2 8 positions. I, John hit E, 2, E hit John. 169. Consider now a maximal chain C equals a 1, and middle dot from 163 and 168. It follows that C has exactly 1 8 position. Since this must be visible by 168, C must furthermore be case-marked, which means it must have exactly 1 case-marked position, C, 167. Then, given this formulation of the theta criterion and the assumptions from W. Hick, 163, followed, we conclude that C must have exactly 1 8 position and exactly 1 case-marked position. Furthermore, the 8 position in C must be the position occupied by N, its final term. This follows at once if a 1 is an argument and C is a chain, because N occupies a 8 position by the definition of D structure. Suppose that a 1 is an argument T and C is not a chain. This case is excluded on our earlier assumption that in an expletive argument pair the expletive by NDS the argument, not conversely a special case of the assumption that expletive argument T pairs share the properties of chain links. Suppose, then, that a 1 is a non-argument. Then C terminates in a chain, A, N, headed by the argument TA. And again it must occupy its unique 8 position. Suppose we now add the further condition that the head of C is case-marked, thus us in GPLA to SBRO blem I137. If C equals a 1, an IS a maximal chi N, then a 1 is IN, 170. A case-marked position. We then have the general condition. IFC equals a 1. A N is a maximal chain, then a N, 171. Occupies its unique 8 position and a 1 its unique case-marked position. This condition seems generally valid. It holds of well-formed chi NS and is violated in ungrammatical S structures. One expects the condition to follow from independent properties of UG, and IT does follow from plausible assumptions, as we have seen, apart from 170. It remains an open problem to derive 170, hence 171, in full, from independent properties of UG. See below, p. 144, for one possible direction. Recall that a generalization is required for idiom chunks, see note 7.1, along WITH other possible modifications if unlinked expletives are permitted. The condition, 171, is violated in such ill-formed structures as 165I, and 165 repeated here as 172, and 173. I, there hit John, 2, there's fear of John. 172. There to HIT John, IS forbidden. 173. We have thus suggested a basis for barring such examples with THUNL linked. Suppose now that THR is linked to John. In these examples, Joe HN is assigned case BY hit of, and in 172, there receives nominative case in I, and genitive case in 2. John is in an S selected 0 position throughout. Both cases of 172 are barred straightforwardly by the theta criterion with no recourse to 171. Joe HN is not visible in its maximal chain because the latter has 2 case-marked positions and is, therefore, not case-marked. See 167. Example 173 is ruled UT by 171, requiring recourse to 170. We return in section 3. 5.2.5 to the different T perspective ON 172. Consider the potential principle. 138 KNOLEDGOFLANGU edge. If a lexical category has a case-marked object and 174 a subject, then the subject must be 8 marked by a, or its projection. We are close to establishing this principle, which is relevant only to a verb or noun because prepositions and adjective victives do not have subjects. The subject cannot be an expletive as we have just seen. The subject can fail to be 8-marked, then, only if some element F3 is inserted in this position by move A. This element must move from a non-case marked position by 170, therefore, it cannot be the sole object of A. A remaining possibility is raising to main clause subject from the prepositional complement of A, the latter a transitive verb, thus, from the DS structure, 175, with F3 raised to the position occupied by E. EVNP, S/3 to VP. 175. Whether this case should be excluded in principle is not clear. This construction is perhaps illustrated by such forms as John struck me as stupid, which might be regarded as the analog under raising of it struck me that John is stupid. Also not barred by the analysis so far as a D structure such as 175, with E replaced by an expletive linked to 3, as in the struck me, a man as stupid, or as a man stupid, depending on assumptions about the embedded structure, again violating 174, in this case incorrectly. This is an instance of the problem mentioned in Note 70. While a number of questions thus remain open, it appears that 174 is at least quite close to correct. Some consequences of 174 are illustrated below. I. John's offer of a loan. 2. The offer of a loan. 3. There's offer of a loan. 176. I. John offered a loan. 2. Offered a loan. 3. They offered a loan. 177. ALL. These cases have a case-marked object. Therefore, by 174, if a subject is present, it must be 8-marked by off or as its agent as. Using PLA to SPR Ublum I-139. IN examples, I, of 176, and 177. IN the examples, 2, no SUBJect is present and no 0 role is assigned. 177 is barred because the VP predicate rec is a subject, a consideration that does not arise in L76 because the N offer of a loan is not a maximal projection and, hence, is licensed simply by X-bar theory. In examples 3, there is a subject but no 0 role assigned, so the examples are barred by 174. 75. Hence, it appears that subject data role is assigned by the heading of 174 when a subject is present to receive it. Obligatorily in the case of a VP, W HICAM USD have a subject to be licensed at DS structure. Consider the nominalized form of an intransitive verb such as depart. I, the departure, 2, John's departure. 178. In I, there is no subject so no 0 role is assigned, but see the discussion of 137, 138, and section 3, 5, 2, 3. In 2, the subject is present, and it USD receive the 0 role assigned by depart to its subject as in John departs. It seems, then, that a subject 0 role is assigned by a verb or noun if the subject is present and has a 0 role to assign. We have already seen that this is true for verbs lacking complements, CPP. 134.5. Let us investigate more closely the factors that determine the assignment of 0 role. Consider first verbs. Recall that a verb heads a maximal projection VP, and for VP to be licensed as a predicate, it must have a subject. By 174, if the verb is transitive, the subject must be 0 marked by the verb. More generally, the following proposition, known as Berzio's generalization, see Berzio, forthcoming, appears to be valid for verbs with objects, apart from a few questionable cases such as those JST discussed. 76. A verb, with an object, case marks its object if and 179, only if it 8 marks its subject. The preceding discussion gives an indication of how 179 might be derived from left to right. The earlier discussion of passive and raising suggests a derivation of 179 from right to left. Suppose that a verb 0 marks its subject but does not case 140 iknowl edge of langu edge mark its object. The object cannot receive case in a chain headed by an expletive subject, because the subject position is 8 marked. Therefore, there is a case filter violation unless the object moves to a case-marked position. By the theta criterion, it can only move to a non-8 position, hence, a subject. Properties of binding theory to which we return require that it move to the position of the nearest T subject, the subject of the clause in which it is the object, but this is excluded because the position is 8 marked. Therefore, we have a case filter violation, ultimately, a violation of the theta criterion. If a verb has a case-marked object, then its subject, which must appear, is 8 marked by A. Suppose that A has no complement. As a consequence of 163, it must assign E a troll, CPP 134.5, therefore, it must 8 mark its subject. Suppose that V has a non-NP complement. It seems that he had 1, 2, John believed that he had 1, 3, it believed that he had 1. 180. The verb necessarily 8 marks its selected complement in each case. In I, the verb does not 8 mark its subject, which is pleonastic. It linked to the complement clause as in 162, as required by 163.77 line 2 and 3. However, the verb 8 marks its subject, thus 3 cannot be understood with it pleonastic, as in I or 162. We can include this case under 179 by assuming that in fact believe, as distinct from seem, case marks its clausal complement. Then the preceding argument applies. The expletive argument chain, it, clause, is barred by 170, as before, as is movement of the clause leaving a case-marked trace. Thus, we avoid the necessity of stipulating the obligatoriness of 8 marking in some manner. This suggestion is plausible in the case in question, thus, believe, but not seem, can take a case-marked object as IN 181, and can even case-mark the subject of an embedded clause, instead of the clausal complement as in 182, which must have the S structure indicated on our assumptions, CP 91. John believed the claim that he had 1. John believes S bill to be intelligent. 181, 182. Us in GPLA to SBRO blem I141. IN 182, B ill must be case marked by the main clause verb believe, which does no TS select and 8 mark it, because there is no other mechanism of avoiding the case filter violation. In the analogous S structure, 183I, however, case cannot be assigned to the embedded subject by intransitive seem, so that it must raise to the subj act of the main clause, yielding the S structure, 183, as we have seen. E seems, S bill to be intelligent too, bill seems, SC to be intelligent. 183. Further evidence that this line of argument may be correct is given by such examples as John believed that Bill is intelligent. 2. What did John believe? 3. It seems that Bill is intelligent. 4. What does it seem? 184. Quite generally, verbs that take clausal complements permit the complement to be questioned if and only if they 8 mark their subj acts, hence, believe but not seem. But as we have seen, the variable in 2 must be case-marked. Hence, it seems quite reasonable to explain the optionality and obligatoriness of 8 marking in such paradigms as 180, along the lines just sketched. 78. Notice that the argument that led to 174 applies not only to 180, but also to 182, where believe case marks the subject be lel of its complement. If believe does not 8 mark its subject, then the latter must be an expletive L inked to be L, which is impossible by 168 and 170, or some non-case mark T. Meant T must move to the subject position, which is impossible as in cases already discussed. Thus, 179 can be generalized. A verb with a complement assigns case if and only 185, if it 8 marks its subject. Apart from the questions already noted, see 175, this will be valid insofar as expletives must be linked, that is, insofar as 163 holds .79. A number of other cases remain to be considered, but it is plausible to suppose that for verbs, there is no need to stipulate the general property of obligatoriness of 8 marking. The subject. 142 ikno ledge vele and guaj must be 8 marked if the verb has a capacity low 8 marked subject. Hence, in case of the verbs believe, say, and so forth, bel nol seem. Consider noun heads. Again, we need consider only 8 marking of subjects, because complement ls appear only if s selected, hence, 8 marked. Recall late role may be but need not be assigned low position occupied by therein, L 72, repealed here, as we can see in 186. The sphere of John. L 72. The sphere of John, 2, the sphere of John. 186. In 186 Bill receives the same role, experiencer, Lil receives in the corresponding clause Bill fears John, Berlin. L86, the corresponding 8 role is null assigned. 80. Thus, whereas in clauses an answer live verbal may 8 mark the subject must do so, the same is null rule of nominal heads of noun phrases. The reason for the difference, as we have seen, is the subject of the clause must be law predicate VP. Will not be licensed, whereas fear of OHN in L 72 and 186 is an N, null a maximal projection, and, therefore, need not be licensed by predicate lion. L is licensed simply as an X bar project lion of its head / ear. Therefore, no subject is required, as we see in 186, although if the subject is personal, il must be 8 marked. Barring L 72, the subject cannot be an expletive. These factors follow from the Thiele criterion and 171. Therefore, we need not sleep al properly thal noun head must 8 mark as subject if the layer is personal. This argument appealed low. 171, hence, lowless assumptional noun case marked as complement indirectly, we have assumed a raw insertion of the semantically preposition of, since nouns do not assign case directly, we rely on low slopic. Putting aside verily of all cases, consider a noun lacking a complement, such as book, expectations, and so forth. John's book, expectations. 2. The book, expectations. 3. His book, expectations. 187. Asin GPLA to SPR oblum I-143. Example 3. Does not suffice to show that book must 8 mark its subject, because this case is eliminated in an even T by the requirement that expletives be linked, see 163 and 166. The subject may or may not be present T, because book is not a maximal projection, hence, not a predicate. The question of 8 marking of the subject thus remains open in this case. In fact, there is quite a range of relations possible between the subject and the noun phrase. By. Although some problems remain unresolved, it seems reasonable to suppose that 8 marking can be left entirely optional, applying freely, with apparently obligatoriness a consequence so f of the principles. This may be a property of grammatical processes in general. S2. One consequence of 170 is that an NP trace cannot have case. Since an operator-bound trace, a variable, must have case as we have seen, it follows that a trace is a variable, operator-bound, if and only if it is case-marked. The conclusion that an NP trace lacks case has often been suggested as an independent principle, E83 and his consequences, to which we will return. IT's intuitive content is that movement is a kind of last resort. 1. An NP is moved only when this is required, either because it is a WH phrase that must appear in an operator position, at least an LF, or in order to escape a violation of some principle, the case filter, as in the case of passive and raising, or a principle to which we return requiring non-government of the empty category PRO. In the latter case, 171, requires that the position from which PRO moves not be case-marked. Constructions with such as 69 violate the binding theory principle. 87. Since in this case a man is bound by the. Various proposals have appeared as to how to draw the required distinction. Let us simply stipulate 188, following essentially Ritzy, 1982a. Binding of an argument by a non-argument is not, 188, subject to binding theory. The intuitive content of 188 is that binding theory is essentially a theory of referential dependency, and there is no such dependency in the case of binding of an argument by a non-argument. 144 knowledge of language. We might consider generalizing the latter principle to a binding relation between an argument T and a. 189 non-argument T is not subject to binding theory. Again, this makes intuitive sense, given the course aims of binding in terms of referential dependence. As it stands, 189, Rule UT application of binding theory to NP movement, the trace is a non-argument bound by the head of the chain, typically an argument. There is reason to suppose that binding theory does apply to NP movement, see section 3.5.2. 3. We can overcome this problem, if it is 1, by keeping to case-marked non-arguments, rephrasing 189 as 190. A binding relation between an argument and a 190 case-marked non-argument is not subject to binding theory. From 190, it follows that the trace of an argument NP must not be case-marked, on the assumption that an NP trace is licensed only if bound, hence, necessarily subject to the principle of binding theory that requires it to be bound, in a certain domain. It also follows that in an expletive argument, the expletive must be case-marked, or binding theory will apply and, 87, will be violated. We therefore have virtually derived the assumption, 170, hence all of the basic condition, 171, on chi n apostrophe s.84. This result is desirable, since the stipulation, 170, did not seem well motivated apart from its consequences. The principle, 190, however, has questionable consequences, as we shall see below, and we therefore do not adopt it, keeping to 170, which basically stipulates the facts. Summarizing, we have formulated the theta criterion as 168, and the condition 171, on chains, the latter being derivable from theta theory and other plausible assumptions apart from the condition 170, tentatively assumed to be independent T apart from the possibilities JUST discussed. We have imposed the condition 188 on binding and have modified the notion D structure slightly, incorporating the condition 166. The observations reviewed then follow. US and GPLA to SBROB LMI 145. 3.5. UGAS a system of principles and parameters. 3.5. L. Some problems reconsidered. We have been discussing two major or conceptual shifts in recent S2D of language within the framework of generative grammar. The first reformulated a number of traditional actions in these terms, and the second developed in the course of efforts to come to grips with some cases of Plato's problem that arise in a rather striking form in the study of language. It would carry us far beyond the scope of this discussion to attempt a comprehensive or precise formulation of the ideas that have been proposed or the wide range of questions that are now being investigated. I will conclude the discussion with a brief review of the general picture of L language and grammar that emerges and some remarks on a few selected further questions among the many that arise in this section, and with some further development of modules of grammar in the next section. The discussion in sections 3.3 and 3.4 illustrates a characteristic and important feature of the shift from the earlier conception of UG in terms of rule systems to a principles and parameters model. Argument is much more complex, the reason being that the theory is much simpler. It is based on a fairly small number of general principles that must suffice to derive the consequences of elaborate and language-specific rule systems. This striking change in the character of recent work reflects quite significant advances towards explanatory adequacy. I have kept largely two examples from English, but, in fact, this increase in depth of explanation has been accompanied by a considerable expansion in the range of linguistic materials subjected to an analysis in these terms. Many of the most important and far-reaching studies concern other languages, particularly the Romance languages, much of it based on the pioneering work of Richard Kane. 85. Although the specific ideas that have been proposed and developed are naturally open to question, there seems little doubt that the qualitative change in depth and complexity of argument revealed in much current work is the right kind of development. That is, the correct theory of UG, whatever it. 146 IKNO ledge of LANGUAGE turns out to be, is very likely to have the properties manifested in this work, specifically, fairly complex derivation of operative principles and of properties of particular languages from a restricted and unified basis of fundamental principles of language. As has been observed several times, a conclusion of this sort is implicit in the very nature of Plato's problem. In terms of the second conceptual shift, we no longer consider UG as providing a format for rule systems and an evaluation metric. Rather, UG consists of various subsystems of principles. It has the modular structure that we regularly discover in investigation of the cognitive systems. Many of these principles are associated with parameters that must be fixed by experience. The parameters must have the property that they can be fixed by quite simple evidence, because this is what is available to the child. The value of the head parameter, for example, can be determined from such sentences as on saw B ill versus John B ill saw. 86. Once the values of the parameters are set, the whole system is operative. Borrowing an image suggested by James Higginbotham, we may think of UG as an intricately structured system, but one that is only partly wired up. The system is associated with a finite set of switches, each of which has a finite number of positions, perhaps 2. Experience is required to set the switches. When they are set, the system functions. The transition from the initial state to the STG state S5 is a matter of setting the switches. There may be general principles that determine how the switches are set, for example, the subset principle discussed by Berwick, 1982, which states that if a parameter has two values plus and and the value generates a proper subset of the grammatical sentences generated with the choice of value plus, then, is the unmarked value selected in the absence of evidence. This is a necessary and sufficient condition for learning from positive evidence only, insofar as parameters are independent. There may also be specific principles of markedness relating various parameters, which need not and may not be fully independent. 87 When a particular language is determined by fixing the values of the parameters, the structure of each linguistic expression is determined, sometimes, by a rather complex computational process, as in several of the examples that have been discussed, which are, it will be observed, relatively simple constructions. Usin GPLA to SBRO BLEM I147. The previous discussion has assumed the familiar Saussurian Bloomfieldian idealization to a homogeneous speech community, but a further sharpening of these ideas is in order. The systems called languages in common sense usage tolerate exceptions, irregular morphology, idioms, and so forth. These exceptions do not fall naturally under the principles and parameters conception of UG. Suppose we distinguish core language from periphery, where a core language is a system determined by fixing values for the parameters of UG, and the periphery is whatever is added on in the system actually represented in the mind, brain of a speaker-hearer. This distinction is a theory internal one. It depends crucially on a formulation of UG. It goes beyond the earlier idealization, because even under the assumption of homogeneity a core periphery distinction can be maintained. The idealization to a homogeneous speech community isolates for investigation a real property of the mind, brain, namely, the property that would account for language acquisition under the conditions of the idealization, and that surely underlies real-world language acquisition. The same is true of the idealization to core language. What a particular person has in the mind, brain, is a kind of artifact resulting from the interplay of accidental factors, as contrasted with the more significant reality of so and core language, with its core grammar, a specific selection among the options permitted in the initial state. The distinction between core and periphery leaves us with three notions of markedness: core versus periphery, internal to the core, and internal to the periphery. The second has to do with the way parameters are set in the absence of evidence. As for the third, there are, no doubt, significant regularities even in departures from the core principles, for example, in the regular verb morphology in English, and it may be then peripheral constructions are related to the core in systematic ways, say, by relaxing certain conditions of core grammar. The problem of formulating these notions precisely is an empirical one throughout, although not a simple one, and many kinds of evidence might be relevant to determining them. For example, we would expect phenomena that belong to the periphery to be supported by specific evidence of sufficient density, to be variable among languages and dialects, and so forth. 148 KNO Ledge of LANGUAGE. The problem of constructing rule systems that achieve a degree of descriptive adequacy is difficult enough. The problem we now face with the shift of perspective to a system of principles and parameters constitutes a far more severe empirical challenge, however. Unless some phenomenon is consigned to the periphery, we must account for it by a computational, essentially deductive, process, which may be complex as in some of the cases already discussed, from invariant principles with parameters fixed. Furthermore, the system of UG is an intricate and highly constrained structure. Small changes in the characterization of the principles and concepts have wide-ranging and complex consequences for some particular language under investigation and for others as well. Any proposal concerning these principles and concepts is answerable to a substantial range of evidence that is now fairly well understood, not to speak of wide and constantly expanding domains that still resist any persuasive analysis. As every researcher knows, The field is qualitatively different in these respects from what IT was only a few years ago. It is far more difficult and far more interesting. These problems and challenges are clear enough in such attempts as Chomsky and Lasnik, 1977, prior to the clear shift of perspective to a principles and parameters theory, and since then have become much more evident and compelling. For reasons already discussed, the phenomena of particular Ryan-Dearest are those for which direct evidence is lacking and which therefore pose the problem of poverty of stimulus in the sharpest form. One would expect the same to be true of constructions that are somewhat marginal, for example, the parasitic gap constructions, LO9. The properties of these constructions are quite curious, and, precisely because of their marginality, it is highly unlikely that these are learned or that Hooke has a specific component concerned with them. We therefore expect that their properties must follow from Hooke, so that these properties pose a severe empirical challenge for Hooke. It would also follow that they must be the same in all languages. We find, however, that languages appear to differ quite widely in how they treat these constructions or whether they permit them at all. The prima facie contradiction can be resolved only by showing how these differences follow from the set of parameters for other properties of the languages INQUStion. The task to be faced is us in GPLA to SPR I-149. Therefore intricate and complex, and the empirical conditions are quite heavy. There has been much discussion of indeterminacies that allegedly plague the study of language, of the alleged problem posed by the fact that there are, in principle, infinitely many grammars consistent with whatever evidence we may find. Although the observation is correct in linguistics as in every other empirical domain, the real problem lies elsewhere, namely to find even one theory of Hooke that is plausible over some interesting range of evidence. If we limit our goals to rough coverage of major or constructions, then there are indeed many alternatives and many ways to proceed. The same is true if we keep to description and do not undertake the challenge posed by Plato's problem. We cannot expect that the phenomena that are easily and commonly observed will prove to be of much significance in determining the nature of the operative principles. Quite often, the study of exotic phenomena that are difficult to discover and identify is much more revealing, as is true in the sciences generally. This is particularly likely when our inquiry is guided by the considerations of Plato's problem, which directs our attention precisely to facts that are known on the basis of meager and unspecific evidence, these being the facts that are likely to provide the greatest insight concerning the principles of Hooke. As conceived in earlier work, VG permits an infinite number of languages. The conception J just outlined, however, permits only a finite number of core languages. Apart from the lexicon, there are finitely many parameters and each has a finite number of values. This is, of course, a qualitative change. Some recent work in formal learning theory by Oscherson, Staub, and Weinstein suggests from an entirely independent point of view that this change may be in order. They formulate the thesis of strong nativism, which asserts that there are only finitely many essentially different languages. According to this thesis, then, so only permits finitely many essentially different realizations. They then show that the thesis of strong nativism follows from some plausible assumptions concerning the properties of a learning function. 89 Two languages are regarded as essentially the same if they differ only in finitely many sentences, for example, English with n sentences of French added on, or if they differ in lexical items that do not change the syntax. 150 IKNOWL edge of LANGUAGE. Thus, if L has the names John, Bill, and Tom, and L is identical except that IT has the names John, Bill, and Mary, then L and L are essentially the same. but if L has the verb persuade and L lacks a ny word with its selectional properties, then L and L are essentially different T. The thesis of strong nativism then follows from the assumption that the learning ng function f is not disturbed by a limited amenity of noise, i.e., a finite number of intrusions not from the language being learned, each of which can occur indefinitely often, that it has a certain locality property, that is, the next conjecture is based on the current T conjecture and memory of only recent sentences, and the requirement T that the space of accessible hypotheses has ordered in increasing complexity in such a way that the learning procedure never has to take too large a leap in forming its next conjecture, that is, if there is a hypothesis much more complicated that will work, then there is also one that will work that is not more than some fixed distance from the current conjecture. These are natural conditions. Thus, there is some independent reason to believe that the thesis of strong nativism, which is close to the conclusions we have reached on entirely different grounds, is correct. Oscherson, Stob, and Weinstein point out that if the thesis of strong nativism is correct, then the language faculty must be a distinct component of the mind, that is, language acquisition is not a matter of applying general learning mechanisms, if such exist, to the particular case of language. Certainly, we cannot assume that epistemic boundedness is, in general, subject to this thesis. Quite apart from the thesis of strong nativism, the same conclusion seems in order, at least if the preceding discussion is at all on the right track. It is hardly conceivable that principles of the sort we have been considering have any general applicability beyond the language faculty, and no general mechanisms or principles have been proposed that shed any light on the questions we have been addressing, to my knowledge. Returning to the questions, L, of Chapter 1, what we know innately are the principles of the various subsystems of so and the manner of their interaction, and the parameters associated with these principles. What we learn are the values of the parameters and the elements of the periphery, along with a lexicon, to which similar considerations apply. The Ian. Facing Plato SPR Oblum I151. Language that we then know is a system of principles with parameters fixed, along with a periphery of marked exceptions. What we know is not a rule system in the conventional sense. In fact, it might be that the notion of rule in this sense, like the notion of a language, so it seems, has no status in linguistic theory. One can formulate algorithms that project rule systems from a choice of values for the parameters of U, but it is not obvious that this is a significant move or that it matters how it is done. This conceptual revision suggests a change in the way we view problem I2 of Chapter 50, the problem of language acquisition, not as a problem of acquiring rules but one of fixing parameters in a largely determined system. It also suggests a rethinking of the parsing problem, one aspect of the problem, L3. Parsing programs are typically rule-based. The parser, in effect, mirrors a rule system and asks how these rules can assign a structure to a string that is analyzed word by word. The examples discussed above, and many others, suggest that a different approach might be in order. Given a lexicon, structures can be projected from heads by virtue of the projection principle, expa theory, and other subsystems of UG that are involved in licensing elements, which are associated with one another by these principles in the manner already illustrated. Perhaps, parsers should not be based on rules at all but should rather be based on lexical properties and principles of UG that determine structures from them. Rule-based parsers are in some respects implausible. For one thing, complexity of parsing increases rapidly as RLS proliferate. For another, since languages appear to differ substantially if viewed from the perspective of rule systems, they will require quite different parsers if the latter are rule-based in unlikely consequence. The entire question merits substantial rethinking, so it appears. The conceptual shift to a principles and parameters theory also opens some new empirical questions for investigation and suggests a reformulation of others. Consider a few examples. Note that a change in the value of a single parameter may have complex consequences, as its effects filter through the system. A single change of value may lead to a collection of consequences that appear, on the surface, to be unrelated. Thus, even languages that have separated only recently may differ in a cluster of properties, something that has been observed in comparative studies. We can use information of this sort to help. 152i Knowledge of language. Determine the structure of principles and parameters of U. Some new and intriguing questions of comparative linguistics and universal grammar are thus opened up for investigation, and quite suggestive work on these questions has been done in several language areas, notably the Romance languages. 91 We also expect to find, and apparently do find, that a few changes in parameters yield typologically different languages, another topic now being subjected to extensive investigation. These conclusions should be qualitatively correct, given the fact that typologically different languages can be acquired with equal ease and limited data on the basis of a fixed S0. Investigation of the empirical effects of slight changes in parameters can have broad implications concerning U in other ways. One new line of inquiry of this sort is opened up by Huang's work on the parameters of move, noted above. Recall that WH movement can take place either in the syntax, affecting S structure, or in the LF component, affecting LF representation but not S structure. English is a language of the first type, Chinese Japanese are of the second type, although English also has LFWH movement, as noted. We thus find the array of data shown in 36 and 38 repeated here. You think, on he who saw John. 36. 2. Who you think, NPE, saw John. D. S structure LF. Chinese Japanese. 36i, 36i, 36ii. English, 38. 36i, 36, 36. Suppose that the range of interpretation of certain interrogatives is the same in Chinese, Japanese, and in English. It is reasonable to conclude that these interpretations are determined by LF conditions, because it is at this level that the languages are alike. Suppose that the range of interpretation differs in Chinese, Japanese, and English. Then, these interpretations are presumably determined by S structure conditions, because it is here that the languages differ. Thus, we have a research tool for determining the exact point in the system at which various conditions of U apply. Asin GPLA to SBRO BLEMI 153. To illustrate, consider who does John believe, the claim that Bill saw E. 2. What does John know to Homie, Bill gave I edge. 3. To Homie does John know what Bill gave I edge. 19.1. What did you wonder Howie, to do I edge to, Howie did you wonder what, to do I edge. 192. The examples of 191 violate bounding theory. The WH phrase has moved too far, CPP. 71-2, 76-7. But the corresponding sentences in Chinese Japanese, Huang observes, are well formed, with the WH phrases in place. We therefore conclude that the conditions of bounding theory apply to the syntax proper, to S-structure representations or the rules forming them, not to LF representations or the rules converting S structure to LF. The reason is that English differs from Chinese Japanese at S structure but not, in relevant respects, at LF. Further support for this conclusion comes from the LF rule of WH movement in English. Consider the multiple WH constructions that are counterparts to 191, with WH as the subject of the main clause in place of John. Who believes, The claim that Bill saw whom, 193 2, who knows to homie, Bill gave what I 3, who knows what I, Bill gave I to whom. In contrast to 191, these sentences are well formed, and 2 and 3 permit the wider scope interpretation for the embedded WH phrase that is required in I. 2, for example, has as one option the interpretation for what person X and what thing Y. X knows to whom Bill gave Y. The same is true of such sentences as 194I, which may have either the interpretation 194 or L94. I, who remembers where John read what? 194. 2, for W hic person X and which thing Y, X. Remembers in which place Z, John read Y in Z. 154 IKNOWL ledge OFLANGU 3, for which person X, X remembers for which thing Y and which place Z, John read Y in Z. The answer to 2 might be Tom remembers where John read Moby Dick and Bill remembers where John read Bleak House, and the answer to 3 might be Tom remembers where John read what, a construction that is perhaps more natural with docent remember in place of remember. In 2, the embedded WH phrase W hat of 193 has wide scope, violating bounding theory conditions that apply to WH movement in the syntax proper, as we see in what you remember where John read. 195. It follows, then, that LF movement T of the WH phrase is not constrained by the principles of bounding theory that bar 191 and 195. Turning now to 192. Both examples derive from the D structure, 196, common to English and Chinese-Japanese. You wondered, to do what how? 196. In Chinese-Japanese, this is also the S structure, while in English either I or 2 of 192 is the S structure, depending on how the rule move A is applied in the syntax. But, Huang observes, the LF representation 192 is not well formed either in Chinese-Japanese or in English. In Chinese-Japanese, the sentence 196 must be interpreted as in 192I, and in English the sentence how did you wonder what to do cannot be given the interpretation 192. Rather, the sentence has a rather anomalous interpretation, with how associated with wonder, not do, so that it does not derive from the D structure, 196, but from you wondered, to do what, how. 197. This interpretation is unavailable for the Chinese-Japanese sentence, 196, because how is within the embedded phrase, as is clear from the actual word order, disregarded here. Since Chinese, Japanese and English are alike in this respect, despite the difference in the surface and S structure. Us in GPLA to SBRO BLEMI 155 form of questions, we conclude that some property of LF bars the LF representation, 192. The results follow from the empty category principle, ECP, which imposes certain narrow identification conditions on empty categories and has many and varied consequences. 92. If this is the correct account of UG, then the range of similarities and differences between the English type and Chinese, Japanese type languages follow from the choice of value for A parameter associated with a rule move A may include WH phrases in the syntax proper, so that WH clauses are constrained by bounding theory at S structure and by the ECP at LF, or may include WH phrases only in the LF component, so that WH clauses are constrained only by the ECP at LF. Again, the similarities and differences among language types are not expressed by alternative rule systems but by the choice of value for a certain parameter in an otherwise invariant system of principles. Many interesting questions arise, among others, the distinction between S-structure and LF and the properties of representations at each level, the point T of application of various principles of UG, the ways in which the interaction of principles and parameters yields typological differences among languages, and the status of empty categories and operator variable constructions. In the course of this discussion, we have considered some general principles such as the projection principle and the principle of full interpretation, with its various licensing conditions, and properties of such moduli of grammar as espacio.ry, theta theory, binding theory, case theory, control theory, and bounding theory. We have also considered the levels of representation determined by the interaction of their principles, D-structure, S-structure, LF and PF, phonetic form or surface structure. We have kept to the general framework of the extended S-standard theory, EST, while virtually eliminating the ruler systems IT presupposed. D-structure may now be defined as a pure representation of 8 structure. Each argument is in E8 position and each 8 position is occupied by an argument, where an argument E is a phrase that must be assigned a 8 role to satisfy the licensing conditions. It then becomes an empirical hypothesis that D-structure is related to S-structure by move, a rule that has definite properties involving the 2 positions related by movement T, in 156 IKNOWL particular, they cannot be too far apart in a structurally determined sense. We have been thinking of S-structure as derived from D-structure by application of move. One might, alternatively, think of move as in effect a relation on S-structure, so that D-structure is abstracted from S-structure by this rule. There may be empirical differences between these approaches. We have, in fact, come across a few differences, although they are rather subtle and hardly decisive. For most purposes ultimately, perhaps, for all purposes we may consider these as 2 equivalent T formulations. 93. The level of PF representation is derived from S-structure by the rules of morphology and phonology. At this level, sentences are represented in phonetic form with constituency marked. The level of LF representation is derived from S-structure by move, assigning scope, but apparently not subject to the conditions of bounding theory. It is difficult to imagine that rules of the LF component are subject to parametric variation, because it is unclear what evidence to fix their character might be available to the language learner. Insofar as languages differ in their properties at this level, one would imagine that this is a reflex of overt features of the languages as determined by some principles of UG. Little is known in this area, and the limited evidence available poses many serious problems. 94. It is hardly necessary to stress that much the same is true generally. Indeed, the quite substantial progress of the past few years has exposed many more problems than it has solved, a healthy and encouraging phenomenon, to be expected in an area of inquiry that is worth pursuing. On these assumptions, then, the moduli of UG with the values of parameters fixed assigned to each expression a structure D, S, P, L, where D is ITS DS structure, S ITS S structure, P ITS surface structure, and L ITS logical form. Recall that the properties of LF are a matter of empirical fact, so that it may not coincide with what is called logical form in the tradition of philosophical logic. The term LF has been used, with explicit provisos, because it seems that LF does in fact have many of the notational properties of familiar logical form, including the use of quantifier variable notation. Of course, this is by no means an a priori necessity, but there are empirical reasons to believe that the assumption is correct. 9s. Using PLA to SPR I-157. More generally, the choice of levels of representation and their properties is an empirical matter, to be verified by their role in explanation. The matter has been discussed above primarily in connection with properties of S structure, in particular, the properties determined by the projection principle and the licensing principles that require empty categories to appear in certain positions. The question of the existence and properties of empty categories lacking phonetic form is a particularly interesting one, because the language learner is presented with no direct evidence concerning them. We may assume that the levels of PF and LF are the interface between formal structure and other components of the mind, brain which interact with the language faculty, in the sense of this discussion, in the use of language in thought, interpretation, and expression. If D structure is to be regarded as a pure representation of theta structure, it would be reasonable to suppose that lexical items appear at this level in a reduced form lacking inflectional elements that do not affect 8 marking and do not enter into S selection. Thus, the derived form destruction would appear at this level as an N, because it heads such NPs as the destruction of the city, which are the canonical structural realizations of S-selected element S, and furthermore, such derived forms often have semantic properties not strictly determined compositionally, but such verbal inflections as agreement passive, and so forth would not appear because they do not enter into determining theta structure. The D structure underlying John was killed, then, might be on P, E, I, N, F, L, B, V, P, V, kill L, NP John. 198. An affixation rule would then add the passive morpheme to kill, forming KLN, which assumes ITS phonetic form in the PF component. The passive morpheme has the property of absorbing case, so that this rule must be followed by an application of move A or 198, will violate the case filter. 96 then. An agreement rule will ensure that the AGR element of INFL matches the features of the derived subject, and a subsequent syntactic rule will assign these features to the verb. 158 A KNO ledge of LANGU edge. In a language as poor in morphological structure as English, there is little evidence one way or another about these matters, but languages that are richer in this domain do provide suggestive evidence, as Mark Baker has observed. 97 In a survey of a variety of languages, Baker found general adherence to what he calls the mirror principle, which asserts that the hierarchy of morphological structure mirrors syntactic structure in a definite sense. For example, if a language has a morphological structure indicating both subject-verb agreement and passive, and the morphological structure of a verb is 199I, then it follows that passivization applies before agreement so that a passive verb will agree with its surface subject, as in the books read. The normal situation in languages with the relevant morphological features. 98. I. Verb, passive, agreement 2, verb, agreement, passive. 199. We will not find verbs with the S structure, 2, where the verbs agree with the surface subject. Suppose that a language has in addition to passive and agreement an applicative construction that converts say the S structure benefactive to an object, making the original object a second object, a process that we might describe informally as follows. NP1V NP2 NP3 NP1V NP3 NP2 Subjobj SUBJ Objobj 2 200. This would convert a structure of the form John bought a book for the children into on bought the children a book. In some languages, although not in English, there are projective syntactic processes of this type. Suppose now that the result OF the applicative process, the right-hand side OF, 200, undergoes passivization followed by agreement, so that the full derivation is as in 21, where I is the D structure and 4, the S structure, and the verb forms V, are those formed by affixation in the course of the derivation. Thus, V2 includes the applicative affix ap, V3 includes both app and the passive affix P, and V4 contains the agreement T affix agr in addition to these. USNGP LATOS PROB LMI 159 I EVI NP 2 NP 3 by NP 1 2 EV 2 NP 3 NP 2 by NP 1 by applicative 3 NP 3 V3 E NP 2 by NP 1 by passive 4 NP 3 V4 E NP 2 by NP 1 by agreement. 201. This derivation will deform a structure corresponding to the children were bought a book by John, a test structure. Then, according to the mirror principle, the actual hierarchic form of V4 will be V app P agr. 202. Suppose that the language also has a rule of object agreement inflecting the verb with an element 08 to agree with its object. If this rule applies prior to applicative, then the DS structure, 20 liters I, will L be converted to 203, which will be converted in turn to 20 liters 2, and the actual abstract form of V4 will be 204, 99. 203. V0A, app, P, a GR. 204. We need not assume here that 200 is actually a movement rule, in fact, a transformational process literally corresponding to 200 is not readily formulable within the restrictive theory we have assumed. Rather, the rule adds the applicative inflection app, thus changing the S structure of assignment of case and grammatical function, with actual order within the VP, presumably a reflex of this and other factors. We might assume that APP has the effect of causing the verb to which it is added to assign ITS objective case to the underlying benefactive, so that the underlying object now becomes a second object receiving case by some other mechanism, as in John gave Bill a book. 100. Baker shows that the mirror principle accounts for the hierarchic structure of words in a variety of cases and observes that the principle would play a significant role in facilitating language acquisition in languages with a complex morphology. The mirror principle follows from the assumption that D 160 I not so ledge of language structure is pure in the sense of containing only element es that enter into zero structure, thus omitting all affixes that relate only to syntactic role, and the further assumption that derivations are all of the form 201, with syntactic operations assigning affixes that trigger applications of move. We might implement these ideas in various ways. For example, we might continue to assume that in general the rule move is applied only as a last resort, CP 143, specifically, when failure to apply it will lead to a structure that violates a condition such as the case filter. We might assume further that affixes can be added freely, incorrect choice being filtered out by other principles and by properties of the lexicon, if IT leads to non-existing words. There are further consequences concerning the precise formulation of the projection principle and other notions. 3.5.2 Modules of Grammar. Let us now consider more closely several of the modules of grammar and their interactions, and the concepts that enter into them. 3.5.2 1 Expa theory. Let us begin WITH further consideration of X-bar theory, reviewing and extending earlier remarks. Each lexical category X equals N, V, A, P, heads a category X bar, consisting of X and its complement TS. Call X a projection of X. We assume a further projection X consisting of X and a specifier of X, where the specifier of N is the determiner, articles, quantifiers, possessive NP. We call X the maximal projection of X and X the head of X, and of X, we will continue to use the conventional symbols NP, VP, app, and PP for the maximal projections of N, V, A, and P, respectively. The order of elements is determined by setting parameters concerning direction of case assignment and zero marking and a default, left or right, for other cases. The order of complements is further determined by the case adjective ascendancy principle. This much is the lexical core of the X-bar system, which may have various modifications. Let us now extend the system to clausal structures. Assume that there is an element infl, inflection, consisting of tense. Us in GPLA to SPR I161. And agreement elements and modals. By phonological rules, the abstract tense and agreement elements are generally associated with an adjective accent verb. INFL heads a projection INFL consisting of the head INFL and its complement T, VP. The maximal projection in FL consists of INFL and its specifier, the NP subject of INFL. This maximal projection is what we have called S. Assume further that there is another non-lexical element complementizer, which in English may be that, for, or NULL. Comp takes S as ITS complement T and heads a projection comp, generally called S in the literature, which we will call C and assume to be a defective, maximal projection with C equals C, on the possibility of assimilating C to the general X-bar schemata, see Chomsky, forthcoming. The general structure of the clause, then, will be as in 205, and the structure of NP will be 206, where stands for the complements of V and N, if any. See comp, SNP, INFL, VPV, NPT, NN. 205, 206. We can now define the grammatical function object to be the NP of X, 101, and the grammatical function subject to be their NP of X, including in the latter case the NP subject of 205, and a possessive NP in the position of t in 206. The object, then, is an internal argument S selected and 0 marked by the head. W here is the subject is not S selected and is 0 marked, if at all, by the X, INFL or N, of which it is the specifier, generally. In terms of properties of the lexical head V or N alone, sometimes. Compositionally, the level at which X-bar theory applies is D structure. Movement E rules may form structures that do not conform to the X-bar schemata, but E at D structure, which is a direct projection of lexical S structure subject to other licensing conditions, for example, those that guarantee the presence of subjects of predication. X-bar theory conditions are satisfied. 3.5.2. 2. See command and government. We define their domain of an element to be the minimal phrase in which it appears. Let US now restrict the notion to maximal projections. 162 IKNO LEGO FLANGU ADJ. The domain of O is the least T maximal projection containing A. IN 205, the domain of V is VP, the domain OFINFLISS, and the domain of the COMP is C. In 206, the domain of N is NP. We say that a C commands every element T of its domain that is no T contained within A. Let US say that a category A governs a maximal projection X if A and X C command each other, and if A governs X in this sense, then it governs the specifier and the head X of X. Thus, a head governs ITS complement ES, the core case of government, and in a construction, VPV NP, where NP equals 206, V governs NP, D, and N. Furthermore, subject and predicate govern one another. Only lexical categories and their projections can be governed as N, V, A, P, NP, and VP, but not, for example, the complementizer T hat or the infinitival element T by NFL. We assume that the agreement T element T, AGR, of INFL, which is nominal in the sense that it contains the features person, number, and gender, counts as a governor so that AGR governs the subject. Assume further that AGR is automatically co-indexed with the subject to express the agreement relation. We might expect the second clause of the definition of government, the non-core case, to follow on some other grounds. This may be so, but I will not pursue the matter here. The concepts of C-command and government play a central role throughout the modules of U, so their precise formulation entails many and complex consequences. I generally follow here an approach developed by Aun and Sportish, 1983, with modifications suggested by Kane, 1984, Belletti and Rizzi, 198-1, and others. I am restricting attention here largely to the syntactic and LF components of the language and the levels D structure, S structure, and LF. There is evidence that the concept of government is also relevant in the PF component. A case in point concerns the contraction rule, 207, that yields such colloquial forms as 208. Want plus 2, wanna. 207. I don't wanna visit them. 208. Using PLA to SPR Ublum I-163. As is well known, this rule is sometimes blocked. Thus, in 209, I is an ambiguous, meaning for which person X, you want T to visit X, not for which person X, you want TX to visit T, and, 2, is impossible. I, who do you wanna visit, 2, who do you wanna visit Tom. 209. These facts are explained on the assumption that at the point in the PF component with a contraction L, 207, applies, the trace of WH movement is present so that want and to are not adjective as in T and the L is blocked. 102. There are other cases beyond those of 209, in which the contraction rule, 207, is blocked. For example, I don't need or want to hear about it. 2, we cannot expect that want T to be satisfied. 3, they want, to be sure, a place in the sun. 210. Aun and Lightfoot, 1984, proposed that 207 is applicable only when want governs to thus, not in such cases as 210, and that this government requirement is general for processes of this sort. This quite natural proposal, along with Dre's theory, appears to cover the phenomena quite closely, providing an account for the fact that the conditions for application of the contraction rule are known without evidence, another typical case of Plato's problem. If this idea is correct, then the concept of government is relevant to the PF component. 103. Under one suggested analysis of another class of contraction phenomena, the trace of WH movement is also present at the point where a distressing rule applies as a prerequisite for subsequent application of the auxiliary reduction rule. That yields where's John but not I wonder where John S. THS. Datracing applies to is IN where S. John but not in I wonder where John is E. 104. The level of PF itself is reduced by elimination of any category that is not required by presence of lexical material within IT, and R applies to this reduced structure, for example, to the reduced structures 211, yielding who's here, what do you think's happening, and so forth. 164. IKNO led GE of LA and GU Edge. I, who, one NFL is here too, what do you think, NFL is happening. 21.1. Thus, within the PF component, I have one contraction, 207, and datracing applying prior to reduction of the categories not required by lexical material, and R applying after reduction. The ordering is presumably determined on more general grounds. Although trace has no phonetic content itself, it can influence phonetic form indirectly by serving as a barrier to application of other rules, the idiosyncratic contraction rule, 207, and the distressing rule. As these few remarks indicate, the question of the internal structure of the PF component is an interesting one, but we will not pursue the matter any further here. 3.5.2.3 Binding Theory. The concept of empty category has played a central role throughout this discussion. We have found 4 kinds of empty categories: NP trace, variable, PRO, and pro. NP trace is a non-legumen T-lacking case, and a variable is an A-bound R expression that must have case by the visibility condition. Either PRO is bound, or it is free with, typically, an arbitrary interpretation similar to 1, as in 1's beliefs often prove false. The element pro is a pure pronominal element T with the sense of he, he, and so forth, or an expletive, an element T not instantiated in English but only in the null subject languages. Let us assume that these 4 types of expression are the realizations of the 2 basic features, A, anaphoric, and P, pronominal. NP trace is a pure anaphor, plus A, P, and pro a pure pronominal, A, plus P. Variables neither anaphoric nor pronominal, thus, A, P. We then take PRO to be a pronominal anaphor, plus A, plus P, sharing properties of pronouns and anaphors, see section 3.4.2. The same features cross-classify. Overt categories. Thursday S, we have the pure anaphors reflexive and reciprocal, H himself, each other, the pure pronominals, pronouns, and the R expressions that are neither anaphoric or pronominal, on, the CH-ild, etc. The category of pronominal anaphor is lacking, not surprisingly, as we see directly. Let us now turn to binding theory. We say that to binds, 3 if or C commands and is coindex WITH, 3. A locally beans, 3 if A. Using PLA to SBRO Belum I-165. Binds F3 and there is no Y such that here binds Y and Y binds 3. The principles of binding theory determine how categories of the various types J used specified may or must be bound. We have mentioned 2 principles of binding theory, principle 8.7, repeated as 2.1.2, and the specified subject condition, SSC, illustrated by 2.1.3. An R expression on is a free, I and the domain of the head, 2.1.2, of its chain. I, the many expected, S the boist to see them, 2.1.3.2, the men I expected, S the boise to see, each other, L. SSC states that pronouns are free and anaphors are bound in the domain of the nearest T subject, thus, T hem may not be bound by the boys but may be bound by the men in 2.1.3i, and each other must be bound by the boys in 2 liters 3k is distinct from J. But T may be identical with I, and L must be identical with J. Clearly, pronominals and anaphors do not observe principle 2.1.2 of the binding theory. Rather, in contrast to our expressions, anaphors must be bound and pronominals may be bound, as in I, like, each other I, 2, wanted built to like themi, J. 214. Replacement T of the bound element T by a bound R expression yields a new grammatical expression. Furthermore, anaphors and pronominals differ with th regard to binding possibilities. Their distribution, in fact, is close to complementary. Pronominals are generally free in J use those contexts where anaphors are bound. In 214, for example, each other and T hem cannot be interchanged to yield I, like, the my, 2, wanted built to like, each other I. 215. As these examples illustrate, anaphors must be bound whereas pronominals must be free in a certain local domain. 166 IKNOWL The binding theory, then, will have the following form, where the notion local domain remains to be specified and C equals 212. A. An anaphora S bound I in a local domain. B. An pronominal is free in a local domain. C. An R expression is free in the domain of their head of its chain. 216. One case of a local domain is given by the specified subject condition, SSC, illustrated in 213. This principle defines the domain of the closest C commanding subject as a local domain for 216. Within this domain, an anaphora must be bound and a pronominal must be free. Note that the antecedent of an anaphora need not be a subject, although it cannot be outside of the domain of a subject. I told Themi about each other I. 2. I told Themi that he liked each other I. 217. Similarly, a pronominal cannot be bound by a non-subject within the domain of a subject: 10s. I told Themi about Themi. 2. I told Themi that Bill liked Themi. 21.8. SSC also applies in noun phrases. They told stories about each other. 2. They heard my stories about each other. 3. They told stories about Themi. 4. They heard my stories about Themi. 219. The subject my blocks binding in. 2. By condition A, and permits it in. 4. By condition B. Cases of the SSC. SSC is inapplicable in I and 3, because the NP has no subject. Thus, binding is permitted in I, by condition A, and blocked in 3, by condition B. Suppose we interchange tell and hear in 219. This yields us in GPLA to SBRO BLEMI 167. They heard stories about each other. 2. They told my stories about each other. 3. They heard stories about them. 4. They told my stories about Themi. 220. Cases I, 2, and 4 are as expected, but 3 is not. An explanation is suggested by the fact that in 219 we assume that the stories are as, whereas in 220 we assume them to be someone else's. The representations that give the intended sense, then, are something like they told Proj stories about Themi. 2. They heard the Proj stories about Themi. 221. The SSC applies properly to these representations. Perhaps, then, that position can include an implicit argument with the properties of P-row, as suggested in section 3.4.2. See the discussion of 137 and 138. In fact, 2 liters 9 is acceptable if we make the implausible assumption that someone else's stories are being told. Where this option is excluded, the form is ungrammatical. They took pictures of Themi. 222. In the sentence 220 we also assume the stories to be someone else's, but each other is still allowed. Hence, presence of the implicit argument as subject is optional. If present, the interpretation is fixed depending on the indexing. If absent, the interpretation is free. Other evidence to support this assumption, as noted by Howard Lasnik, is provided by the examples 223, discussed by Ross, 1967. The knowledge that John might fail bothered him. 2. The possibility that John might fail bothered him. 223. In 2. We may take Joe H.N. to be the antecedent of him, but in we cannot, unless we are referring to some kind of unattributed. 168 KNOLEDGE of LA and GU general knowledge. The distinction can plausibly be attributed to the assumption that the syntactic representation of I includes a PRO, or related element, in the position, controlled by him as in the normal control structure, 224, c. 153. PRO knowing that John might fail, bothered him, 224. In both 223I and 224, there is a violation of condition C of the binding theory. 216, if him is taken to refer to John, because now John is bound by PRO. The problem does not arise in 223 with no option for an NP in that position. Thus, we have a knowledge that S but not a possibility that S. The same point is illustrated in such examples as the realization that John would fail, bothered him, 225. The pronoun may take John as antecedent if we understand that it is someone else's realization that is under discussion, as in the general realization that, but not if it is John's realization that. In the latter case, it would be natural to assume that there is an implicit argument similar to PRO in that position as the subject of realization. Another position from which anaphors but not bound pronominals are excluded is the subject of a tensed sentence, the nominative island condition. They expected each other to win. 226. 2. They would prefer, C4, S each other to win. 3. They expected that each other would win. They expected them to win too. They well prefer, C4. S them to win. 3. They expected that they would win. 227. In the subject position of the infinitives, 1, 2, the anaphor can appear but not the bound pronoun. The situation is reversed in the subject position of the tensed counterparts, 3. The concept of local domain will, therefore, have to be extended to this case as well. Us and GPLA to SBROB LMI 169. These examples can be unified if we take the local domain for an anaphor or pronominal in 216 to be the minimal governing category of A, where a governing category is a maximal projection containing both a subject and a lexical category governing A, hence, containing A. A governing category is a complete functional complex, CFC, in the sense that all grammatical functions compatible with its head are realized in it, the complements necessarily, by the projection principle, and the SUBJ act, which is optional unless required to license a predicate, by definition. Thus, the local domain for an anaphor or pronominal AIN, 216, is the least CFC containing a lexical governor of A, the minimal governing category of A. MGCA. Because a governing category must have a subject, it can only be S, or NP with TH a subject. There is no need to stipulate the choice of governing categories for the core cases. If it is the object or the object of a PP complement of a verb, then MGCA is the minimal S containing A since A is governed by the verb or preposition and S has a subject. If it is in the PP complement of a noun, including the case where A is the object of the noun after of insertion, as in 219, 220, and 221, then MGCA is the minimal NP if the latter has a subject, otherwise, the minimal S. 106 is the subject of the tense test, the latter is MGC or because INFL governs A, CP. 162. And S has a SUBJ act. IF is the SUBJ act of an infinitive clause. 3. Then IT may be ungoverned, in which case ISPRO, or IT may be governed. In the latter case, it is governed either by the main clause verb as in 226I, and 227I, or by the complementizer as in 226 and 227. These are the only possibilities. In either case, it is the CFC immediately containing F3 that is MGC A, because this is the minimal category containing a subject and a governor of A. We therefore obtain a substantial unification of the binding theory, incorporating both SSC and NIC, by defining the local domain as the minimal governing category. The structure of the binding theory leads us to expect that in a position in W an anaphora appears bound to its antecedent F3, and pronominal I cannot appear bound by F3. Thus, there is a certain type of complementary distribution between anaphor and pronominal, as noted earlier. This expectation is generally fulfilled, but there are two well-known exceptions, both in nominal expressions, 107. 170 IKNO Lejo F language. The children heard stories about each other, 228 2. The children heard stories about them. The children like each other's friends 2. The children like their friends. 229. Contrary to expectations, both the anaphor each other and the pronoun they, in them, there, can be bound by the children in 228, and 229. If the S structure and LF representation correspond to the surface structure in 228 and 229, then we have a violation of the binding theory. We have seen that many cases of 228 fall under the binding theory naturally when we attend to their interpretation, allowing the PRO-like element to appear, optionally, in the determiner position, hence, in 2, but not I. Assuming this approach to be tenable, we are left with case 229. The contrast exhibited in 229 indicates that the relevant local domain is different in some respect for anaphors and pronominals. One would expect that this difference should fall out as an immediate consequence of the difference in their nature, namely, that anaphors must be bound whereas pronominals may be free without any need to stipulate any further difference in the binding theory conditions for these two categories of expressions. Let us explore this possibility. 1 degrees S. As the binding theory now stands, it is satisfied by 229, but violated by 229I. The reason is that the embedded noun phrase counts as MGC when A is the anaphor or the pronoun, because it contains a subject, the anaphor or the pronoun itself, and a governor of this position, namely, the head noun. What we want to say, however, is that although the noun phrase is a legitimate MGC for the pronoun, it is not the MGC for the anaphor. Rather, the MGC for the anaphor is the full LL clause. It is in this phrase that each other must be bound. We cannot, for example, have. The children thought that I liked each other's 230 friends. Intuitively, it is clear why this should be the case. There is an indexing in which the pronoun satisfies the binding theory. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 171. With the NP object of 229 taken as the relevant governing category, because the pronoun will be free in NP and pronouns are permitted to be free. But there is no possible indexing in which the anaphor satisfies the binding theory with this NP as the relevant governing category, because it cannot be bound in TH is NP. Rather, the clause is the smallest governing category in which the anaphora can be bound. What we want to say, then, is that the relevant governing category for an expression is the least CFC containing a governor of A in which A could satisfy the binding theory with some indexing, perhaps not the actual indexing of the expression under investigation. Thus, in 229, the clause is the relevant governing category for the anaphor, but the NP is the relevant governing category for the pronoun. Under this interpretation of binding theory, the examples 229 will be exactly as predicted. Let us, therefore, reformulate the binding theory in these terms. Suppose we have an expression E with the indexing I, where an indexing is an association of indices with phrases of E. We say that THE indexing I and DTHE bear A3 or compact I Bela with respect to the binding theory if it satisfies the binding theory in the local domain F3 under the indexing I. I is BT compatible with A3 if A is an anifer and is bound in F3 under I, B is a pronominal and is free in F3 under I, C is an R expression and is free in F3 under I. 23.1. We now add middle dot the licensing condition, 232, for a category A governed by a lexical category Y in the expression E with indexing I. For some F3 such that I or I is compatible with A3. I is an R expression and A if A heads its chain or B otherwise. A3 equals E, B, F3 is the domain of the head of the chain of A, 2 underscore is an anifer or pronomen and F3 is. 232. 172 IKNOWLEDGOFLANGUAGE. The least TCFC containing Y for which there is an indexing JBT compatible with A/3. The condition, 232, now expresses the revised content of the binding theory, 216. The conditions for our expressions are unchanged. For an anifer or pronominal case, 2, the licensing condition amounts to saying that the relevant governing category for A is the minimal one in which the binding theory could have been satisfied by some indexing. We will henceforth refer to their relevant E governing category for A in this sense as the governing category for A. Notice that if A has no governor, then their licensing condition, 232, is inapplicable. The cases of anifers and pronominals discussed earlier are unchanged under this reformulation. If A is in VP, then IT is governed in the VP and its governing category is the least S containing this VP, because there is always a BT compatible indexing. If an anifer, it can be co-indexed with a subject, and if a pronominal, it can be free. If A is the subject of the tensed clause S, then S is the governing category. If an anifer, it can be co-indexed with the AGR element of the head INFL. The latter is not a proper antecedent, but we may take that to be irrelevant for the moment E, and if a pronominal, it can be free. If A is the subject of an infinitive, it either is ungoverned so that the licensing condition, 232, is inapplicable, or IT is governed either by for in comp or by the main clause verb. In neither case, the main clause S is the governing category as before. The last case to be considered is the case of A within an NP. 3. If A is in the complement of N, then the NPF3 WITHN as head is the governing category if it contains a subject, possibly the hidden pronominal discussed earlier, and the minimal CFC containing F3 is the governing category if 3 lacks a subject, with consequences already reviewed. If A is the subject of the NP3, then IT is governed by the head NANDF3 HASOS subject. SOIT is the governing category if there is an indexing IBT compatible with A3. There is such an I if A is a pronominal, namely, with a free, but either is none if A is an anifer, so in this case the minimal CFC containing F3 is the governing category WITHN, which it must be bound. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 173. One possible case is still misanalyzed, namely, where A is the complement or subject of N in an NP subject as in I, the children thought that S and P pictures of each other were on sale. 2. The children thought that S and P each other's pictures were on sale. 3. The children thought that S and P pictures of them were on sale. 4. The children thought that S and P their pictures were on sale. 233. In all cases, A equals each other, them, their, can be bound by the main clause subject the CH children. 109. Case 4 is analyzed properly Y with a governing category their pictures. In case 3, it may be, as before, that the determiner of the NP contains a hidden pronominal. If so, this case is unproblematic. The assumption often seems well motivated. Compare. We felt that S and P any criticisms of each other would be inappropriate. 2. We felt that S, N, P, A, N, Y criticisms of us would be appropriate. 234. In it is our criticisms that we feel would be inappropriate, whereas in 2, it is someone else's criticisms, consistent with the requirements of the binding theory if we assume that the determiner of the subject of the embedded clause contains a hidden pronominal. If the NP in 233 lacks a hidden pronominal, then S is the governing category for them, and the binding theory is satisfied because the pronoun can be free in S. Examples: 233 233, however, violate the binding theory as given in 232, because S should be the governing category. S contains a governor of each author and a subject, and each author can be coindexed with the AGR element of the INFL head of the embedded S. Evidently, this option for the indexing I must be excluded. Notice that the NP containing each other, pictures of each other's pictures, is itself coindexed with AGR in INFL, as the subject OF the clause headed by INFL, CP. 162. The natural assumption, then, is that the indexing I is 174 knowledge of LANGU edge. Not BT compatible with AJ, if it violates the I within I. Condition 235, which prevents coindexing of a phrase with a phrase that contains IT under certain conditions that I will ignore here. J. A. 235. In 233 and 233, then, there is no indexing BT compatible with each other, S, so that the main clause must be the governing category within which each other is bound. With these modifications, the major all cases are accommodated with no need to stipulate any distinction between the binding theory conditions for anaphors and pronominals, except that the former must be bound and the latter free in their respective governing categories. The different choice of governing category for anaphors and pronominals falls out as a consequence so of their basic binding theory properties. Henceforth, I will assume this interpretation of the binding theory, continuing for convenience to refer to the three conditions as stated in 216. We return directly to a possible simplification of the SYS term. The examples of 233, sometimes called long-distance binding apostrophe, illustrate the difference between movement rules and anaphoric binding. The anaphor in these examples can be bound by the main clause subject, but an element cannot be raised from this position to the main clause subject position. The children seem that pictures of E were on 236 sale. The meaning would be, it seems that pictures of the children were on sale. Such long-distance movement is ruled out by case-theoretic conditions to which we will now return, and also, independently, by the locality conditions on movement illustrated earlier. Long-distance binding has other noteworthy properties. As we have seen, it is subject-oriented, ho. They told us that pictures of each other would be 23/7 on sale. Facing PLATOSPR I-175. Here the binder of each oath must be they, not us, as the sense makes clear. Subject orientation does not hold for anaphors in simple sentences such as they told us about each other, themselves. 238. Here, I for they or us may be the antecedent of each other, themselves. Suppose we assume that anaphors undergo LF movement to the NFL position, leaving a trace, so that the LF representation corresponding to such sentences as 238, similarly, 237, is 239, where is the anaphor? The AIINFL, VP tell us about I. 239. It would, then, follow that D only be bound by the subject they in 23.7, 238, and 239. Binding by the object in 238. Requires adjective unction to VP, giving a structure that would allow the raised anaphor to be bound by the object of the under a slight. Revision of The Noam C command that may well be required for other cases not discussed here. Binding theory condition A would now hold not of the antecedent anaphor relation but of the anaphor trace relation. The antecedent anaphor relation would then be a government relation, not a binding theoretic relation. See Leibx 1983 for some similar ideas. This suggestion amounts to treating anaphora in English rather in the manner of reflexivization in the Romance languages, with a reflexive clitic binding a trace in the object position. English would have LF movement of the anaphor corresponding to the S structure representation in the Romance case. Actually, both cases would then exist in Romance languages, with somewhat different properties. We might then attempt to reduce the differences in the properties of anaphors in these cases to differences in conditions on S structure and on LF representation, rather in the manner of the approach to move WH discussed earlier, CPP. 152 pounds. At the LF level, then, there would be no overt anaphors in A positions but only the anaphor trace. If binding theory, or at least, conditions, A, and B, is restricted to LF, then it will not apply to overt anaphors. 176 IKNO edge of LANGU edge. Directly, but rather to the anaphor trace relation, which will be analogous to a clitic trace relation. The relation will still satisfy SSC, but we might now eliminate the condition NIC for anaphors. This amounts to eliminating the option of having a GR count as an antecedent for the subject of a finite clause in the definitions 23.1 and 232. The governing category for such an element would then be the larger clause in which it is embedded, and 232 will be violated if the clause is not embedded. To bar an anaphor in this position, then, we would appeal not to binding theory but rather to the principle ECP, CP 155, which excludes the trace of WH movement in this position in such sentences as, who do you think that he saw Bill? We therefore associate anaphors in the position of subject of finite clause not with bound pronouns but rather with variables. This move eliminates the somewhat artificial assumption that AGR can be a binder. Now it is unnecessary to appeal to this assumption for an anaphor subject of a finite clause, CP 173, because in this case there will be an ECP violation irrespective of binding theory. Eliminating the option of taking AGR as a binder, we may now also avoid recourse to condition 235 on BT compatibility, thus dispensing with this condition, since the embedded clause will not be the governing category in such examples as 233I and 233 in any event. We also eliminate a redundancy between ECP and NIC. Furthermore, we now have a plausible approach to the questions raised in Note 107. In both of the cases mentioned there, an anaphor in the subject position OF a finite clause in fact behaves in the manner of AWH, trace, Both are permitted in the Chinese-Japanese case, and both are barred in the subjunctive case, apart from the option of successive cyclic movement T for WH movement, but IS dissociated INITS behavior from bound pronouns, which are explained as straightforwardly in the manner already discussed. In effect, then, we reduce NIC to ECP in the relevant T cases. 111 Many interesting questions arise in this connection, but it is impossible to pursue them here because the required groundwork has not been laid. We have ignored the fact that reflexives do not appear in the subject position of NP, as distinct from reciprocals. Instead, we have the phrase exozone. Facing GPLA2's problem I-177. Mary's mother likes her own friends best. 240. H. Higginbotham, forthcoming, observes that her own has anaphoric properties here, as we see from the lack of ambiguity in 240, the antecedent T being only Mary's mother, not Mary, in accordance with the C command requirement T. This version of the binding theory overcomes the empirical problems mentioned in a rather natural way, and is also conceptually simpler than earlier versions. It eliminates the I within I condition, though some of the cases that fell under it now require a different treatment, and the related concept of accessible subject. It does not require extending the notion of subject to include AGR in the definition of governing category and eliminates AGR as a possible binder, and it avoids the need for an auxiliary stipulation that the main clause is a governing category for governed element TS. See, for example, Chomsky, 198-1, and subsequent modifications. But look at other problems in English and at other languages. Y reveals that this discourse science only touches the surface of the problems that arise, as is well known. See note 23. Because NP traces a pure anaphor, it will satisfy condition A of the binding theory, 216. Therefore, it must be bound in its governing category in the sense of 232. Various conclusions follow for A chains, chairs headed by an element in an A position. In particular, if C equals I, N, is a chain, then in each link, I plus I, A, C commands A plus I, that is, there are rules. Advancing to a less embedded position, raising and passive, but no lowering rules moving to a more embedded position that it C commands and no sidewards rules that move to a position unrelated by C command. Our discussion of chains in section 3 began with a restriction to C chains with this property of advancement to a C commanding position, CP 133. We now see that at least for chains, the restriction is well motivated in terms of binding theory. In fact, there is good reason to weaken the assumption and middle dot to allow chains to be formed free Y as histories of movement E, thus allowing lowering rules. An example would be the rule of NP postposing in a null subject language such as Italian, which derives 24 from 24 liters I, by move 112. 178 knowledge of language. Giovanni, VP Pala, Giovanni speaks to VP Pala Giovanni. 24-1. In this case, E cannot be an anaphor or it will violate binding theory condition A. In fact, E behaves just like an empty expletive pro, and we may assume it to be this element. Then, it would follow that such postposing rules would be allowed only in a null subject language that E permits this element T to appear in subject position, but not in English or French, for example, continuing to assume, as before, that an expletive such as the cannot be inserted in the course of a derivation, CP 134. We can allow for this possibility by modifying slightly the convention move A. We have hitherto been tacitly assuming that movement T to an A position leaves a trace with the features, plus A, P, an anaphor, whereas movement T to An A position leaves a trace with the features A, P, and our expression, a variable. Suppose we allow movement T to an A position, such as the adjoined position in 24(1), to leave as its trace the element A plus P, the pure pronominal pro. This option can be allowed freely. It will be meaningful only if this element is left as a trace of movement in a position in which it is licensed specifically as subject of a tensed sentence in a null subject language. 113. If this option is adopted, then in 24 liters 2, we have the chain Giovanni, E, formed by movement, but also the chain E, Giovanni, an expletive argument, bear. Neither of these satisfies the general chain property, 171, that we developed, and largely derived, under the more restrictive assumption of the earlier discussion. This property, then, holds as before for chains involving only A positions, but need not hold for chains containing A positions, as in 24 liters 2. Although movement E is free, the only possible cases will be movement of A to a C commanding position, leaving a trace E and forming the chain A, E, or movement of A to a C commanded position, leaving pro and forming the expletive argument bear, pro, A. The requirement that such pairs share the properties of links of a chain restricts the possibilities of movement E to a narrow class of cases. In particular, if A is moved from position X to position Y, then neither X, Y, or Y, X meets the binding theory condition A on links of a chain. Thus in GPLA to SBROB LMI 179. The requirement that expletive argument pairs share the properties of chain links, so far stipulated, should follow from binding theory. This result would follow if expletives are not permitted to appear in LF representations. That is, at LF all chains are chains, only arguments or their traces appear in A positions, a rather natural requirement given the role of LF as representing the contribution of the language to semantic interpretation. We may assume that the expletive can be eliminated, in accordance with the condition on recoverability of deletion. Only if is replaced by a coindexed element 13, hence by movement of /3 to the position occupied by A, forming a chain A, E. This chain will violate binding theory unless the expletive argument bear A/3 had the properties of a chain link. To begin with, so that this property of S-structured chains is now derived from binding theory, which applies at LF. We cannot, for example, have such sentences as 242 with the link to Sephira L books so that we have plural agreement in the main clause. They were decided that several books would be on 242 reserve. This structure would now be eliminated at LF because of violation of binding theory, or perhaps CCP, CP 176. Would result from movement of several L books to the main clause subject position occupied by the. There would also be a violation of the chain condition 171, in this case of movement to an A position. Notice also that at least at LF, we can now eliminate the condition 188, which voids a binding theory violation in the case of an argument bound by a non-agreement. There are a number of complications in pursuing this idea, but it might be worth exploring. Note that if we adopt it, we can dispense with the concept chain, except as a descriptive artifact at S structure. We will have only chains at S structure and LF. The requirement that each link of a chain satisfy condition A restricts the class of permissible derivations. Consider, for example, a book, is unusual for John to read E2, E is unusual for John to read a book. 243. 180 knowledge vele and guage. 3. A book is unusual for the to be read E4, E is unusual for the to be read a book. We cannot derive I from the D structure, 2, because of the SSC, that this derivation is also blocked by the last resort condition, 170, that bars case marked trace. To avoid this redundancy, we might consider the example 3, derived from 4. In this case, 170 is inapplicable because the passive verb does not assign case. But recall that in this structure, there must be co-indexed with a book in 4, hence with E in 3. So, in fact, 243 does not violate SSC because the trace is bound by the in ITS governing category, the embedded S. In fact, 243 is not a violation of binding theory at all, as we have constructed the latter, or of any other conditions so far discussed. One might argue that 243 violates a uniqueness requirement on maximal chi-ns. Here the trace in 3 appears in two maximal chi-ns, the chain, a book, E, and the expletive argument, there, E, and it would be natural to require that two distinct maximal chi-ns cannot terminate in the same position. 114 Another possibility is to pursue the idea of the preceding paragraph, which would require LF movement to VIN 243 to the position of there, yielding 244 as the LF representation corresponding to 243. A book, is unusual for E to be ready. 244. This structure, however, is ruled ut by the principle that prohibits raising to derive 245 from 245I, presumably the condition ECP, which we have no T discoset here, CP 155. E is illegal for John to drive to. John is illegal for E to drive. 245. Under either alternative, 243 is not a binding theory violation. The corresponding examples without for would be barred by 171, because the chain E in 244 would now lack case. In fact, it is not clear that there are any cases in which condition A alone blocks NP movement, except for the requirement that trace must be bound so that movement is to us in GPLA to SBRO Belum I181. See commanding position, although perhaps, if the idea just proposed proves feasible, condition A may also explain the properties of expletive argument T pairs. There is, then, a certain degree of redundancy in the system. Often it has proven useful to adopt the working assumption that UG does not tolerate such redundancy and to redesign its principles so as to avoid them. Perhaps, the same is true in this case as well. This working assumption is not at all an obvious one in the case of a biological system, where one might expect considerable redundancy on functional grounds. Nevertheless, when explored it has generally proven to be justified, a rather curious fact. These questions aside, certain properties of chains, such as the binding condition for links, follow from general principles concerning anaphors and, therefore, need not be stipulated. In fact, abstracting from case, the distribution of NP trace is virtually that T of anaphors, as illustrated in the comparison of each other, E. I. They saw each other, B. They were seeing me. 2a. They expect each other to like Bill, B. They seem E to like Bill. 3a. Their destruction of each other, B. Their destruction, E. 246. Apart from case, apparent T differences in the distribution of overt anaphors and NP trace reduced to other independent factors, such as the bounding theory conditions on movement mentioned earlier in DCP, which we have not discussed. These similarities provide further evidence of a somewhat abstract sort for the existence of NP trace. As noted, in each link, A/3, of a chain of A positions, A binds 3. But there also appears to be a stronger condition. If A/3 is a link of a chain, then A locally binds F3, 247. there can be no I such that A binds I and I binds F3. This condition, in fact, also extends to chains more generally. In Chomsky, 198-1, where the concept of chain is introduced. 182 IKNOWL, edge of LANGU, edge. Property, 247, is simply estipulated, but it seems that several cases of the principle, and perhaps all, may be derivable from independent assumptions. 115. We have just examined one ungrammatical construction violating 247, namely 243. Here, perhaps, the result follows from the uniqueness condition proposed for maximal chains or from the requirement that expletives be eliminated at LF. We have also discussed another instance, so 247, in the case of 8 chains, namely, the case of S-strong crossover, illustrated in the fact that 248I has the interpretation of 249, but 248 does not. I, he thinks he is intelligent. 2, does he think he is intelligent? 248. For which person X thinks X is intelligent? 249. In both I and 2, who binds E. But it is impossible for W to bind he, which, in turn, binds E. This case of 247 follows from the binding theory principle, C, of 216, which requires that our expressions must be free in certain domains. The property, 247, also holds of a binding in such constructions as L6. Johnny is believed that Q high like C I. 250. Here John derives from the D-structure position of I. This is not a binding theory violation, because I is bound by I within its governing category A. However, it is a violation of 171, which bars case mark 10p trace. We will consider below several other cases that violate 247, for various independent reasons, although it is not entirely clear that the condition can be reduced to others in its entirety. As Ritzy notes, it is rather curious that various special cases of 247 should be derivable in separate ways, as if there were a conspiracy to ensure local binding. There is some reason to suspect that the local binding conditions, 247, may be too strong, and that, in fact, only the cases derived on other grounds are valid. Consider us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 183. They seem to each other, to like Bill 2, it seems to him that John is a failure. 3. It seems to his friends that on is a failure. 25-1. In 2, him cannot take John as antecedent, although it can in 3. Therefore, him C commands on in 2, invoking condition C of the binding theory. That a phrase does not act as a maximal projection barring C command in this case, rather, it is as if the phrase is an NP case marked by 2. Assuming now that the structure of I is the same in relevant respects, 117, it follows that each other C commands and THS binds E, the trace of they. Nevertheless, they binds both each other and E, violating the local binding condition, 247. This case, however, does not violate other principles. Consider now the S-status of P-rho, which we have taken to be a pronominal anaphor. If P-rho is governed, then it is subject to the licensing condition, 232. But this condition can never be satisfied, because whatever the indexing I, there can be no F3 such that I is BT compatible with P-rho/3 as an anaphor. P-rho would have to be bound in F3 under I, and as a pronominal it would have to be free I in F3 under I. Therefore, P-rho cannot be governed. 118. We thus derive the basic property determining the distribution of P-ρ, as discussed earlier. P-ρ is ungoverned. 252. P-ρ is therefore restricted to the subject position of infinitives and gerunds, the basic ungoverned positions. P-ρ cannot be a complement T, the subject of a finite clause, or the subject of a non-gerund NP as in P-ρ story, meaning someone or other's story, because these are governed positions. Notice that if there were an overt pronominal anaphor, it too would have to be ungoverned, hence, excluded from all the standard case marking positions. But being overt, it must be case marked by the case filter. Therefore, it could exist only if T were restricted to ungoverned case marked positions, which are marginal at T best. We have been regarding a variable as an R expression, with the features A, P, which is the trace of movement to an 184 IKNO ledge vele and GU edge. A position. It follows that a variable is locally A-bound by an operator. Nothing requires an empty category locally A-bound by an operator to be a variable, however. In particular, P-ρ can have this property, as illustrated in 253 and 254, 119. P-ρ getting his teeth filled generally upsets John. 2. P-ρ shaving himself convinced Mary to trust John. 25.3. Who does P-ρ getting his teeth filled generally upset he. 2. Who did P-ρ shaving himself convinced Mary to trust T. 254. The examples, 253, illustrate certain control properties of P-ρ. It can be controlled by John in I, but not 2, CPP. £128. These properties are duplicated in 254, where the variable E controls P-ρ. The parallelism extends more generally and shows that we have P-ρ, not a variable, in the subject position of the gerund. In fact, variables cannot appear in this position, as we can see by replacing E by Joe H-N in 254I, for CNG the subject of the gerund to be a variable. Who does E getting his teeth filled generally upset 255, John. Though locally bound by WHO in 254I, P-ρ is not a variable bound by the operator who. There are further complexities that I will not consider here, see the references cited earlier for discussion. We have, however, the rudiments of a simple and straightforward version of binding theory that includes a fair range of cases. 3.5.2.4 Theta theory. Consider theta theory next. IT's fundamental principle is the theta criterion, which expresses the intuitive idea that each argument is assigned IT's 8 role in exactly one 8 position, namely, at D structure, and that each assignable 8 role must be assigned to an argument. We have formulated us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 185. Lice principle as 168, which sells up a one low and real alien Bellwin argument L chains, at Lily chains, law fat LF we will have only chains if the proposal concerning expletive replacement at LF is tenable, and 8 positions. Each such chain contains exactly one 8 position, and each such position appears in one and only one argument T chain, which, furthermore, must meet the visibility condition. As discussed in section 3.4.3, it follows that movement E is always to a non-8 position. This formulation, essentially that of Chomsky, 198.1, may be slightly too strong. A possible counterexample in Italian is discussed by Berzio, forthcoming, following an earlier analysis by Luigi Rizzi. The case concerns the impersonal detic C, with essentially the meaning of arbitrary P-ρ and impersonal one. I will not review the analysis, which involves a number of complexities and open questions. The potential problem is illustrated by such sentences as, 256I, with a structure, 256 I, Alkshipnlaser, articly S. Ilegarano, 1 read sum, 256. 2, NP1C 2VE3. Take the subscripts here to BE positions. The phrase alcuni articoli has been moved, by a rule of object preposing, from ITSDS structure position 3 as object of legia to the subject position 1. Berzio argues, however, that C has moved from the subject position L, leaving a trace, to the clitic position 2. The trace is then filled by object preposing. If so, we have two overlapping chains. An object preposing has moved an element into the 8 position 1. If this analysis is correct, 12 degrees, then the theta criterion as formulated must be slightly revised. Instead of requiring a 1-to-1 relation between 8 positions and chains containing them, we require only a 1-to-1 relation between 8 positions and chains that they 8 mark, assuming now that a chain is 8 marked by the element in its final position. Returning to 256, under the proposed analysis, we have two chains. I2, 1, 2, 1, 3. 257. 186 IKNO led GE of LA and GU UJ. The first is the chain of C, the second the chain of alkani articoli. Although we have movement into the 0 position by object preposing, nevertheless, the required 1-to-1 relation between 0 marking and chains is preserved. C is 0 marked by position I in chain, 257I, and alcuni articoli is 0 marked by position 3 in chain, 257. Whether or not this analysis is correct, the example does illustrate that the precise formulation of the intuition that 0 marking of arguments is unique is a rather delicate matter. Slightly different formulations yield possible empirical differences that must be investigated. This situation is typical, as we have seen, and is to be expected in a computational system of the sort we have presupposed throughout. 3.5.2.5 Case Theory. Let us turn next to case theory. The basic ideas originated from the study of infinitesimal clauses with subjects. We find the typical configuration of data, 258, illustrating that the clause can appear after a preposition or a verb, as I, and 3, but not after a noun or an adjective, 4, and v, compare, vi, and 7, or, in fact, in any other position, e.g., 8, and 9, compare, x, etc. 4, John to be the winner, is unlikely. 2, I'd prefer for John to be the winner. 3, I believe John to be the winner. 4, the belief John to be the winner. V, proud John to be the winner. Vi, the belief that John is the winner. 7, proud that John is the winner. 8, John to be the winner, is unlikely. 9, I wonder to whom John to give the book. X, I wonder to whom John is to give the book. 258. To generate J use the right forms in cases of this sort would require a rather complex rule system. A more plausible approach is to seek some output condition, some condition on S structure that filters out unwanted cases, and then to allow simple rules to apply without contextual constraints. The first attempt along these lines postulated a filter serving as a kind of template to rule out unwanted S structures. The data of 258. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 187. Follow from a filter that T-bars SS structures on the form NP, VP, where NP is not PRO, unless the construction follows V or P. Thus, in 258 4, V, 8, and 9 are barred, whereas I, 2, 3 are admitted by the UN-less clause. An approach of this sort was developed in Chomsky and Lasnik, 1977, as part of a more general effort to deal with complex phenomena in terms of a modular approach that dispenses with rich and elaborate systems of phrase structure and transformational rules. Although the filter is descriptively adequate over a wide range and does contribute to factoring out simple components that interact to yield complex effects, nevertheless, it seems rather ad hoc. Vergnaud observed that its effects could largely be accommodated 121 by the case filter, 34. Then in 258 4, v. 8, and 9, are barred by lack of case on the subject John of the infinitive, but I, 2, 3, are admitted because V and P assign case to John. We can proceed further, reducing the case filter to theta theory by recourse to the visibility condition as discussed earlier, with further consequences as indicated. 122 The apparent diversity of languages is now further reduced. All are subject to a coarse system of case assignment, though only in some languages there are morphological realization. In English, largely lack ing morphological case. The core properties of case assignment are nevertheless manifested in such paradigms as 258, and also in the case adjective ascendancy condition on phrase structure, the case requirement on variables, and so forth. Case theory now deals with the question of how case is assigned. This question depends crucially on decisions concerning other subsystems of U. The modular system of U is a tightly knit and intricate structure so that any specific proposal has wide-ranging consequences, and many questions remain unresolved as to how the basic notions should be formulated. I will outline one possible approach, a modified version of Chomsky, 198-1, continuing with the assumptions sketched so far. If the category has a case to assign, then it may assign it to an element that it governs. In the structure, 259, for example, if V is transitive it assigns objective case to NP and TT and N. VPV, NP, NN. 259. 188 AKN knowledge of LANGU edge. Prepositions assign oblique case in the same way. The agreement element of INFL is associated, we have assumed, co-indexed, with the subject, which it governs since they share all maximal projections, and assigns it nominative case. The possessive element EPOS is affixed to the subject of an NP, serving as the realization of case for the NP to which it is affixed. Thus, case is assigned to the subject John in John's book and John's reading the book. 123 Note that case is uniformly assigned under government T. Possessive noun phrases have certain well-known distributional peculiarities. A book of John's, is on the table 2, that book of John's, 3, the book of John's, 4, the book of John's that you read, v, John's book that you read, vi, John's book. 260. In general, the phrase of John's, which has something of the character of a restrictive relative clause, can appear with any determiner except T the definite article, unless a restrictive modifier such as that you read or with th blue cover appears, and the gap in the distribution of phrases of the type 10 of NPS is filled by the phrase NPSN, which, furthermore, has exactly the meaning of the missing option. Thus, vi means the book of John's, no T a book of John's. The data suggests T that vi may be a secondary form, derived from 3, by an instance of move, in which case there are no gaps in the distribution of n of NPs, constructions, although X-bar considerations WLD still indicate that such structures as their destruction of the city, and their refusal to leave are directly generated at the structure in the form spec n, with spec equals np, receiving genitive case in the normal way. 124. Let us return now to the constructions of 258, repeated HR. I, 4, John to be the winner, is unlikely. 2. I'd prefer for John to be the winner. 3. I believe John to be the winner. 26 1. Usin GPLA to SBRO Blem I 189. 4. The belief, John to be the winner. V. Proud, John to be the winner. Vi. The belief, that John is the winner. 7. Proud, that John is the winner. 8. John to be the winner, is unlikely. 9. I wonder to whom John to give the book. X. I wonder to whom John is to give the book. We are concerned with the case of John. In the ungrammatical examples, no case is assigned and John violates the case filter. In vi, I, and X, Joe HN receives nominative case as subject of a finite clause with tense and agreement. In I, and 2, the complementizer governs S and therefore governs its specifier, the subject Joe HN, assigning it case. This leaves only 3 to be expel AIN-ed. Notice that believe in 26 liters 3 contrasts with dry, as illustrated below. I believe, O, John to be the winner. 2, I believe, O, PRO to be the winner. 3, I tried, O, John to be the winner. 4, I tried, O, PRO to be the winner. 262. These results follow if we assume that try selects C and believe selects S, 125, so that equals S in I, and 2, and equals C in 3, and 4. In 3, and 4, then, the complement of try is C, com P, S and P to be the winner. 263. The verbs believe and try govern their complements, S and C, respectively. Furthermore, believe governs the subject of S, John, the specifier of S, but try governs only C and its head, comp. Thus, believe is able to case mark John in 262I, but try is unable to case mark John in 262, which therefore violates the case filter. Structures such as 262 would be possible only if comp were for itself a case assigner, and, indeed, constructions of this form are grammatical in dialects of English that lo try to take a slash or infinitive complement. 126. This explains 262I, and 262. What about 262 and 262 if? The status follows from the basic property 252 that 190 IKNOLEGVLANGUAGE determines the distribution of PRO. This property follows from the principles of binding theory under plausible assumptions, as we have seen. From 252, it follows that PRO can appear only as the subject of an infinitive or gerund, and in the former case, it cannot appear as the infinitival subject of the complement of a verb such as believe, because this position is governed. But it can appear as the infinitival subject of the complement of try, which is ungoverned. In general, a verb selects a full clause C, not S. C, not S, is the normal canonical structural realization, CSR, of proposition, CP. 87. Thus, try, not believe, illustrates the general case. Such examples as 262I equals 26 liters 3 are often called exceptional case marking constructions. In languages very much like English, French and German, for example, these constructions do not exist, and the counterpart of believe behaves like try in English in this respect. We assume, then, that the exceptional case marking property of believe type verbs, generally, epistemic verbs, in English must be specifically learned from sentences such as 26 liters 3. Consider the nominal constructions analogous to 262, namely I, the belief, 0 John to be the winner 2, the belief, 0 PRO to be the winner 3, the attempt, 0 John to be the winner. 4, the attempt, 0 Piero to be the winner. 264. The examples, 3 and 4, are explained as before. Attempt, like try, selects C, so that Piero may appear in the ungoverned subject position in 4, and John is barred by the case filter in 3, exactly as in the corresponding verb phrases. Case 2 is analogous to 262. The nominal form of believe retains the lexical property of selecting S, not C, so that Piero is in a governed position as before, violating 252. Turning to I. The noun belief does not assign objective case, so this form too is excluded, even though John is in a governed position. The distribution of infinitival clauses with overt subject is now largely explained. They can appear only in positions where case is assigned, that is, after a verb or preposition. Endowed with case theory along with the other sub-theories of U, the Face and G. Plato's problem I-191. Language learner knows without specific instruction that grammatical and ungrammatical structures are as indicated in the preceding examples. Again, the need to stipulate elaborate rule systems or to explain how they can possibly be learned is overcome. One major problem remains, however. We noticed earlier that English allows an escape from case filter violations by the rule of insertion, which applies to give such example as 58 and 65 repeated here. I persuaded John of the importance of going 265 to college. 2. John is uncertain of the time. We might ask, then, why this rule does not apply in 264 I, giving 266, and thus voiding the case filter violation. The belief of John to be the winner. 266. The same question arises elsewhere, thus, of insertion does not apply in I, there was, VP killed, of John to, it seems, S, of John to be happy. 3. It is certain, S, of John to be happy. 267. If the insertion were to apply in these cases, it would be unnecessary to apply the rule move, moving John to the position occupied by expletive there it and giving 268 to escape the case filter violation. 121. John was, VP killed E2, John seems, SC to be happy. 3. John is certain, SC to be happy. 268. It is necessary, then, to specify the domain of the rule of the insertion more carefully and to account for its specific properties, as far as possible. The problem is an interesting one for the reasons discussed in section 3.5. 1. The rule is rather marginal and in this case, 192 IKNO ledge vele and GU adj. Arguably part of the periphery rather than core grammar, and it seems likely that evidence concerning ITS application is limited. The question, as throughout, is why the language learner does not generalize to unwanted cases on the basis of the examples presented. To the extent that relevant, that is, positive, evidence is, indeed, meager, the properties of the rule will follow from UG and may, therefore, give us some insight into the detailed structure of the general system of principles. As discussed earlier, the functional role of the rule of the insertion and comparable rules in other languages is to regularize certain paradigms. Thus, the projection principle predicts the presence of NP in certain positions, but the case filter bars its presence. Two examples discussed earlier were 265I, 265. More broadly, expat theory leads us to expect that nouns and adjectives should have essentially the same complement S structures as verbs. Thus, for example, alongside of discover America or destroy the city, we should find such representations as 269. I N discovery, NP America. 2, N destruction, NP the city. 269. But case theory bars these S structures, because America and the city lack case. The rule of insertion has the functional role of permitting the representations licensed by X bar theory, or of as a semantically empty case marker. Given the D structure form, 270 I, licensed by X bar theory, we must use some device to assign case to the object, either an application of move and the genitive assignment rule to yield 270, or of insertion to yield 270 adjective-active phrases such as 27 liters I, permittee of insertion to yield 27 liters 2, and require IT, since noun phrases with genitive case do not appear in the specifier position of adjective-actives. There is no adjective-actival counterpart to John S. book apostrophe. I, the, destruction, the city, 2, the city's destruction E, 3, the, destruction, of the city. 270. I, proud, John 2, proud, of John. 27, 1. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 193. The expression 270 is, in effect, the passive of 270 I, J used as 268 I, is the passive counterpart of 267 I. 12. Suppose we revise the version of case theory outlined earlier, regarding nouns and adjective-actives and case assigners along with verbs and prepositions. Point 129. We distinguish the structural cases objective and nominative, assigned in terms of S structure position, from the inherent cases assigned at D structure. The latter include the oblique case assigned by prepositions and now also genitive case, which we assume to be assigned by nouns and adjective-actives J used as verbs normally assign objective case. Inherent case is associated with 8 marking while structure al case is not, as we should expect for processes that apply at D and S structure, respectively. Thus, we assume that inherent case is assigned by A to NP if and only if for 8 marks NP, while structural case is assigned independently of 8 marking. 130. Now all lexical categories assign case, P, N, and A assign inherent case at D structure, whereas V, along with INFL, containing a G, R, usually as in English, finite INFL, assigns structural case at S structure. The NP complement of any lexical category may be case-marked, and V may assign structural case to an NP that it governs but does not 8-mark, as in the exceptional case-marking constructions. It is plausible to assume that the direction of case-marking for lexical categories is uniform at D, in the unmarked case, corresponds to the head parameter of X bar theory. In English, then, case-marking by lexical category should be uniformly to the right. 131. If we assume this condition to be generally valid, then genitive case will be assigned to the complement of a noun or adjective-active. But as illustrated in 270, genitive case can be realized in either the complement or subject position in the case of a noun phrase. Therefore, we must distinguish case assignment at D structure from case realization at S structure. Both case assignment and case realization fall under government at D structure. N governs and 8 marks ITS complement and assigns case to it. At S structure, N governs both the complement and the subject, so that case can be realized in either position. Let us proceed to investigate these assumptions. Assume further that the association of inherent case and 8 marking X tends to case realization as well as case assignment. Thus we have the following uniformity condition. 194 IKNOLEDGOFLANGU UDG. If there is an inherent case marker, then a case marks 272 NP if and only if 8 marks the chain headed by NP. Here case marking includes case assignment and case realization. Because case assignment is a D structure, the chain headed by NP will be the trivial single-membered chain, NP, in this case. This extension amounts to the requirement that inherent case MUST be realized on NP under government B. Why the category that 8 marks NP at D structure. Returning to 270, repeated here, genitive case is assigned to the complement T in I, and is realized in the same position in 3, but is realized in the subject position in 2, I. The destruction, the city, 2, the city, S. Destruction E, 3, the destruction of the city. 270. Case assignment and both instances of case realization satisfy the uniformity condition. Genitive case is realized morphologically by affixation of some element to the NP of in complement position, the possessive element pos in subject position. These specific mechanisms arguably belong to the periphery rather than core grammar in the sense described earlier. Each has certain properties that must be made explicit. Let us consider them in turn. The rule of insertion is a default case, applying only when there is no preposition available that inherently assigns the appropriate 8 rule, as there is in such constructions as our promise to John, 2, the order to John to leave. 273. Similarly, the rule cannot adjective on of to an indirect object to yield. 274 corresponding to 274, because to assigns the 8 role of the goal as in 274, 274 if, whereof is properly inserted as a default, see note 130. The gift of John a book, 2, give John a book. 274. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 195. 3. The gift to John of a book. 4. The gift of a book to John. Turning to pos insertion, recall that alongside of nominalizations such as 270, genitive case can be realized on the subject of a noun phrase. John's story disturbed me. 2. John's reading the book disturbed me. 275. In 2, reading the book 8 marks John, and the uniformity condition is met if we think of it as also case marking John. In the case of however, no lexical head 8 marks John, unless we assume, following Gruber, 1976, and M. Anderson, 1983, that a possessional 8 role is assigned in the structural position, perhaps under government by the concrete noun story, in which case the uniformity condition would again be met. Abstract nouns, in contrast, would assign some specific 8 role to the subjects. The distinction, which is fairly general, is illustrated by such examples as 276, noted by Mona Anderson. John's reconstructions of an 18th, 276, century village. 2. John's reconstruction of the crime. In 276 the head noun is concrete and the semantic role of Joe HN ranges over the possibilities that fall under the category possessional. In 276, John is the agent. 152. There are various controversial questions about these structures. Let us assume that they are settled in such a way as to satisfy the uniformity condition. The context in which pos is inserted is NP 277. In 275 equals N. In 275 equals VP, and there is presumably further clausal structure. In a language lacking the equivalent of 277, movement from the complement of A to the specifier position is impossible, because 277 is restricted to NP, move. 196 IKNOWLEDGEOFLANGU men T from the complement T over the to the specifier position is restricted to equals N or UN DS, such as John S having been appointed. The restriction to NP presumably follows from theoretic considerations. If the uniformity conditions 272 for POS insertion is stated in terms of chains, not chains, then it will be impossible to assign POS to expletives as in 278 I 278. If the condition is generally valid, such forms as 278 if will also be barred, because seam does not zero mark the chain headed by John. I. There's destruction of the city. 2. There's having been too much rain last year. 3. It's seeming that John is intelligent. T. 4. John S seeming to be intelligent. T. 278. In large measure, the conclusion seems correct. Various consequences ensue for structures of the form it is obvious, believed, certain, that S, which do permit POS insertion, 133, some of them related to the question of expletive augmentee pairs violating, 171, discussed on p. 137. Note that this approach gives an independent weight to block 278I, which was excluded in earlier discussion on the basis of condition 171, c. 172. Restriction OF the uniformity condition to chains, not chains, follows directly from the theory OF expletive replacement, which eliminates the concept chain, cp. 179. The fact that the uniformity condition applies at S structure is also natural, given that case has manifestations both at PF and at LF. These assumptions, which seem minimal, exclude the possibility of a PRO complement to an inherent T case marker. Suppose we have such a construction, as in 279, where A equals N. A, or P. A spec to a PRO. 279. The position of PRO is necessarily zero marked at D structure, as discussed earlier, because this is a complement position. PRO is an internal argument, the object of A. By 252, PRO must move from this position to an ungoverned position, forming a chain, PRO, E. PRO cannot move to the position of SPEC because say this position is governed by A. Therefore, it must move. GP LATOS PRO blem I-197 to some more remote position, one that is ungoverned, as in 280, derived from the D structure, 280I. IT is difficulty, E to be believed that he was proud PRO. 2. It is difficult, PRO to be believed that he was proud E. 280. The meaning would be it is difficult for it to be believed that he was proud of someone or other, a fine meaning, but not expressed by 2. The reason is that 2 violates the uniformity condition. Proud is an inherent T case marker which 8 marks the chain, PRO, E, but T it does not case mark PRO. Thus, the structure is ill-formed. One might assume that 2 is a violation of condition A of the binding theory, 216, but that would not be true if he is co-indexed with PR0. 134. Notice that in this case, 280 is a violation of 247, which requires local binding for links of a chain. Hence, this case of 247, 2 is derivable from other considerations. Another possible violation of 247 is provided by the DS struct Res. 28.1, where John is the complementee of the noun pictures and is, therefore, 8 marked and assigned genitive case by pictures at D structure, 135. It seems that, pictures Johnny, are on sale. 2. The story about, pictures John I, is silly. 3. Reading the book of T, pictures John I, is silly. 28.1. With H is missing or J equals Fi, genitive case may be realized by of insertion in all three cases. If H is present with J equals I, we have a straightforward violation of condition C of the binding theory. 2.16. Suppose instead WE were to apply move A, yielding I. Johnny seems that hist pictures A are on sale. 2. Johnny story of T hist pictures A is silly. 3. Johnny reading the book of T is he pictures A is silly. 282. 198. KNOLEDGE. With GN equals I, we have a violation of the condition A of the binding theory. 2.16. Suppose that H is either is missing or is present with I equals J. The latter case violates 247, because the Ch-N, Jo-H-N-E, is now not a case of local binding. 136. IN 282. John is case marked by main clause INFL, story and reading the book A, respectively. Assuming that case marking in the definition, 167, does not include case assignment, 137, there is no violation of the requirement that a chain can only have one case marked position. However, there is case conflict in I, because on is assigned nominative case at S structure and genitive case at D structure, a violation of the uniformity condition in all three cases, and a violation of the theta criterion if OHN is in a zero-marked position in 2, 3. Therefore, such constructions as 282 are impossible and 247, once again, is not violated. Consider now 270, or more generally, the D structures 283 that surface as 284. I, the N destruction, and P the city, 2, they, N destruction, and P the city. 283. I, the destruction of the city, B the city's destruction. 2, their destruction of the city. 284. The D structure representations, 283, cannot surface in this form because of the case filter. In I, destruction 0, marks ITS complement the city and, therefore, assigns a genitive case. We now have two options. Destruction may realize case in this position by of insertion, yield ENG, 284, or move A may apply, yielding 285, with a chain, the city, E. And P the city, N destruction E. 285. The rule, 277, of pos insertion applies to this structure, yielding the surface form, 284 ib. This satisfies the uniformity condition, because destruction realizes case on the head of the chain that it zero marks. In 283, the move A option is voided because the target position is already occupied. Therefore, A/insertion must be apply to yield of the city. BUT destruction also. SNGP LATOS PROB LMI 199 governs the subject day and date marks IT, assigning it the 8 role of eigen T exactly as in the corresponding clause. Therefore, by the uniformity condition, destruction assigns genitive case to they. Now pos insertion applies forming they plus pos equals there, finally yielding 284. A question arises about the effect of movement applied to an element E assigned case at D structure. Does the case move with the element, or does it remain in place on the trace? In different E terms, is case assigned to the NP or to the position it occupies? The crucial structure is 285. Recall that the condition, 170, bars case marked NP trace, thus making movement a last resort. To satisfy the principle, then, we must assume that in 285, the trace is not case-marked. We therefore conclude that case moves with the element moved. Case is assigned to the NP, not the position it occupies. Alternatively, we might assume that 170 refers to realized case, not assigned case. Suppose we were to adopt the principle 190, repeated here, considered but not adopted in section 3.4.3, p. 144. A binding relation between an argument and a 190 case-marked non-argument is not subject to binding theory. The advantage of this principle was that it incorporated both the requirement that NP trace cannot be case-marked, thus yielding the general chain condition 171 in full generality, and also the requirement that an argument is not bound by a non-argument T, but there are problems concerning the S structure, 285. First, because 190 bars case-marked NP trace, we must again assume that in 285, the trace is not case-marked. Second, 190 voids a binding theory violation in the case of an argument C commanded by a case-marked non-argument. In 285, the SU BJXT city is C commanded by its trace, which will yield a binding theory violation unless the trace is case-marked so that the violation is voided by 190. We therefore have a contradiction. The trace must be case-marked to void the binding theory violation under 190, but must be non-case-marked to satisfy the requirement that trace not be case-marked under 190. The contradiction arises however we construe case-marking in 200 like KNOLEDGOFLANGUAGE 190, as including case assignment E, case realization, or both. This is one reason why we did not adopt 190. Not adopting 190, we have to assume that case-marked trace is barred, one case of the principle that case can only appear on the head of a chain, c. 170. We also have to assume the principle 188, requiring that an argument not be bound by a non-argument, thus voiding the binding theory violation in 285. Recall that the major cases of 188, though no T the one in question here, are accounted for by the requirement that expletives be eliminated at LF, CP 179. Both assumptions would follow from 190, if the contradiction J-use noted can be overcome by some reformulation, for example, by defining C command for binding theory along the lines of Reinhardt, L. 976. We saw that condition 170 applied to chains more generally. The choices among the options is not entirely clear. We have assumed 170 rather than 190, although with reservations. Thus, one case of the general condition 171 on chains, namely, case 170, remains a stipulation, although the remainder is derived on independent gerunds. Let us now review the problematic examples. 265, 266, 267, and 270, repeated here, which initiated these considerations. I persuaded John of the importance of going to college. 2. John is uncertain of the time. 3. The belief of John to be the winner. 4. There was VP Guild of John. V. It seems S. of John to be happy. Vi. It is certain S. of John to be happy. 7. V. Destruction, the city. 8. The city's destruction. E. 9. The destruction of the city. X. Proud, John. 11. Proud of John. 286. In I and 2, genitive case is assigned to the NP at D structure and is realized in the same position by of insertion at S structure, these being the only options since move A is impossible, lacking any possible target, or in 2, because of their USNGP LATOS PRO BLEMI 21. Restriction to NP in 277. See also note 130. In 3. Genitive case is not assigned to Joe HN because it is not 8 marked by belief, so the structure is barred by the case filter. In 4 and V, Joe HN is not assigned genitive case since the governor is not a noun or adjective active independently. In 4, the passive morphology removes the capacity to assign case, and in V, the governor seemed does not 8 mark John. The same reason bars case assignment to John in Vi, although it is governed by the adjective certain. Compare to W. Here the time is both governed and 8 marked by uncertain as its complement. The S structures corresponding to 4, Vi, must, therefore, be 268. In the D structures, 7, and X, genitive case is assigned to the city and to John, respectively. In the latter case, it must be realized by of insertion, yielding 11. In the former, it may be realized by of insertion, yielding 9, or, after application of move, it may be realized by pos insertion, yielding 8. The uniformity condition, 272, may have some consequences for the phenomenon of prepositioning stranding, as in 287I, and 287, derived from 288I, and 288, respectively. 138. I, John was given a book to E. 2. Who did you give the book to E? 287. I, E was given a book to John. 2. You gave the book to who? 288. Consider first the passive case, case, I. The preposition to is an inherent case marker, which 8 marks and assigns oblique case to its object John at the DS structure, 288I. At the S structure, 287I, to 8 marks the chain headed by John and therefore, by the uniformity condition, to must case mark John, which is impossible. Thus, cases such as I are ruled out as ill-formed. But the argument is not compelling if we continue to accept the last resort principle, 170, that bars case mark trace, because this condition will suffice to bar 287I, unless we assume again that the inherent case is moved with the NP to which it is assigned, cp. 179. Examples such as the bed was slept in presumably derive by a reanalysis process that treats sleep in as a single verb that loses its case assigning property under passive M or PHOLOgy. 202 IKNO leg OFLANGU UJ. Turning to 2, if we understand chain in 272 to include 8 chains, then the S structure, 2, is barred because 2, which 8 marks the trace, does not case mark who, the head of the 8 chain. If we restrict 272 to 8 chains, then 287 satisfies the condition to 8 max and case marks the 8 chain consisting J used of the trace. We might conclude, then, that NP movement S stranding a preposition is ruled out uniformly Y, whereas the status of stranding under movement to an apposition, for example, WH, movement, is subject to variation, depending on the interpretation of 272, which could be parametrized. Alternatively, we might extend 272 to A chains, thus concluding that 287 is a marked structure, to be accounted for by special properties of English, perhaps related to the weak case realization of English. Perhaps, the oblique case assigned by prepositions is not distinguished from objective case in English, as suggested by Richard Kane, who draws a number of interesting conclusions from the assumption. Further questions arise in connection with the complementizer for as in 26 liters I, and 26 liters 2, repeated here. I, for John to be the winner, is unlikely. 2, I'd prefer for John to be the winner. 289. We have assumed that E/or case marks John, _T. This is inconsistent with the uniformity condition if for is an inherent case marker because for does not 8 mark John. We might again resort to Kane's suggestion that in English, prepositions assign objective rather than oblique case, so that the only inherent case markers would be N and A, assigning genitive case. English, then, would have the degenerate case system, nominative, objective, genitive, lacking oblique. Case marking is now permissible in 289, and we regard these to be marked constructions, possible in a language with a degenerate case system. 139. Summarizing this discussion of case theory, we continue to assume the case filter as determined by the visibility condition on 8 marking. Case theory determines the properties of case marking. We distinguish between the S-structural cases, nominative and objective, assigned in terms of S-structure position. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 203. And the inherent cases, oblique and genitive, assigned at D structure and associated with 8 marking by the uniformity condition. Genitive case is realized either by post-insertion or of insertion. Because the realization of genitive case depends on S structure position, we distinguish case assignment at D structure from case realization at S structure for genitive case, both subject to the uniformity condition. The rule of the insertion, which has the functional role of removing case filter restrictions on the projection principle, is a default rule, applied only when no preposition is available to assign the required 8 role. Apart from these properties of case theory, we have assumed principles of expa theory and binding theory, the theta criterion, Move and its properties, specifically, those of bounding theory, which we have illustrated but not discussed, and the condition, 171, on chain apostrophe S, 140 along with a few auxiliary assumptions. In addition, we have several general principles such as the projection principle and FULL interpretation. Some of the possibilities of parametric variation have been illustrated, along with certain marked options such as exceptional case marking. From these assumptions, a variety of consequences follow as described, some general, some dependent on specific properties of English, which themselves are subject to general principles. Recall that this analysis represents one selection among a maze of options. The assumptions are natural and straightforward but obviously far from uniquely determined by the relevant data. A number of no less natural and straightforward assumptions have been put forth within the same general framework, and other quite plausible approaches have also been advanced, some with substantial empirical support. One would naturally expect that further inquiry into English and other languages will show that the assumptions proposed here are wrong, at least in detail, quite possibly in general conception. We look forward, then, to improvement or replacement in other terms. Nevertheless, the conclusions reached in this discussion seem to me likely to be qualitatively correct in a certain sense. That is, phenomena of the kind reviewed are explained in terms of simple principles of some generality, specified and 204 IKNO ledge of LANGU edge. Extended with some language-specific options and, further, determined through the interaction of various moduli of language probably by computations of some intricacy, that is, with a certain pth of deductive structure. Conclusions of this sort are implicit in the empirical conditions of Plato's problem, and in several domains, there has been encouraging progress in giving them a substantive form. The general idea that the language faculty involves a precisely articulated computational system fairly simple in its basic principles when modules are properly distinguished, but quite intricate in the consequences that are produced seems reasonably well established. As we have remarked earlier, this is not at all an obvious property of a biological system. Indeed, it is in many respects a very surprising property. Nevertheless, the evidence supporting it is quite substantial, and this conclusion is likely to withstand the inevitable revisions in the systems of VG that have been tentatively proposed in the past years. Notes. The various interpretations of this procedure, essentially that of Chomsky, 1975a, 1955-56, and 1965, see Chomsky, 1975b. There is important recent work on formalization of possible procedures of language acquisition, see Wexler and Kulik cover, 1980, and Berwick, 1982. For critical discussion of various misinterpretations of this general approach, see Lightfoot, 198-1, and Bracken, 1984. 2. For example, Hyams, 1983, argues that early stages of language acquisition proceed on the assumption that the language is like Italian or Spanish in not requiring an explicit subject, a decision later reversed in the acquisition of English. 3. On uniformities of maturation, see Glittman, 198-1. See Borer and Wexler, 1984. For ideas as to how to explain some of the phenomena of child language on the assumption that certain principles of UG are not available at early stages of language growth. On the general issue, see Chomsky, 197-5b, 1980b, and Berwick, 1982. 4. C. F. Thomas, 195-7. PSS invocation of natural selection as a deus ex machina to account for successful theory construction in science will not do, however, see Chomsky, 1968, 1975b. 5. See Chomsky, 1965, pp. 61-62, 1980b, pp. 121-22, Wick and Weinberg, 1984. On the generative capacity of UG. Suppose a set of levels lane to be given in the sense of P. 46. Us in GPLA to SBROB LMI 205. Where L1 is the system of universal phonetics that specifies the class of possible sentences Sj greater than S2. The rule system are assigned to each S, A. S structure S equals M, where M, is the marker assigned to S, at T the level E, M I equals S, M, may be NULL, indicating that R assigns no marker to S. ATL. Then R generates the set of S structures, S, UG permits the maximal variety of ruler systems, in one sense of this notion, if IT provides a ruler system for each recursively enumerable set of F structures. If the notion E-language is somehow defined in terms of the set of generated structures, then we may regard UG as maximal if it provides a ruler system for each recursively enumerable E-language. 6. Note that the conclusion is unaffected by the existence of other types so F idiomatic CO instructions that are not of NP form, for example MPLA, the roof for LIN on X. For discussion of these matters, from similar although not identical point of view, see Chomsky, 198-1, NDM around TZ, 1984. For different T approaches, see, among others, Breznan, 1982, Perlmutter, L. 983a, and Rothstoyan, 1983. 7. C. Whitman, 1982, and Saito, 1985, on further complications, see Huang, 1982. 8. Kala deep hair structures in earlier work. I have stopped using the term because it led to too much misinterpretation. See Chomsky, 1980b. 9. See Chomsky, 1966. L0. This is evident from the earliest publications in generative grammar, which are primarily concerned with the problem of designing the theory of linguistic structure, so that the ruler systems selected will be adequate to explain semantic properties of expressions. It has often been assumed that semantic considerations were excluded in this early work, but on the basis of a serious misinterpretation of a very different position, namely, that syntactic properties apparently cannot be defined in semantic terms, at least in the ways that were commonly proposed. This is a wholly different matter. For further discussion, see Chomsky, 1977, Chapter 50, Horns 10, 1984. 1. The status and properties of LF are empirical matters, not to be settled in terms of considerations of valid inference and the like. See Chomsky, 1980b. 1-2. Note that this is not a uniform category. For example, the violation in 27 VII is much weaker than the others, a fact that also must be explained. 1-3. This actor ally appeared in too early a public versions. IWILL collapse the three here, although they made so at different proposals as to the relevant principles. It is often supposed that the attempt to reduce the richness and variety of transformational relay was motivated by concern over generative capacity. See, for example, 206 IKNOLEDGOFLANGU ADG. J. Onsenled, 1983, who asserts that TH is reappraisal of transformational grammar began in the late 1970s as a consequence of the observation by Stanley Peters and Robert Ritchie that an unconstrained grammar of this sort could generate every recursively enumerable set. More interestingly, they showed that a simple formal property sufficed to reduce generative capacity to a much narrower CLS containing only recursive sets. This assertion is doubly wrong. The work began in the early 1960s for other reasons and was unaffected by this observation. Moreover, it had been pointed out years before that this conclusion, if valid, would have no empirical import. See Note 5. Johnson-Laird also believes that the Peters-Ritchie result had other embarrassing consequences, specifically in undermining Chomsky's universal base hypothesis. Such a hypothesis has indeed been proposed, but I had never accepted it. Furthermore, the hypothesis would be unaffected by this observation, essentially for the reasons already noted. 1-4. We might take WH to be a determiner in the category of some, any, every, with phonological rules spelling out WH1 as WHO, and so forth. There are interesting distinctions here, which I will ignore, concerning relational nouns such as friend as distinct from non-relational ones such as book. Many of these questions remain open. 1-5. See Chomsky, 1965, 1977, and Chomsky and Lasnik, 1977. 1-6. See Ruveret and Vergnaud, 1980, Vergnaud, 1982, and Chomsky, 1980a, 1981. 1-7. Here and henceforth I will capitalize the word case in its technical usage to avoid confusion. 1-8. See Bora, 1983, L 984a, for discussion of how the properties of the passive morpheme apply differently for principled reasons in the lexical and syntactic components, for a somewhat different approach. See Fab, 1984. 1-9. On these matters, see Chomsky, 198-1, following proposal S of Ritchie, L 982a, Biasio, forthcoming, and authors. More recent work, some cited below, suggests other possibilities along somewhat different lines, which I will ignore here. The topics I am reviewing are under active investigation, and many alternative ideas are being pursued more or less within the general framework outlined here. 20. In some cases, it might be wholly determined as a reflex of properties of the phrase structure. On other possible parameters associated with the general rule move, see Berlin, 1982. 1. On how the parameter might be formulated, A and D other variant es beyond those mentioned here, see Lasnik and Saito, 1984. 22. On some of the relevant parameters for 40, Tsiritsi, 1982a. Asin GPLA to SBRO Blemai 207. 23. This assumption is known to be too simple as it stands. See Lasnik, 1980, who argues that it is necessary to return to the more complex indexing system of Chomsky, L 980a. See Higginbotham, 1983a, and Feiner, 1984, for modifications to deal with these and other problems. Higginbotham argues that the asymmetry of the antecedent correlation should be built into the notation. Feiner proposes a system of dual-line indexing to express set inclusion and intersect ion. I will ignore these questions here. The question of exactly what the operative PR in CPIs of binding theory are has been subject to considerable study over the past several years. One influential early paper W as Lasnik, 1976. See Chomsky, 198-1, for further discussion and references. Also Reinhardt, 1983, Higginbotham, L 983a, forthcoming, Manziani, 1983a, Bouchard, 1984, Pica, 1984, and Friedin, forthcoming, among others. See also the cross-cell linguistic study by Yang, 1983, presenting and analyzing parametric variation in binding TH theory. 24. We specify that X is a distinct element to allow, for example, he said that he will be there, where the second occurrence of he takes the first T as its antecedent T. As formulated, the principle now excludes the grammatical expression John hit himself. We return to this question directly. 25. The term is Thomas Wassau's, C. Wassau, 1979, based on a 1972 MIT Ph.D. dissertation. The S2D of crossover was initiated by Paul Postel, 197-1. 26. S-strong crossover in this case is excluded by other principles as well, in particular, by the fact that pronouns cannot be locally bound by operators in languages such as English that lack resumptive pronouns, pronouns locally bound by operators, and quite generally even in languages WITH resumptive pronouns in such structures as 42i, see Chomsky, 1982, for discussion of this and some other analyses on somewhat different assumptions. See also Higginbotham, 1983a. I will continue to rely here on the binding theory principle, which generalizes in various ways as we shall see. 27. Howard Lasnik observes that in Thai, for example, whereas PNUNs cannot by ND their antecedents, the principle does not seem to extend to pairs of our expressions. 28. We limit ourselves here on noun phrases, although the observation shall be generalized. 29. Joseph Hahn has proposed an interesting extension of binding theory to our binding as well. See Hahn, 1982, 1985. I will put aside these ideas, since they bear primarily on aspects of grammar that will not be discussed here. 30. Note that forms of the latter type are possible, partially when the NP is complex, but has derived structures formed by n. 208 knowledge oflanguage. Additional rule moving the NP to the right. There is some evidence that this rule of heavy NP shifters in the syntactic component T and that, like others, it leaves a trace. See Chomsky, 1982, based on observations by Elizabeth Inkdale. On case adjective ascendancy, C. S. Towell, 1981. 3.1. On these matters see Chomsky, 198.1, S. Towell, 198.1, Koopman, 1984, and Travis, 1984, among other work. 32. The various ideas on JSD how the projection principle should be understood, see Chomsky, 198.1, Bora, 1983, 1984a, Pesetsky, 1983, for more general discussion of the topic and a somewhat different interpretation, Semerance, 1984. 33. This assumes the head of the relative clause low be the phrase the man, in an a position an assumption that might be questioned. Other examples with clearer import will appear below. 34. See Huang, 1982, who suggests that our expressions might be regarded LLF as variables quite generally. 35. The following remarks are based on Pesetsky, 1983, modifying ideas of Grimshaw, 198.1. 36. CP. 82. Actually the result follows only for 58i, 58ii. To extend it to case 58, further specification is required, presumably relating to interactions between case and theta theory. 37. The conception is, in this regard, not unlike the dependency grammar approach to syntactic structure that derives from Lesniewski and Ajdukiewicz, later Y. Bar HIL, and authors, although the operative principles here are considerably different. 38. Berzio, forthcoming, argues that in Italian, emphatic pronouns that correspond roughly to H himself as in 3, are restricted low non-case marked positions, in particular, the position of NP trace. 39. We are ignoring here many important and controversial issues concerning this conclusion, see Chomsky, 198.1, Stowell, 198.1, Saphir, forthcoming, and much subsequent work. Notice that in 80, the requirement that the trace of case cannot be derived from extension of the case filter to WHO on the assumption that phonetically realized elements require case, since the same is true in relatives and author constructions with th in empty operator, for example, 53, and others low which we will return. 40. To be precise, a chain consists of positions, that is, particular occurrences of elements. A chain may then be regarded as a linear Z history of movement, a sequence of positions with no repetitions to disallow movement back to a vacated position. It may be that no author conditions need be imposed on chains, all authors following from principles of UG. We leave these questions aside here. Us in GPLA to SBRO BLEMI 209. And will present chains in the informal notation that has become conventional. On an alternative conception of chains, see below, pp. 156 £. 4.1. There have been several formulations of this idea since the basic intuition was expressed by Frieden, 1978, see Bresnan, 1982, Chomsky, 198.1, and Emerantz, 1984, among others, and Section 3.3 5.2.4 below. 42. Following Williams, 1980, who develops predication theory to cover a much more extensive range in this and subsequent work. See also Rothstein, 1983. The formal definition of the theta criterion I. N. Chomsky, 198-1, p. 335, corresponds to 83. The informal earlier discussion assumes a unique assignment of 8 roles to arguments, a fact that has led to some confusion. 43. To be precise, we now have to specify that the chain in question is not the chain headed by the R expression itself, because the expression is trivially A-free in this chain. 44. For reasons to which we return, failure to 8 mark the subject is associated with failure to case mark the object and, thus, follows from the assumption that the sole syntactic property of the passive form is to absorb the case assigning property of the verb, cp. 74. 45. It may also be that P-row has an inherent number, thus, arbitrary P-row is plural in Italian but singular in Spanish, as we can see from adjective-active agreement. For a different interpretation of these facts, see Bouchard, 1984. 46. See Georgi, 1983. 47. As noted, the analogic interpretation of 1-4, A and E, 1-5, is also dubious, cp. 8. 48. See Chomsky, 198-1, 1982, for further discussion of this and other cases presented here. 49. We might say that we have substantial evidence for the psychological reality of these constructs, to use a misleading term that he has been subject to much abuse. See Chomsky, 1980b. 50. CPP. 156 pounds, below, see Chomsky, 198-1, for some alternatives. 5-1. See, for example, the proposal outlined by Johnson led, 1983, following Stanley Peters, to enrich phrase structure grammars to permit TWH structures to be derived without trace but with a different indication of the required associations. Phenomena of the kind JUST reviewed WLD remain unexplained in this enriched theory. Like many others, Johnson-Laird regards it as an advantage of the theory he outlines that it does not employ the rule move. Even in isolation from the neglected empirical facts, the argument lacks merit. The VG properties of move, for example, the locality properties of bounding. 210 IKNOWL edge of LANGUAGE. Theory, have to be stated somehow. Even apart from this, it is difficult to see WHY computation of phrase structure relay in the manner he or others propose is simpler or provides fewer accessible grammars than the rule-free system incorporating move as a principle. If anything, the opposite seems true. As noted earlier, questions of generative capacity are beside the point, contrary to what is commonly assumed. 52. We cannot explain the presence of it in I, for example, on the basis of the conclusion to which we returned that verbs must assign a role, because that conclusion, in turn, rests on the assumption in question here. Note, however, that discussion, on one interpretation, requires that some kind of a role be assigned to the subject position of rain. On this matter, see Chomsky, 198-1. 5-3. In the case of there, we might assume that the general reason for its appearance lies in case and theta theory, because rain must be in a case-marked chain to be visible for 8 marking. See the discussion of 69 above. This argument would not carry over to it, however. 54. Among others, see Ritzi, 1982a, Berzio, forthcoming, and the review of some results of theirs and others in Chomsky, 198-1. For a different approach, see Bora, 1-984b. 55. See Rothstein, 1-983, for elaboration and extension to other cases, such as PPs. See also Zagona, 1-982. Fab, 1-984, suggests a reduction of the principle to case theory in terms of a more general approach with other consequences. Many interesting questions arise concerning causative and other constructions where the principle appears to be violated. There is a substantial literature during the past few years dealing with this topic, including a number of the references cited here. 56. Or, independently of that discussion, if we adopt a stronger form of the projection principle as in Chomsky, 198-1. 57. The appearance of 1 in examples 3 and 4 is consistent with the assumption that the bracketed string of 1 to 1 is indeed a phrase, clausal in character with a subject, as implied by the projection principle. See the discussion of 72. 58. On these matters, see Manzini, 1-983a, Kieser and Roepper, 1-984, and Roepper, 1-984. See also Costa and May, 1-982. 59. Related observations hold in a NULL subject language such as Italian, in which the analog of VP sank the boat, with the boat remaining in the object position, is a permissible variant T to the boa D sank. The empty category here is expletive, not PRO, analogous to English therein there arrived 3 men. See Berzio, forthcoming, for extensive discussion. Asin GPLA to SBRO Belem I211. 60. Case is perhaps problematic, because some poorly understood element of modality may be involved. Cf. The articles can be filed without reading them. 6.1. Roepper, 1-984, notes such examples as the game was played barefoot, nude, WICH seem to violate the paradigm illustrated. Luigi Rizzi suggests that nude may actually be adverbial, not adjective-actival, despite the morphology, as in some other languages. See Roepper, 1-984, for further discussion. 62. The relevant properties are more general, we keep to special cases HR. See Montalbetti, 1-984, for a full discussion. In particular, Montalbetti shows that this property of pronouns provides still further evidence from the quantifier variable structure of sentences such as 104, discussed earlier. 63. Examples such as 140 are somewhat marginal. Verbs of the decide class vary rather idiosyncratically as to whether they permit the construction at all. Cf. It is often preferred, wanted, tried, to spend a sabbatical in Europe. Even the verbs that marginally permit such impersonal passives never permit passives with NP movement. John was preferred, decided, wanted, etc., to win. The reason cannot be that these verbs do not have passive morphology, as indicated by the impersonal passives or such forms as the meat is preferred raw. What blocks NP movement may be the empty category principally, ECP, WHIC-WE are not considering NG here, see Chomsky, 198-1, and Lasnik and Saito, 1-984, for discussion of such cases in these terms, variously understood, for different approaches, see Aun, 1-982, and Zubizarreta, 1-982. 64. On the possibility of reducing NG control theory to bindy NG theory, and a discussion of other relevant work, see Manzini, 1-983a, see Georgi, 1-983, for an extension of Manzini's approach to other cases. There are a number of other approaches within the general framework of this discussion, among them Bouchard, 1984, Costa, 1984, Sportish, 1983, and earlier work cited the 65. C. Hornstein, 1984, for some recent discussion. 66. See the discussion of 137 and 138 above and section 3.5.2.3. 67. We reconsider examples I and 2 in a section 3.5.2.3. Certain anaphor-like properties OF when DBT NOT locally bound PRO are illustrated by constructions involving subjunctive, although only very marginally in English. See Georgi, 1983, Piccolello, 1984, and references cited there. 68. See also Epstein, 1984, and Roepper, 1984. 69. A slash or p-raise is possible in 158 and 159 I3, but it appears as subject of the embedded clause, as distinct from 157. 212 IKNO ledge of LANGU edge. Note that 158 is in fact ambiguous. The implausible ready NG, with the Crowdy as controller, is forced under WH movement T of the meeting, which meeting is the crowd too angry to hold D. Both the considerations entail that WH movement is possible only when the phrase to hold the meeting is within the adjective-active phrase headed by too angry, thus WITH controlled by the subject the crowd. 70. One failure OF correspondence IS that expletive argument pairs do not cross an S boundary. For example, we do not have, there seems, a unicorn to be in the garden. Corresponding to the raising S structure, a unicorn seems, E to be in the garden. For discussion of the relation between chain L inks and expletive NP, pairs C. Berzio, forthcoming, also Chomsky, 198-1. For other approaches to these questions, see Saphir, forthcoming, Pollock, 1983, Belletti, 1984, Bora, 1984, B, and Rieland, 1984. For more on different types of expletives, see Travis, 1984, among others. We will overlook a number of problems concerning expletives that would have to be addressed in a Fuller treatment. 7.1. The condition fails for idiom chunks, as in tabs were kept T on John, where the chain, tabs, T, lacks a atrol. I will ignore this case here. The natural way to account for it is to extend the visibility condition from a condition on 8 marking to a broader condition on LF interpretation, including both 8 marking and idiom interpretation. 72. In part, the impossibility of such chain links follows for chains from the principles of binding theory, in part from both the considerations not developed here. For expletive argument pairs the result T then follows from the assumption, to which we return, that these share the properties of chain L inks. 73. We assume here that each position P is in one and only one maximal chain, returning to the question in section 3.5.2.3. 7.4. On the assumption, 166, that ATD structure the non-argumenter was already L-inked to an argument, which was necessarily in E8 position. Movement T over to E8 position creates a chain containing 2 8 positions. See Chomsky, 198-1, for discussion of the property that movement is always to a non-8 position on slightly different E assumptions. 75. In section 3.4.2, we tentatively concluded that our foreign L76II does not assign a subject 8 role to an unreally Z lexical argument, as a passive form does. See the discussion of 137 and 138. 76. Certain verbs take objects but do not case mark them. These satisfy the generalization, they do not mark their subjects. See Permeter, 1983b, and Berzio, forthcoming. We will leave this issue aside because the really persuasive evidence derives from null subject languages with properties not developed here. Usin GPL to SBRO BLEMI 213. 77. But see the discussion of 75, 77, and references OF note 70. 78. For argumenti along quite different lines that verbs such as believe and say case mark their clausal complements. C. S. Towel, 198-1. C.P. Ecolo, 1984. The supporting evidence for S. Towel LS assumptions based on properties of Romance subjunctives. If the earlier discussion is correct, the actual destructure source of 2 is something like John said something or John said WH thing. CP 7-1. 79. On TH is assumption, see note 71 and the references of note 70. 80. Or need not be assigned, see section 3.5.2.3. 81. Any relation, some have argued, see Williams, 1982b, H. Higginbotham, 1983a. C. M. Anderson, 1983, for an argument to the contrary and general discussion. We return to the question briefly below. 82. C. Bora, 1983, 1984a, for a different perspective on this matter. 83. C. For example, Sportish, 1983, for extensive discussion within a somewhat different framework. 84. A case that remains open is raising of an expletive from a case-marked position not blocked by 190. It seems that such cases cannot arise for other reasons. This case would also be covered by a suggestion concerning expletive argument pairs to which we return in section 3.5.2.3. 85. See Kane, 1975, also Kane, 1984. For a selection of papers that have had a major impact on the development of the field. There is also now extensive and very illuminating work from standpoint similar to the one outlined here on many other languages, including many non-Indo-European languages. 86. See Wexler and Puller cover, 1980, and Wexler, 1982. For development of a theory of acquisition based on the assumption that the evidence available involves only a very limited degree of embedding, in a sense made precise. See also Berg, 1982, and Berg and Weinberg, 1984. 87. See Hyams, 1983, for discussion of this matter in connection with a null subject parameter. 88. The phenomenon was first studied by Taraldson. See Chomsky, 1982, for discussion and review of work by Taraldson and L. Isabtiynkdal. WH has since been extended in interesting ways. 89. See Oscherson, S. Dobb, and Weinstein, 1983. One must be cautious in relating their results to our concerns here. They are 214 IKNOLEGVLA and GUAGE. Considering language, not language, and are restricting attention to weak rather than a strong generative capacity of grammars, i.e., to the class of sentences enumerated by a grammar. They take a learning function F to identify, i.e., to learn, the language LIFIT converges on a grammar of L for any text. A text T is an infinite sequence of sentences drawn from L and exhausting L, with no requirement that F converge on the same grammar for all texts. The results are, however, very suggestive and rather surprising. On these matters, see the references of Note 86, see also Baker and M. C. Carthy, 198-1, and Warner and Littman, 1982. 90. On this topic, see Berwick, 1982, and Barton, 1984. See also Fodor, Bever, and Garrett, 1974, for a somewhat similar conception. On some misinterpretations of theorems concerning passing of context for languages and related discussion, see Berwick and Weinberg, 1984. 91. See, for example, Kane, 1984, and Ritchie, 1982a. For more general discussion, see Lightfoot, 1979. 92. On the ECP, see Chomsky, 1981, Huang, 1982, Kane, 1984, Lasnik and Saito, 1984, and much other work. This is a very lively area of current research, and several alternative approaches are being actively pursued. See, among many others, Aun, 1982, 1985, Lunabody, 1983, and Pisetsky, 1983. 93. On this matter, see Koster, 1978, Chomsky, 198-1, 1982, Ritchie, 1982b, and Sportish, 1983, among others. 94. Thus, certain languages seem to have bundled LF movement of WH phrases. For example, Kiko, see Bergvall, 1982. If so, and if there is furthermore no parametric variation in the LF component, then IT is necessary either to recause the discussion of LF movement presented earlier, or to find some relevant features that are subject to parametric variation and that determine this difference, given the structure of UG. These problems are by no means trivial. 95. See, among others, Chomsky, 1977, May, 1977, forthcoming, Huang, 1982, Higginbotham, 1983a, and Hornstein, 1984. 96. Recall that this is not required if the complementary requires no case, for example, if it is a clause rather than an NP, or if the language permits some other mode of assigning case, as in the new LL subject languages, CP. 74. 97. S.C. Baker, 1985, C. also Morantz, 1984, W. Hick contains the real th of information and enlightening G analysis on these and related topics. See also Borer, 1983, 1984a. 98. These are intended as abstract representations of the hierarchical structure of morphology, independent of whether the affixes are suffixes or prefixes, or sometimes infixes or elements that induce internal phonological changes of one or another sort. Usin GPLA to SBROB LMI 215. 99. Baker gives such an example with 0a realized by internal phonological change, suppletion, of the underlying stem. In the same language, HU the surface object may also agree with th the verb, so that by the mirror principle, suppletion marks the D structure object, and the external L inflection marks the S structure object. 100. On double object verbs and their grammatical functions, see Morantz, 1984. Note that the applicative process must precede passivization if case assignment is obligatory, or it would assign case to the NP trace left by passive, contradicting the general chain principle. 171. 101. As noted earlier, The concept T object may have a more complex definition for the case of more than one NP of X. See Note 100. 102. Note that PRO in the structure underlying 208 and 209I does not block contraction, as distinct from WH trace. The crucial distinction, presumably, is that WH trace is case-marked and PRO is not. It might be that only case-marked trace is visible for the contraction rule, or it might be, following Pesetsky, 1983, that PRO does not intervene between 1 and 2, so that the structure underlying 208 is actually who you want to visit PRO, an option permitted for PRO in these Rowell-free systems but not for WH trace, which must be adjective assent-its case marker by the case adjective assency principle. 103. Own and Lightfoot take INFL to be the HEADOF the full clause C. IF comp is the head of C, as we have assumed. Their general analysis would apply if C has been deleted by the TME. The contraction rule, 207, has applied, perhaps as a reflex of deletion of ITS head/or, under one set of assumptions. There are several possibilities open in this case. For further evidence that government T plays a role in the PF component, see Cito 1985, with TH regard to ECP, a principle that involves government. Examples: 210I, 2, A from Postal and Pullum, 1982. The idea of introducing government T has been suggested independently by Bouchard, 1984. Among others. 104. See Schachter, 1984, and references cited. Schachter argues that the analysis suggested here is impossible because the reduced structures, 211, are barred by the projection principle, but the latter does not apply in the PF component for principled reasons. The more complex syntactic system that Schachter assumes therefore seems unnecessary. 105. Apart from the simplest cases, such as 215I, condition B of the binding theory is often weak. See Bouchard, 1984, for discussion of TH is point and an analysis of the relation between conditions A and B, in different T terms. As observed, first T by Powell postal, condition B, extends, although somewhat weakly, from dis. 216 IK knowledge valley and GUAGE. Tinked to disjoint reference, as I illustrated in such sets as I expected him to like us and I expected us to like him, where the second is less acceptable than the first. Condition A is also sometimes overridden in colloquial speech. I have, for example, occasionally heard such sentences as they didn't know what each other should do, a violation of the binding theory as presented here. See Liebk's, 1983. I will overlook such matters here, although they raise interesting questions. LO6. Assuming that the NP is not the subject of this S, we WILL return TO this case. If the minimal NP containing a lacks a subject that is contained within NP with a subject, then NP equals MGCA, assuming that NP does not contain S containing A. L07. There are several other major or classes OF exceptions. One type is illustrated in subjunctives in the Romance languages and others where in a sentence analogous to John wants that a leave cannot be an anaphor or a pronoun bound by John. Thus, in this position the an anaphor or a pronoun bound by the main clause subject can appear. A complementary case is illustrated by Chinese-Japanese, where the subject of a tensed clause can be either a bound anaphor or a bound pronoun. See Piccolo, 1984, for discussion of cases of the first type. Huang, 1982, a noun, 1985, for discussion of cases of the second type. We will return to a somewhat different perspective on these cases. 108. The following is in the spirit of Hu Ang, 1983. See Chomsky, 198-1, for discussion of earlier proposals, and Manzini, L. 983a, for a different approach designed to extend also to control theory. 109. Some speakers find I and II somewhat marginal, but they are certainly better than a comparable binding theory violation, such as, the children thought that I had bought pictures of each other's pictures. 110. Rika LL that long distance control does not have this property, see 146 and 147. As noted earlier, the relevant facts are less clear than the exposition assumes. 111. For an argument on similar GRU ds that ECP should be I n par T, reduced to enic, see 1985. For some related considerations, see Kane, 1984. 112. Investigation of this topic largely derives from ideas of Luigi Rizzi, see Rizzi, 1982a. For various treatment es, see Bora, L. 984b, Berzio, forthcoming, Chomsky, 198-1, Hyams, L. 983, Jegeli, 1982, Safir, forthcoming, Travis, 1984, and Zagona, 1982, among others. 113. In fact, we should presumably allow any kind of empty category to be left as a trace of any movement rule, W with other conditions determining the legitimacy of the choice. GP LATOSPR Oblamai 217. 114. This requirement could well be too strong. It would, for example, be violated if the trace of a clitic can be a variable bound by an operator in COM-P. Sion, 1982. 115. ON some of the cases to be addressed, see Rizzi, 1982b, who presents crucial evidence drawn from cliticization in Romance languages. It may be that these phenomena can be explained, in part at least, in terms of a crossing constraint on binding. 116. On such constructions and the problems they raise, see Lasnik, 1984. 117. That it may not be has been suggested by Aun, L. 982. 118. For a similar conclusion under the earlier version of the binding theory, 216, along with the additional assumption that the full clause is a governing category for any governed element, see Chomsky, 198-1. 119. See Brody, 1984, and Safir, 1984. 120. An alternative would be to assume that C is eclectic in D structure and that the relation of subject position to C is that of an expletive argument N, so that we have no overlapping chains, but overlapping chains. If C can itself serve as subject, perhaps in the position of INFL, then the position to which QUST article moves is not a 8 position. There is a considerable literature on this topic, and a number of alternative analyses have been explored. See Belletti, 1982, and see Manzini, 1983b, for a unified theory of the various functions of the clitic C and its variants in the Romance languages. 1-1. Although not completely. C11, L. 983, for one attempt to deal with the residue. 122. See the references cited earlier. Note that we cannot reduce the case filter to the requirement that nouns must have case, because it holds as well for nominal expressions that have no nominal heads, for example, gerunds and infinitivals. which cannot appear in non-case marked subject position, as in the following structures analogous to 258 of the belief, John's winning, to be unlikely, the belief, for John to win, to be unlikely. In fact, even prepositional phrases that he appear in the subject position which we may assume to be an NP position must satisfy the case filter. Compare, on the table, is the best place for that typewriter. The decision, on the table, to be the best place for the typewriter, was a mistake. 123. On the latter constructions, see Reland, 1983a, and Fab, 1984, among others. 124. Note that there is a related nominal form destruction with a slightly different sense, as in we were amazed at the destruction, referring not to the act but to its results. There are other 218 knowledge of language possibilities that I will not explore for analysis of the constructions of 260, which raise many questions. For example, why do we have both of and possessive s? Why do we not have the concert of yesterday's corresponding to yesterday's concert? Why do we have a friend of mine rather than a friend of me? A frequent error of non-native speakers. C. M. Anderson, 1983, for discussion and a possible analysis. 125. Alternatively, we may suppose that both verbs select C and that an exceptional process of C deletion takes place after believe, the usual assumption in the literature, although other ideas have also been proposed. C. Kane, 1984, and Chomsky, 198-1, for some discussion. 126. As we have defined government, if believe governs NP and John believes, NP to VP, it also governs the specifier and head of NP. Consider then a structure such as John believes RPRO. Reading books, to be fun. Here believe governs A, but we do not want IT to govern PRO, the specifier of A, C, 252. Thus, we must assume some barrier to government T here. One possibility is that equals NP dominating S, which would, in fact, bar government of PRO by believe. 127. Note that constructions similar to 267I, although with UT of insertion, are marginally possible when the object is indefinite, as there were seen several men from England. The same definiteness effect is observed in the regular structures. There is a man, the man, in the room, and so forth. On these matters, see Saphir, forthcoming, and references cited, and Reland, 1984, among other studies. The assumption that the embedded clause in 2 and 3 is S rather than C relates to questions concerning ECP, CP. 155. Not considered here. 128. The application of move as IN 270 is constrained rather narrowly by certain semantic conditions. C. Anderson, 1979. A consequence is that there can be NP movement if there is no semantic relation at all to the head of the NP, as in the nominalizations of exceptional case marking constructions. Thus, there are no such forms as John's belief to be intelligent from the D structure, the belief, John to be intelligent. Furthermore, quite apart from locality conditions on movement, which are often weak, we cannot have such forms as John seems that his belief, T to be intelligent, was unfounded, with Joe HN moving from the position of the trace a violation of the local binding requirement. 247, on chains discussed earlier but not a binding theory violation if H is binds the trace, as Lasnik, 1980, observes. It may be that these constraints can be reduced to ECP, but I will not pursue this issue here because the principle has not been developed. See Lasnik and Saito, 1984. GP LATOS PROB LMI 219. 129. C. Van Rijmsdijk K. 198-1, and C. Manzini, 1983b, for general background for the discussion here. The inherent case assigned at D structure is not to be confused with a case we assumed to be inherent in PR row, cf. p. 104. 130. In addition to the normal case of a insertion before a complement it can be adjective or ned to the postposed subject of a nominal, as in the victory of John's friends, the departure of John's friends. Often these are nominalizations of unaccusatives or ergatives in the sense of Perlmutter, 1983b, and Berzio, forthcoming ng. See also, 260. The exact conditions are not well understood. We ignore here a number of other questions, among them assignment of inherent case by verbs. For example, helfen, help, in German assigns dative rather than accusative. In terms of the present analysis, we must also assume that T persuade assigns genitive to its second object as an inherent case in 265i. 131. C. Koopman, 1984, and Travis, 1984. 132. C. M. Anderson, 1983, for discussion, in slightly different terms. See also the discussion of 260, above, and note 124. 133. See the discussion of 7377. M. Mark Baker observes that the distinction between 278 and the structural case analog, the H having been to maturing, etc., the ACC in construction, follows, as do comparable facts concerning idioms, for example, the paying of heed, heeds being paid, heed being paid. 134. C. Lasnik, 1984. 135. Recall that 8 marking is obligatory, by the definition of D structure. Indeed, genitive case assignment follows by the uniformity condition, 272. 136. Note that these examples are also violations of bunding theory, analogous to The Man Who, pictures of E, are on sale, but the violation is far more severe. IN 282, suggesting that more than a bounding theory violation is involved in this case. Quite commonly, bounding theory violations are weaker than many others. 137. The assumption may be necessary to allow 270 CP. 199. 138. On these matters, see Van Rijmsdijk K. 1978, Hornstein and Weinberg, 198-1, Kane, 1984, Aun, 1982, Huang, 1982, and Bora, 1983, 1984a, among others. 139. Further questions need to be resolved. Thus, it follows from the above that in the D structure I saw, pictures, a John, who is assigned genitive case realized by a V insertion, but Joe HN receives objective case from of at the S structure, of Joe HN, so as to allow who deduce pictures of. It is also necessary to determine exactly how a troll and case are assigned in such examples. 220 IKNOWL as 288, where both the verb and the preposition play a role, Seamerance, 1984. A number of other questions have also been left unsettled, even for the restricted case of English. 140. Recall that 171 was derived apart from 170, and that it holds only for chains consisting of A positions, CP. 178. 4. Questions about rules. 4. 1. Some skeptical doubts. We have, so far, considered the first two of the questions, I, of Chapter 1 that express the essential research program in generative grammar, II, what constitutes knowledge of language, and II, how does it arise. As for II, to know the language L, an I language, is to be in a certain state SL of the language faculty, one of the components S of the mind, brain. L, the language known, or had, or internalized, in the S state SL, is a system with two components, core and periphery. There is a fixed initial state SO of the language faculty consisting of a system of principles associated with certain parameters of variation and a markedness system with several components of its own. The proposed answer to I2 is that the S dot SL is attained by setting parameters of SO in one of the permissible ways, yielding the core, and adding a periphery of marked exceptions on the basis of specific experience, in accordance with the markedness principles of SO. The core, then, consists of the set of values selected for parameters of the core system of SO. This is the essential part of what is learned, if that is the correct term for is process of fixing knowledge of a particular language. The grammar of the language L is the linguist's theory of L, consisting of a core grammar and an account of the periphery. These proposed answers to the questions I and I2 are presented at a certain level of abstraction from largely unknown mechanisms. This level of abstraction is appropriate in that by moving to IT, we are able to discover and formulate explanatory principles of some significance, principles that should, furthermore, help guide the search for mechanisms. 22.1. 222 I not led Joe FLA and GU Adj. The result of this process of parameter determination and periphery formation is a full L and richly articulated system of knowledge. Much of what is known lacks relevant grounding in experience, justification, or good reasons and is not derived by any general reliable procedures. The same may well be true of large areas of what might be called common sense knowledge and understanding, and if the model of Peircean abduction is correct, it may also be true, to a significant extent, of scientific knowledge as well, although in this case argument and evidence are required to justify knowledge claims. One along these lines, we can develop a possible answer to our variant of Plato's problem. I have so far said little about question L3, how knowledge of language is put to use, apart from a few remarks about the perceptual aspect of this problem. With regard to the far more obscure prediction aspect, the common sense answer is that the use of language is rule-guided behavior. We have, generally tacit, knowledge of the rules of language and we use them in constructing free expressions in Jesperson's sense. Some questions have been raised as to whether the concept of rule in the conventional sense is an appropriate one for the elements of language. Let us put these aside for the moment and assume that it is indeed legitimate to regard the language as a rule system or to project a rule system in some manner from the language that a person knows. Let us assume, then, that the common sense picture is more or less correct, with the modifications already discussed, in particular, the abstraction from the socio-political and normative teleological elements of the common sense notions of language and rule, see Chapter 2. An attempt to provide some substance to this common sense account runs into numerous problems, some of them classic ones. In the first place, there are what we might call the Cartesian problems. In the Cartesian view, the BST machine is compelled to act in a certain way when its parts are arranged in a particular manner, but a creature with a mind is only incited or inclined to do so because the soul, despite the disposition of the body, can prevent these movements. When it has the ability to reflect on its actions and when the body is able to obey. Laforge. Human action, including the use of rules of language, is free and indeterminate. Descartes believed that. Show NS Sabuti rules I-223. These matters may surpass human understanding, we may not have intelligence enough to gain any real understanding of them, although we are so conscious of the liberty and indifference which exists in us that there is nothing that we comprehend more clearly and perfectly, and it would be absurd to doubt that of which we inwardly experience and perceive as existing within ourselves just because we do not comprehend a matter which from its nature we know to be incomprehensible. One can question various aspects of this formulation, for example, that we literally know the matter to be incomprehensible, and that the limits are not merely those of the human intelligence but rather of undifferentiated mind, not part of the biological world at all. But even so, it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that serious problems are touched on here, perhaps impenetrable mysteries from the human mind, which is, after all, a specific biological system and not a universal instrument which can serve for all contingencies, as Descartes held in another context. There is no more reason to suppose humans to be capable of solving every problem they can formulate than to expect rats to be able to solve any maze. 2. A second class of problems concerning rule following are what we might call the Wittgensteinian problems. 3. This topic has been greatly clarified by Saul Kripke's recent exegesis and analysis, Kripke, 1 982. I will not enter into the textual question of whether Kripke's version of Wittgenstein is the correct one, but will merely assume that it is and will refer to Kripke's Wittgenstein henceforth as Wittgenstein. The quotes below are from Kripke, unless otherwise indicated. Kripke does not specifically endorse the picture he presents, but it is undoubtedly an influential and important one, and one that appears to be highly relevant to the concerns of generative grammar, as Kripke stresses several times. Of the various general critiques that have been presented over the years concerning the program and conceptual framework of generative grammar, this seems to me the most interesting. Kripke suggests that our understanding of the notion of the competence, equivalently, knowledge of language, as used above, is dependent on our understanding of the idea of following a rule, so that Wittgenstein's skeptical paradox concerning rule following crucially bears on the central questions. 224 knowledge addressed in generative grammar. Furthermore, if we accept Wittgenstein's solution to his skeptical paradox, then the notion of competence will be seen in a light radically different from the way it implicitly is seen in much of the literature of linguistics. For if statements attributing rule following are neither to be regarded as stating facts, nor to be thought of as explaining our behavior, as Wittgenstein concludes, it would seem that the use of the ideas of rules and of competence in linguistics need serious reconsideration, even if these notions are not rendered meaningless. One aspect of the account given earlier, and of the work reviewed, is that it is presented in the framework of individual psychology. Knowledge of language, competence, is taken to be a state of the individual mind, brain. Wittgenstein's solution to the susceptible paradox concerning rule following is crucially framed in terms of a community of language users. Furthermore, the preceding account assumed that the statements of grammar and yoga are not different in principle from the statements of natural science theories. They are factual, in whatever sense statements about valence or chemical structure or visual processing mechanisms are factual and involve truth claims. We can look forward to the day when these statements will be incorporated into a broader theory concerning mechanisms which will explain why they are true, or why they are not, at the level of abstraction at which they are formulated. But all of this appears to be undermined by Wittgenstein's solution to his skeptical paradox. As Kripke puts it, generative grammar seems to give an explanation of the type Wittgenstein would not permit. Thus, depending on one's standpoint, one might view the tension revealed here between modern linguistics and Wittgenstein's skeptical critique as casting doubt on the linguistics, or on Wittgenstein's skeptical critique, or both. He further observes that the issue has nothing to do with whether rules are explicitly stated, with whether people have access to the rules that constitute their knowledge, in our terms. Note also that the questions arise even under the abstraction from the socio-political and normative teleological aspects of the common-sense notion of language, that is, under the idealizations we have assumed. 4. QUSTONSABOUT RLs I 225. Wittgenstein's skeptical paradox, in brief, is this. Given Rule, there is no fact about my party experience, including my conscious mental estates, that justifies my belief that the next application of R does or does not conform to my intentions. There is, Wittgenstein 10 argues, no fact about me that tells me whether I am following R or R, which coincides with R in past cases but not future ones. Specifically, there is no way for me to know whether I am following the rule of addition or another rule, involving ques, not plus, which gives the answer 5 for all pairs beyond the numbers for which I have previously given assumers. There was no fact about me that constituted my having meant plus rather than ques, and more generally, there can be no such thing as meaning anything by any word. Each application of a rule is a leap in the dark. My application of a rule is an unjustified stab in the dark. I apply the rule blindly. The argument here is not limited to use of concepts but extends to any kind of rule application. In short, if I follow R, I do so without reasons. I am just so constituted. So far, these conclusions offer no serious challenge to the account discussed earlier. I follow R because S so maps the data presented into SL, which incorporates R, then I apply the rule R blindly. There is no answer to Wittgenstein's skeptic and there need be none. My knowledge, in this instance, is ungrounded. I know that 27 plus 5